Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is your chief host, your lovable, friendly dictator, the College Genesis. And we got a good show for you tonight. I am going by Collar Rumble tonight because I feel like rumbling tonight. This is a rumble night. I was going to do Reverend Collar while I was doing a sermon, but tonight I feel like rumbling. I like this stuff to get off my chest. And I know now when you basically have titles like Exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm, you know what's going down tonight. You know people are going to come in and try to rumble with the College Genesis, right? And I'm always down to get my rumble on, right? So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell somebody that it's going down in Colorland. Come one, come all. I'm taking all comers. Step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Punk up, jump up, and get beat down. That's all brand new. Punk, jump up, and get beat down. Step right up, folks. If you want to rumble with the College Genesis, tell me. Call in tonight. And tell me what you feel. Tell me how you really feel. And to say what I always give a reason why I do a topic. Usually I come up with my topics when I'm driving my car for some reason. Usually when I'm coming from my office from work in the afternoon, the evening, or I'm going to work. There's two times I'm thinking the most. I'm leaving work and I'm coming to work. I'm coming to my office. And basically, I thought about an old parable that I created called Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. I have a lot of them, right? I have a lot of philosophies. Like discipline is the bridge between a thought and accomplishment. The reason why a lot of people have a lot of thoughts and stuff like that, because they don't have no different discipline. So the bridge between the landing where you could go over a bridge and go over to the realm of the land of accomplishment, because you don't have the discipline. And the old Confucius, I studied Confucianism. People, Bruce coming to college, man. You always quote Confucius. Well, why don't we come up with an African philosophy other than I am, because we are. That ain't no fucking philosophy. How you gonna do it like this? I studied Confucianism because it got me where I am in life. I studied Taoism too. Confucius says the philosophy of one century should just be common sense to the next. The fact that I'm sitting there and all of us sitting here talking about the same thing Marcus Garvey talked about 100 years ago showed you we did not basically have the bridge discipline to create that bridge between an idea, Garveyism, Black nationalism, and accomplishment, which be the African, a nation state. You understand where I'm coming from? Because we don't have the discipline to build anything like that, we're standing in a quagmire for the next 300 years from now. Everybody will still be online debating freaking who built the pyramids and all kinds of stupid stuff, instead of having the rest of the world passes us by, living their life, living their dream, creating these dream civilizations and whatnot with science, technology. The black man's going to be sitting there down in the mud of human civilization, not able to rise up because we exaggerate our success. We exaggerate black failure and shortcomings and stuff like that. So we don't even know where we're at right now. Exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. Be wary of the tongue that flatters you with exaggeration, because the people that flatter you with exaggeration, the Bible says, beware of the tongue that flatters. When someone's telling you something that sounds too good, look, let me tell you something, right? And if you don't listen to anything I tell you, right? If someone's constantly telling you stuff to make you feel good or whatever, like, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. When someone's constantly telling you, you built pyramids, you built this, and you did this, and they tell you that nothing's your fault, you didn't do anything wrong, whatnot, you didn't discipline yourself, we didn't buckle down, we didn't do all the things that other people did, and that's why I was in. But and also they always make it seem like it's always somebody else's fault. We didn't know, we have no responsibility about situation and everything. But someone tells you like that, run from them like you would a rattlesnake. That person is miserable, and misery loves company. Yeah, that's right. I'm dropping jewels tonight, folks. If you want to sit back and listen, the College Genesis is on fire tonight, because I got a bomb topic. When you got topics like exaggerations, a bastard child of enthusiasm, you know what's going down tonight. You know people are going to want to rumble with the College Genesis, What are other things that people exaggerate, the enthusiasts exaggerate about? Well, I have a good friend, Diane Samir, at one time told us on the show that Lagos is richer than New York City. You know, I understand that because Dynas is a Nigerian enthusiast. If you're a Nigerian enthusiast, you're going to freaking ignore places like Makoko and only focus on places like Banana Island. You see how it works? You're going to say how if you're a Nigerian enthusiast, you're going to talk about how Nigeria has oil, but you're going to ignore the fact that Nigeria doesn't produce its own oil. It only takes money from it. That's exaggeration. The enthusiasts will ignore the reality, right? To exaggerate, to produce exaggeration. Let me tell you something. If you take, let's say, enthusiasm is a female, shucking and jiving is a male. You put shucking and jiving and enthusiasm is there, and they make a baby. That's what's called exaggeration. You got shuck and jive, and you got enthusiasm. They go on a date, and they and shucking and jive got enthusiasm pregnant, right? Out which comes exaggeration. See how it works? And that's why we have shucking and jiving people, right? Who are enthusiasts, right? And they exaggerate everything. They exaggerate the accomplishments of their organization. They exaggerate everything they're doing. You know, they overpromise and they don't live up to anything. So this is what we're talking about tonight. You know, exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. You know, so we're gonna have a good time tonight. We're gonna have fun tonight, folks. I'm glad you joined me. You know, join us or whatnot. It's gonna be another explosive show tonight. I just know it. Because we're on a roll here on this Collar Nation channel. Yeah, we're on a freaking roll here. I thank you for everyone for everything you're doing. I look like we're gonna hit our numbers for July. You know, if we hit 1,000 for July, we continue for another year. You know, and we don't make that number, then I have to freaking shut the channel down or just inactivate the channel, whatever like that until whatever. Maybe I'll sit, but I'm not gonna sit here and after July and not be monetized. It's not gonna happen. You know. So like, share, subscribe. Tell somebody about the show. Tell somebody about how this channel's growing and this is where you want to be. This is where the debates happen. I had Afro Dumbass try to come up last night. I was like, no, there's nothing we need to talk about, Afro Dumbass. You know, if I thought you was on my level or worthy of debate, whatever like that, you would come up here. You know, I will let you up here. But certain people, I'm just going to limit coming up here and whatnot, you know, like Elvis and all these other goofballs. Whatnot. And, you know, I'm not going to tolerate people just coming up here. If you got something intelligent to say and whatnot, add to the intellect of this conversation. I was really impressed by Honeyflower last night. That lady is really, really smart. You know, she really, really demonstrated. Her and David Hitt had a really good conversation back and forth, almost ruined by Adamas, you know, but I appreciate intelligent people and good conversation, you know, and so you more than you think, you know, because the bottom line is it just confirms my belief that, yeah, there are intelligent black people out there, but we just don't get together. The dumb people generally steal the spotlight and everything like that. And I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let stupid people come up here and dominate the conversation. And you notice how I challenge everybody on everything, even my good friend Kwame, when he came up with the idea of he was an enthusiast about the buck breaking, whatever like that. And I had to challenge him because I could have just let it go. Okay, no, but it's my job as a culture critic to friggin' challenge things that I know is not true. You know, no, it's not true. I don't need cheap shots at nobody, whatever like that. You know, so if somebody's doing something, I'll say it. If somebody's not doing something, I'll say it. I'm a biblical type of person. I believe in don't bear false witness against thy neighbor. You know, as there's enough evidence against the white man, right, that we could use, right. But I'm not going to go so far as to make it seem like, yeah, they were bending us. So that's the homosexuals put that out there. You know, they got a fetish for black men and sexual. They want to emasculate black men by telling us we were getting raped. So that did not happen. You know. There's no evidence that happened. Only evidence was during Tariq Nasheed's semi-porn video called Buck Breaking, whatnot, you know, because I think Tariq is one his damn self. He fantasizes about getting bent over by the white man. That's his ultimate fantasy. You know, slavery. He getting bent over by the white man. That's just what I think that is. You know. So who sits there and think of shit like that? Like him and O'Shea, they're always doing that booty clapping shit. What the hell is all that about? Who thinks about fucking O'Shea does that booty clapping sound on his freaking videos? You know, who the hell comes up with this shit? You know, who the hell comes up with a term like bussy? What the fuck is yo? This is what I'm saying. This is really suspect shit. You know, this is such behavior. When someone keeps talking about this stuff like this and they know it intimate like that, that's behavior. That's real suspect behavior. So I'm not going to have sus behavior on my platform, you know? People talking all this stuff about booty clapping and blah, blah. No. Bring that someplace up. You got a porn addiction or some fantasy, whatever. Keep that going. There's a lot of stuff that people put online. You know, they over-exaggerate the sexual shit that went on during slavery and stuff like that because they get off on it, you know? And a lot of people are pornographers. They're sneaking their something like they were showing. I saw this one video about exaggeration. They had these pictures of these hot ass fucking hot ass black women, right? And they had them being bent over by slave men. I said, who would take the time and draw a painting like this and when not in detail? Someone who's basically somebody trying to talk about history. That's somebody who's basically being provocative and talking about pornography. He's exaggerating the relationship between a slave master and a slave, you know, and stuff like that. His slave would not. They make it seem like, yo, slave master was banging all these hot black chicks on the plantation. That's a turn on to people, you know. So, like I said, this is the place you get the truth. The Collar Nation Radio. This is the place you get the truth. Is that we discussed on the podcast? No, we'll talk about a bunch of stuff. You know, just got listened last night. My good brother David Hitt came on last night. You know, always blessed by having brother Hitt on the show. You know, talking about this. You know, talking about this and that about nation building. You know, it was a nation building show. I forgot what the topic was, but I basically, you know, we started talking about nation building and we got off topic, but we stayed on nation building. You know. Tonight I want to stay on topic, you know. Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm, you know. When people talk about one of the exaggerations I see right now, the main one is black people talk about, oh, Africa is the future. That's exaggeration, you know. That's a future, you know. They got a lot of black people going over there, oh yeah, Africa's the future. When I listen to fucking idiots online. When they get there, they can't get a job, they can't get housing, they can't get residency, and they're stuck in them. They now sold everything in America to move to Africa because somebody told them exaggerated Africa. Oh, like when people say like, oh, there's so much tremendous opportunity in Africa. It's a lie. Stop it. Now, if you got money and you're really engaged into corrupt shit and everything like that, and the exploitation business, whatever, it's opportunity, right? But if you think you're going to have a legit business over there and stuff like that with a little bit of money and make a living off that, you know, and also if it takes years of you planning for business in America and more years not making any money before you see a profit, imagine what you're going to do in a country that's fucking third world, fourth world almost, you know? You're going to be 20 years before you see a dime, you know? But you got people going there, yeah, man, I'm going to Africa. I always wanted to start my own surf shop or not. Oh, yeah, I want to go over there and start my own import. I had one guy talking about he's going to import luxury cars into Ghana. I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? You know? These countries where the annual income is $900. You got people talking about the other night, talking about Burkina Faso got electric vehicles. There's probably like 10 electric vehicles. And one guy in the whole country, right, probably owned just by the government, whatever like that people probably drive around, the government owned. The average Burkinabe makes $800 a year. How is he going to afford? And then somebody like Joe Mama talking about, Carla, why you say electric cars cost $40,000? You can give him $20,000. Oh, that makes a lot of difference, you know. Oh, excuse me, $20,000 for an electric car if that's the case, right? Yeah, man. Just I can see Burkinabes lined up around the block to pay the down payment on $20,000. Yeah, like I said, exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. We want to exaggerate Ibrahim Traore. I love him. You love him. Whatnot. He's a messiah. Whatnot. So you got people creating AI. When I have like AI images of like he has 1,000 tractors and he's producing factories and whatnot because we want to exaggerate Ibn Traore because we want to see him win. And with AI is so dangerous, the enthusiasts are using AI to create images of exaggeration to fool people. You got people packing their bags, going to Burkinabe, thinking they're gonna friggin' get a nice executive job. They're gonna get into this one night. And they get over there, they're living in poverty like Cuddy. I like Cuddy when if that's our guy in Burkina Faso. If that's our representation, man, we're in a lot of fucking trouble. No, you don't love Cuddy too, man, but goddamn, so it is what it is, It is what it is, So it is what it is. So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, folks, like, share, subscribe, man. Do I got any likes in here, man? Did anybody put any likes up, man? Are you helping me out? Are you helping a brother out, man, with the likes? And do I got any likes in here, man? Let's see. Come on, folks. 3 likes? You got to be kidding me. Get those likes up. Get those. I'm not saying another word until I see your likes go up. Hit that like button. I got 15 people watching. I want everybody to hit that like button. I'm pushing this show real hard. Come on, folks. 15 people watching. I know a lot of you hate me that much, but goddamn, man, just hit me a like button. Okay, 4 or 5. Yeah, come on, keep it going. Keep it going. 4 or 5, man. Can we go? Can we get up to 10 at least? 10 likes. So 4 or 5. So the more likes you put, the more it pushes the show out in the algorithm. The more the channel grows and everything like that. So I had a guy last night said this came across my my timeline. That's because of you putting the likes out there. This goes out to more platforms and whatnot, and people pick it up, and they stop by and say, "Hey, this college Genesis guy actually know what he's talking about. What was he at all this time?" I was basically listening to all these people, and I listened to Angry Man, I listened to O'Shea Duke Jackson and Kunganda, and I listened to Search for a Cuckoo, I listened for Pan African Strikes Out and whatnot, and I'm saying, where the hell was this college Genesis guy? And I was listening to Afro Dumbass and whatnot, Professor Afro Dumbass. Where the hell has this college guy been, Man, I was listening to Afro Stink Tank, whatnot, Man, I said, people like, man, Colin, where you been at, man? I've been listening to people like Afro Stink Tank, whatnot, Pan African Strikes Out, and Search for a Cuckoo, and all these other people like that, and where were you at all this time, So keep hitting that like button, folks. Come on, 6 likes. That's ridiculous. 17 people watching, 6 likes, man. Come on. Hit that like button. Kwame, hit that like button for me, bro. It don't take nothing. Like. I'm gonna keep saying like so I'll annoy you. Like. Hit that like button. Like. People are just stingy with like, okay, I got one more. Do I gotta annoy you before you hit that like button? Like, share, and subscribe to the video. Yeah, share and subscribe, whatnot, Let's do our part. Do our part to uplift the Collar Nation, This is our nation. This is people. This is our future here, This is whether the Collar Nation, whether we live or die as a people, Whether we have a future or not. This is what's on the line here. This is what's at stake here. I would not be here every night of the week, 7 nights a week, if I did not think what I'm doing is serious. It's that serious. We're on a precipice where if we don't do something now, there might not be a Black American in 100 years. We might be completely wiped off in the planet. So this is serious. This is not shucking and jiving. This is serious business here. Yeah, we have fun here and whatever, but this is making sure I'm going to tell you, I'm 100% dead serious about what I'm talking about. I mean what I'm talking about. I'm not playing games. Sometimes I think it's my doom, Sometimes I ask God, why, oh, why has thou forsaken me? It said, Kala, goddamn good. That's why I chose your black ass. You ain't no damn good. I gotta put you some damn use and whatnot, So your job is to deliver your people, out of bond. You can call me Colin Moses, leading our people to the promised land, You can call me Colin the Messiah, So, like I said, we're gonna go in tonight about a lot of stuff tonight. So get prepared. Buckle up, Buttercup, because we are going to rock and roll tonight and whatnot, Get some snacks, folks. Get some peanuts. I always ask a question, man. I never got an answer, right? What is the best dessert? Where is the best dessert, He said, good call. I hope these discussions are intelligent, uplifting, not oppressing the people. I'm not oppressing the people, but people want to be ignorant. I can't basically like this, look, a lot of black people are comfortable in their mediocrity, and that's not basically oppressing somebody. Just tell them you got to come up out of that, if not for yourself, but for the next generation. We're already starting to see signs where these people, younger people, are saying we don't have to respect the older people, old heads, and when that's really sad, So the bottom line is, a white man, say what you want about him, is youth. Everybody respects him, Everybody sees Donald Trump as a father figure, whatnot, But our men, despite everything, what did we do to Bill Cosby? We threw Bill Cosby under the bus, We threw Bill Cosby under the bus, but Donald Trump, Mr. Grab him by the pussy and all stuff like that, and with all the shit he's done and whatnot, he's the president of the United States. That's how white people understand power, We're so quick to throw each other under the bus and everything like that, just to appease everybody else and feel like it's just a sad situation, So we're going to basically rock and roll tonight. We're going to tell the truth. We're not. So in a few minutes, I'll put the link in the chat room. Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm, One another exaggeration, besides black people going to Africa, basically people lying about that, oh yeah. And another exaggeration is when people keep saying there's 15 or 20,000 African Americans in Ghana. No, the total actual numbers, not the Wikipedia and some random blog. The total number of African Americans in Ghana, according to U.S. data, is like 1,500. And then it's like, okay, I think it's like 2,000, 3,000. And about half of that are actually African Americans or people born in the United States for many generations. And a lot of those people are even Caribbean and stuff like that, There's not 20,000 African Americans. Some people said, there's 1 million African Americans living in Ghana. No, that's a lie. The Ghanaian enthusiasts, right? And what gets me is this: why do they need African Americans, right? Why does Ghana need African Americans? Because the bottom line is, when you have African Americans, how great African Americans are. It gives them sort of a legitimacy among the African peers. Ooh, I heard them bragging, arguing about who has the most African Americans in their country, Ethiopia said, we got African Americans. Kenya said, no, we got more African Americans. Ghana said, we got more African Americans, Yeah, countries down there in Zimbabwe, oh, we got African Americans. South Africa, we got African Americans, Because that's significant of talking about people coming from the modern industrialized world choosing to live in Africa, Ghana is no longer accepting U.S. currency, like I said, I don't know what so in other words, you got to get everything in CD. Like I said, and people keep hyping Ghana up as a place to go to and whatnot. You can't own land. Now you can't have U.S. currency. Look, I don't know. I don't know, but people keep going there because Ghana has a good propaganda machine going on, because, they did basically, like they somehow basically latched on to this sense of belonging that some black Americans have, I need to belong to somebody, man. I need somebody that, and you go to a country, you're never going to be one of them. You're never going to have any property. You're never going to have whole public office. You're never going to be representing the government. You're going to be taxed, but you're not going to have no representation. I thought that was the whole thing on America was founded. Taxation without representation, So you go to these countries and you're not being represented, you're not being taxed, you're being taxed, but you're not being represented, in government and stuff like that. You have no voice, no say so. That's tyranny, So, But people tell you, oh yeah, man, I'm in Tanzania, I'm in Burkina Faso or not. You have no say so and like that, you know. You know, the African is not ridiculous, bro. The African lives in our fucking blood and soil, you know. So, Mike Olawale, I don't know what Mike Olawale is talking about, you know. I'm the only one that basically came up with the idea of the African, you know. I'm the inheritor of this, you know. After everything, the African is sum total of everything I read about our history, our journey in America, and our future. So the African is it, you know. Until somebody can come up with another plan, that is it, you know. So somebody can come up with another plan, that's it. But then the last exaggeration is black immigrants are coming here, taking over. They're going to replace black Americans. They're all millionaires. They're all doing good, blah, 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 blah. But when you do add up the things, right, black America still has most of the money, the wealth, the banks, the infrastructure, the institutions, all the top businesses, everything like that. The top 10% of black America is the richest people, one of the richest people on the friggin' planet. You know, that's reality, you know. So people like the McKenzie Group and all stuff like that, Stephen Hightower Petroleum, you know, so many different Bridgewater Electric, you know, all stuff like that, $1 billion corporations, you know. That's black America, you know. But the exaggeration is by enemies of black America, make it seem like, oh man, these immigrants are coming over here. So getting replaced black people. But I don't know. So the bottom line is this. Now, white people, what it is white people are looking for another people to be on the bottom and get their ass kicked, you know? So if African immigrants want to come over here and replace that element of black America, yeah, they can have it, you know? But black America is moving up. And we're not beholden to white America. We're making our own deals globally and everything like that. We don't need white America anymore, you know? So if they feel like white America feel like, oh man, I want to relive the other days where we're throwing bananas and peanuts at a bunch of blackies and whatnot, yeah, they feel like they got to bring the Africans and the Caribbeans over here and do that. Because we're not doing it no more. We're not sucking up to them. That's why you got all this tension between black America and white America. We're not taking their shit no more. You know, we're not taking this second-class citizenship. We're not taking all that stupid shit no more. Now, if somebody else want to come here, like the Mike Olawales, you want to be their fucking slave, you want to be their thing like that? No. White people, one thing white people never offer you is respect, you know? They will never respect anybody that's not white. You know, that's the truth. They don't respect Latinos. They don't respect Asians. And they damn sure don't respect your black ass, you know? That's what it is. But we're done with it. We're done with it. We had enough, you know? The white immigrants are never noticed by black immigrants. White immigrants are never noticed by black, but they just assume they're white. Yeah, white immigrants can fit in. That's a privilege they have, having white skin. They basically come over here and fit in with the white society. You know, that's it. There's like a white American go and fit in with any European society. They can fit in with Argentina, Australia, whatever like that. It's whiteness. It's a global white supremacy, white domination, you know? So it is what it is. So that's why they're basically bringing white South Africans here and kicking out African who have legitimate refugee needs. You know, people in war-torn countries are getting sent back. Yet they bring these white Afrikaners in here, you know? Yeah, Charlize Theron, you know? She's an African. So you got people like Michael call her an African woman. You know? It's just sad. It's really sad. Exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. There's no such thing as a white African. You know, there are white people who live on the continent, born on the continent, but they're not Africans. They're Europeans that live on the continent. An African is a black person, a black African person. You know, those are the people who are indigenous. And when you take their DNA goes back 50,000 years. My DNA goes back 50,000 years in the Congo. That means I'm African, no matter where I was born at. I could be born on Mars. I'm still a black African. You know? A second class said, no, I'm sorry, Dusty Brothers. You know? You have this idea that like that, but you have never traveled. There's countries, I would say, to be honest with you, I think what you call, places like Morocco. I was in Casablanca, and that was the cleanest city I've ever been in my life. You know? Look, if I could, I met the Moroccans, and they're like, man, you could have moved here. They're saying, I said, I don't know, I'm kind of into Liberia. When they were like, Moroccans, even the females, they're like, oh man, you will love it here. When I said, I know, it's a beautiful country. When I, they say, yeah, man, you should come here and live. And so I was like, man, I'm thinking, man, if I don't know, I would definitely consider living in Morocco. That's like Casablanca is a beautiful world class city. You know, they got light rails running all over the place. The streets are so marked and clean. I mean, it's just so amazing. It's like, I just couldn't believe what I was at. I'm like, am I in Africa? Am I on the African continent? I couldn't believe what the fuck I was seeing. So people like Dusty Brothers don't know anything, I can only imagine what freaking Algeria looks like, Yeah, Moroccan food is good. I had this stuffed chicken, man. It was freaking delicious. At the hotel, man. Room service for lunch, man. God damn, and they had this salad. It was delicious. I don't know how they cut it up and whatnot. It was just really, really good. And potatoes, it's freaking buttered potatoes. It was freaking delicious. My room service lunch, because I said I want my lunch in my room because I was just tired. And so it delivered to my room, my lunch to my room, man. That shit was delicious, man. But yeah, Moroccan food is off the chain, man. I love it. Love the country, love everything like that. The women are goddamn gorgeous. You drop that gorgeous. People are cool. The Moroccan dudes are cool. They're so professional at that airport. They treat you with respect and kindness and whatnot. They, the way they talk to you, they're patient. I mean, it's just amazing people, man. But you come to America, man, everybody's rude and nasty, crude and whatnot, Yeah, you gotta get out of America, Dusty Brothers. Right? People around the world seem like they're more civilized in this country in America, So I had a fun. That hotel they put us in for a night, So it is what it is. So exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm, And what I want to do is, if you know an exaggeration that's that's caused by an enthusiast, let's talk about it tonight. Instead of we should go to tour to Morocco. Nah, Liberia is a country we have an obligation to, because despite all the problems, Liberia is still home to me, because that's what my ancestors built. That's an African. Liberia is like the closest thing you're gonna have to an African right now. Is an African American. African means an African American homeland. Not necessarily a nation state, but a homeland. A resting place, a place of refuge for African American, where we could stand, a place of refuge. And we're trying to make Liberia right now through my organization, everybody else. We got a lot numbers of people joining us, and a number of African Americans who live in Liberia is growing. It's really growing, buying property, building houses, building businesses, and whatnot. The number of African Americans in Liberia is growing. So we're basically continuing what our ancestors started, So it is what it is, So yeah, Liberia is definitely part of the plan. It's definitely on the table. Liberia is definitely on the menu. We have an obligation, whether we like it or not. We have an obligation to Liberia, whether we like it or not. We have a responsibility to that country, If you can't if you can't see that, then you're not a man. Other people basically like, oh, that's my homeland. That's this. It means something to me. What exactly does a black man in America have? What do you love? What will you die for? What do you believe in? Oh, the football game, man, my team. You care more about your fucking team, your football team, or your basketball team, than having a homeland. Is there something wrong with you? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Now, we talked about the exaggeration of bastard child enthusiasm. We talked about how discipline is the bridge between a thought and accomplishment. We talked about how Confucius said that the philosophy of one century should be common sense in the next. Now, the African ideology is a philosophy of the 2025, right? 2020, 21, 25, it should be already manifested by then. That's what I'm talking about. I know people are not going to do it in our lifetime, but I know for the philosophy of now is going to be common sense 100 years from now. So this is what we're talking about today. So he goes, oh, Africa said, no, I'm not knowing that. I'm not going to build an Africa, but we're going to plan for it, and we're going to leave the next generation something to build on, and they're going to thank us for it. It's like the Japanese, when they had the industrial age, they were thankful for the Tokugawa people for keeping their country isolated for hundreds of years. It didn't come like that. Japan didn't fall like China did with the Opium Wars, and the Philippines when they were occupied. The Filipinos were completely racially destroyed, culture destroyed, religiously destroyed. Japan was preserved. Japan basically is the most indigenous culture in Asia, most indigenous original culture in Asia, and it's the most highly developed and advanced. Go figure that one. Usually, black people were taught the more advanced you are, the less African you are. But Japan, their advancement made them more Asian. How was that? So you gotta study history. You gotta study history. I'm here for a reason. I know these things. When people tell you that, when people say, "Oh, don't bring your Western ways to Africa," what do it mean? So now I shouldn't demand indoor plumbing. I shouldn't demand stable electricity. I shouldn't demand clean roads, clean houses, and whatnot. I shouldn't question fucking police officers taking bribes and shaking me down at the damn airport. So yeah, man, leave that. That's how it's done in Africa. No, I don't accept that. So it is what it is, folks. So we're gonna have a good time tonight. We're having fun. And after dumbass tried to call in last night, man, get the fuck out of here. Ain't nothing you gotta say. Nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing to say. Nothing. So it is what it is. But I love doing this show. I don't know if I'm gonna do a show tomorrow night. I need a day off. Tomorrow Tuesday. I don't know. I might, depend on how I feel. Something comes on over my mind. But right now, if nothing comes over my mind, I am not doing a show. This topic came on my mind because I basically talked about this for years. Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. And it's the first time I did a feature on this topic, this philosophy of the Genesis. Genesis have many philosophies and stuff like that. When I get my Patreon, I'm going to build on them. I have a lot of quotes and philosophies and everything like that I have my life's work and stuff like that. And I want to start sharing with the world. I'm not just somebody that gets on here babbling. I'm a person in deep thought. I have something to say to the world. I've always known that for years. I have something to say to the world, and I want the world. One day, I want the world to hear me speak. Everybody. I want to be able to touch the world. I want to be able to touch every race, color, creed, and they're gonna know. They're gonna know through the words of the Genesis what liberation, freedom, and salvation and peace among men really means. I do believe in one day peace could be among white men, black men, Asian men, everything like that. But it's never going to happen until the black man in America has justice. And the only justice is our own nation of our own. Where we basically have a thing. Dusty Bro, stop saying it. There ain't no gangs in fucking in Liberia, man. How's somebody who never been someplace gonna tell me who's been there several times, man? So like if you think Liberians get doomed from the beginning like this, Liberia just signed another agreement with the IMO, the British. Liberia basically they have a gold company that's listed on the London Stock Exchange. Liberia is making major moves right now. It's infrastructure, the highway system is built in there and everything like that. So I don't know what Dusty Brothers talk about, So the present administration in Liberia is way ahead even of the best American Liberian administration, The present administration, the Buckeye administration is better than Tubman's administration, Tolbert's, all of them put together. So I don't know what you're talking about. 70% of Liberians say they're confident of the direction of the country and where it's going and their quality of life and everything like that. 70%. The government of Liberia, current administration is polling at like 70%. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Every time I go there, I have a blast. I'm amazed at what I see in the country. So, so I don't know what Dusty Bro's talking about. Like, I guess he's watching old videos from like 20 years ago. And say, "Oh, this is Liberia." That's not Liberia, fool. There's a reason why Val Thomas and Cynthia Blanford are there. These are top African American business people. They have a consulting business and they have International Focus magazine. Headquarters in Monrovia for the whole entire continent. They picked Liberia for a reason because it's an up and coming country and it really has a lot of promise. Probably more so than any other country in Africa. For Black America. So yeah, well, they're on their path to citizenship. I changed my mind about citizenship ever since it happened. They got permanent residency card, right? Which means they have to wait 2 years. Once you get your residency, you have to be in Liberia for 2 years. So once I don't know how long they've been there. I think they've been a year. They might have another year before they qualify for citizenship. Yeah, and also they allow African Americans to have dual citizenship because they want more African Americans coming there. So we're going to do a show about that too. I'm going to probably have him on there and we're going to talk about people who want to relocate to Liberia or have a second home or something like that in the country and whatnot. You want to have dual set. Yeah, we're going to push that, So the main thing is we need to keep building on numbers in Liberia and to make a difference, and the bottom line, we got a receptive government there that knows who we are, knows about us, and knows the potential of Black America linking with Liberia. They're seeing the success by linking with African American institutions over here and whatnot. So, they're really waking up. Not like the Sirleaf administration trying to. What they try to do is go into white institutions or go to Chinese. The answer was right there in Black America all along. The University of Tennessee sent like a few hundred tablets, computer notebook tablets to Liberia, out of its budget. There's plenty of money in Black America. So we're using that money to bring books and computers and labs work, whatnot, equipment to Liberia. We're partnering with our HBCUs are partnering with Liberian colleges and universities and whatnot, So the future is bright for both of us, So with this idea of Pan Africanism and Black nationalism is real. It's not a joke anymore. So all these people can talk all they want. It's not a joke. And we thank our ancestors. We honor our ancestors for creating the Republic of Liberia because now we have a foothold into Africa, if we want it. So that's what we talk about tonight. And what I talk about Liberia is not an exaggeration. It's real, So do they have... So to answer your question, they have residency, permanent residency, along with those Nuwapian brothers that were there, and but that dude Amir and his brother, I met them, I hung out with them, had lunch with them at our lagoons in Liberia. We had a good time. They was there every day. I think they stayed there. They were staying there at the hotel. They lived there. I don't know. They must live there because they're there every day, But I had a friggin' ball with them, man. There's nothing like a feeling of going to a foreign country and meeting one of your own people. That's like the best thing. And you're both completing each other's sentences about why you're there. Everything he said about Liberia, I felt the same way. He said, yeah, I feel like I'm home here. I feel like my ancestors built something for me. That's what you feel. You feel when you go to Liberia, you feel so lucky. You feel lucky. You feel grateful of people like J.J. Roberts, the first president of Liberia, Hillary Johnson, and Elijah Johnson, his father, Elijah Johnson, all these great men that built Liberia, that made Liberia a reality. We inherit that, We're the inheritors of these great men. So Liberia basically is, like Val Thomas was saying, we don't want to be fucking Nigerians. We don't want to be Ghanaians, We like being African American. Liberia is a place for if somebody likes to be an African American, there's a place in Africa they can go to where they don't have to freaking change to who they are. Somebody said, Coco said last night, Dr. Campbell's kids, they sound like full-fledged Ghanaians. I don't want my kids being a fucking Ghanaian, I don't want my kids to be Nigerians. I like our heritage and what we are, Look, despite the fact that people understand something, there's still a Black America out there that produced some of the best minds the world's ever seen. We still had nice communities, churches, everything. We still do, you know. Not everything in Black America is Cardi B and fucking Megan Thee Stallion and all this kind of stupid shit that you see in the entertainment. The entertainment industry is not Black America, you know. The stupid nonsense you see in these videos are not Black America, you know. So, like I said, we're trying to tell people, yeah, we do have a beautiful culture and history, why not, that we want to share to the world. We don't have to erase who we are, you know, to appease somebody else, you know. So there's a link in the chat room if you want to call in tonight. We're rumbling the exaggerations of Bastard Child Tuesday. Could anybody really handle this topic tonight? You know, because we've been hearing a lot of exaggerations lately, you know. We hear a lot of exaggerations lately about everything. People exaggerate all the time, especially when it comes to Africa and Pan Africanism. Everything's exaggeration. You don't know what to believe anymore. That's why I am going to be as truthful as I can, you know. I have a grandiose view of Liberia because I've been there. Elvis is a friggin' stupid crew man whose people destroyed Liberia, you know. They destroyed Liberia, right? And they don't want to see it like that. See it like that. And they hate the fact that we're coming there and we're reclaiming what's really ours. They know their days are numbered, they're insignificant, and they mean absolutely nothing. You know, that's what they hate. You know, so they're just gonna keep hating. I don't care about them. We're just pushing the people like Elvis aside because he's useless. You know, he's useless. Hopefully, Elvis go back to his village, you know, and grow some bananas or something like that. You know. We're talking about Black civilization here, you know. So, yeah, I love Liberia. I really deep down inside, I really love this country. I love the native people. I love the whole entire culture. Is just beautiful to me. I love it. You know, I love the country. I love everything about Liberia and everything like that. So Elvis is comfortable in America. You know, he's example of what the problem is. He's a failure. You know. And these people end up in America and they're like this. A real man would be back in his homeland trying to build, good or bad. He'd be back in his country trying to build, you know. The fact that me, Val Thomas, and all those African Americans are coming to Liberia to build, and we weren't born there, that's what that tell you. What does that tell you? I tell you who wins this argument now, you know. So the argument about Native people being oppressed is a lie. It's always been a lie. Yeah, Elvis should be up there growing bananas. I mean, or pineapples. Maybe pineapples. Pineapples would be. I don't see Elvis doing bananas. Maybe he can grow some pineapples. You know, up there in Grand Jita, or some palm oil. Do something. Get into something. You know. You know. No, not every Liberian. There's a lot of Liberians that love living in Liberia. Trust me. There's Liberians that got it going on. You know, living since. No, no, I don't look. I don't work for my sister. I'm basically working for myself. We're partners, you idiot, Carla, who are some of the famous people that represent Black America, and Black America will be celebrating the African? Well, any person with common sense who listen to me, you would know all that. You would know that you would definitely wouldn't see Snoop Dogg, right? You definitely know you wouldn't see 50 Cent. You definitely know you won't see Cardi B. You definitely don't see most of the Black entertainers and stuff like this. You'll definitely see people like Stephen Hightower. You'll definitely see people like Reginald Lewis, the first Black billionaire. You'll definitely see honorable men. You'll see people like Bishop Henry McNeil Turner. You'll definitely see people like Nat Turner. You'll definitely see people like Malcolm X. You'll definitely see people like Marcus Garvey. But you ain't gonna see these dusty ass Negroes. All you have to do is just like when you elect the president, right? A lot of times people elect the president based on what's on his mind and his ideas, right? They figure what basic. Now, Booker T. Washington is okay, not Frederick Douglass, but Booker T. Washington. Frederick Douglass was a race trader, But if somebody, but then again, that's open for debate. Some people still like Frederick Douglass for some reason, whatever like that. I can't like that as far as my concern, like that. But I could be outvoted, and stuff like that. I could be outvoted, That's how the system works. I could be outvoted. I'm not a dictator. We'll say I could be outvoted. Some people, if people overwhelmingly say no, Kala, we're going to basically celebrate Frederick Douglass. Hey, I concede, whatever, Martin Delaney, and so Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman. These are the story of the African American. The African is going to be the story of the African American. It's going to be our story. Anybody who basically came and lived with Black America and became part of, like Marcus Garvey was born in Jamaica, but he's part of the African American story, So that's what it is. All you have to do is know who I am and understand, well, what is college values, and you understand what I mean by an African, what I mean as a values, what music and whatnot. Yeah, we have different types of music, that we want to emphasize, Black African Americans are primarily Christian, I am not going to disrespect the Black church. I don't care what nobody say. You ain't going to come up with some half-ass religions and bullshit religions you found on the street corner and disrespect the Black church, the institution that built and created the first Black nation and Black nationalism. Black nationalism was born in the Black church, The idea of us being a people, Black pride was born in the Black church. Wasn't born no place else. The African Methodist Episcopal Church taught us to be proud of being African, So I'm not going to tolerate people disrespect. Yeah, the Black church has its shortcomings, So. I don't know about that. There's a lot of Liberians will come to America for opportunity, unfortunately. But the whole thing is, though, most Liberians I know, they always want to come back to Liberia because it's the nicest. If you got money and success, whatever, you come. Liberians are like virtually paradise, particularly for the native Liberians who have land in the interior. They come back and they learn how to turn that land into real property and stuff like that, and they get rich. I told you I bumped into a guy when I was in Monrovia. Actually I wasn't in Monrovia. I was in Painesville. Actually outside of Painesville area too, right? That's in McGreevy. And this guy came up to me and was like, "Hey man, aren't you College Genesis?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, I knew I was gonna meet you here one day and one night." He goes, "You inspired me to come back to Liberia, man. I was born in Newark, New Jersey. I thought he was an African American guy, Yeah, I go, "You Black American?" I said, "No, I'm Liberian." But his accent and everything, you think he was Black American, right? African American. And he said, "Yeah, man, I got land in Bong County and blah blah blah." He was doing pineapples, palm oil, and several other crops. And one day he said he's making a killing, right? He said, "Man, I'm back in Liberia," but that's what he inherited, inherited. We Black people in America, we don't have an inheritance like that. I don't have like friggin' 20 acres of land in McGreevy or Maryland and stuff like that. I don't have that. That's fine, But we do the hand we're played with. We had just do the hand we're dealt with. A lot of native people have land, but they choose not to use it, not to develop it. They choose to stay overseas. They're in Europe. They're in fucking Ghana. They're in fucking Australia. They're in America. They're every place but Liberia building. But as more and more Black Americans, African Americans come to Liberia, man, they're gonna be pressured to come back to the country. Because if they don't want to build Liberia, we will. I'm telling you right now, if they don't want to come to Liberia back country, they will. So it is what it is, So So it is what it is. They don't want to come back to their country, Bill. We will. And the bottom line, the process has already started. There's going to be more and more African Americans coming to Liberia by thousands, and basically getting residency, then citizenship, buying property, owning businesses and stuff like that. We're going to build a nice community over there, a nice community over there. So people don't like it, they can lump it, We don't want most Black Americans, All we want is a few. Like David Hitt would say, we don't need everybody. Even for the African, we're only looking for like 10% of the population. We don't need fucking 45 million people, useless people, you know? Well, if we can get 10% of the best people organized and whatnot in Black America, we can start off a new nation, whatever, you know? So we don't need every Black person in America. No one's pressured anybody to leave America, you know? Stay the fuck here. If you don't want to be with us, stay with the hell here. Don't come to Liberia. Don't come to Africa. Don't like that. You know, stay your Black ass here, you know? You know, so it is what it is. Dusty Brother, again, don't know what he's talking about, you know? The only stable building. Are you kidding me? You know, the executive mansion, the Capitol Hill. He don't know nothing. You go down Tubman Boulevard, there's tall buildings being built by Liberians, you know? 4 years ago, I see a lot of buildings that were vacant, burnt out through the war. Now you come there, there's friggin' brand new buildings, glass buildings and whatnot, like 7 or 8 stories high and whatnot, you know, all down Tubman Boulevard, you know? Let me see if I can play a video, show this idiot what I'm talking about, you know? You know, who cares? We don't care what we'll leave. We don't need everybody. You know, Tubman Boulevard Drive. Let's see, Tubman Boulevard Drive. All right.
She led over 300. She led over 300.
Looking to skyrocket your YouTube channel? Let Sprizzy boost you to the top. Using YouTube ads, Sprizzy targets viewers who are most likely to enjoy your content and subscribe.
Hello, most definitely welcome to another exciting edition of the program. This is Counter Diary. Counter Diary, we are telling the untold stories of Liberia. My name is Emmanuel Kotu. It's on a Sunday in Monrovia, and today I'm trying to take a drive on the Tottenham Boulevard. So, talking about the Tottenham Boulevard, Tottenham Boulevard is actually the longest street, or better say, boulevard in Liberia. It stretches from First Street all the way to the ELWA junction. Okay, so let me now take you through. So today we're driving around town, and we just passed by the First Street, and we are somewhere around where you have the Bella Casa Hotel right here on the right. And after that, we go to the old Ministry of Education in this building with the green color. Yeah, that's where you see the Ministry of Education, and then that was the old. They're no longer there. Then we come forward. This is the EPA. That's the Environmental Protection Agency. I hope I got that right in that building. Then we can move forward, and you will see somewhere you have, I think the Blue Bank or so. I don't really know, but this should be a bank somewhere here. Yeah, in this building you will have a bank. It used to be called the Global Bank. Now it's Bloom. Okay, I got it right. Okay, so right there, and then opposite that you have the Insurance Company of Africa, and you have Home City on the other hand, and then you will drive up to H3. This road here leads to the Don Bosco Polytechnic. You see the symbol there, Don Bosco Polytechnic, and then we move on to 9th Street. So here you have the LBDI, and then that of the Elections Commission of Liberia. The National Elections Commission of Liberia is right in this building. Here they have the office, and opposite that you also have the Aminata gas station. And there in this building, there's cars, and here you have the Moorish Plaza. This is the Moorish Plaza in Monrovia. And then just after that, you also have Echo Bank on your left. Here you also see the International Bank Limited, Liberia. And after that, where are we now? So we're crossing over to 12th Street. Yeah, this is just about to get on the 12th Street. And when you cross the 12th Street, opposite on the left is actually the Methodist compound. And then you also have this building on the other side. On my right is the archive, the National Archive. This is where all of the documents are kept. And then just a little drive from that, you have the Boulevard, hotel, and then you have the Methodist Church. And then after the Methodist Church, you come to there's another hotel. I've forgotten the name of the hotel. Yep, and I have to just yeah. Okay, so you have this building, tall building, and what I love about this part of Monrovia is considered to be um, a place where you have some of the richest people, or better say, the middle class live in here. You also have some of our international NGOs or ambassadors from various countries also stay in this neighborhood. So you move on, you see supermarket, you see a place for car. This place is a used car, and brand new cars are sold here. And then we move further, you see the old telecom. And yeah, in this building there, the Diamond building, there is actually the sell ice cream and a lot of stuff. Offices are there as well. And this will bring us to 19th Street. Here you have the exclusive supermarket. So if you're coming to Liberia, you got to know some of these areas. And that's what I'm telling you. So we move on to now 20th Street. And here you have the road leading to the GFK, the main entrance. And opposite that, you have the Access Bank. And then this is, we move it, like I'm just driving closer to get to this area. This is the front view of the JFK, John F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital in Liberia. This is the front view. We'll just try to show you a shot of that. Yeah, that's the building out there. You can see in the fence, that's the JFK Memorial Hospital. And after that, there's also an entertainment center there called Opoto, and they sell food here all night long. Yep. And then you drive closer. Yeah, you have the Eagle. Eagle Electrical. They sell electrical appliances in this building. I don't know what to do with the others area up, but I don't really know about that. We forgot about that. Now, this building here is also NASPA building. Yeah, National Social Security building is here. And then just opposite that, you have the Striker Funeral Home on the other side where the taxi just parks. Yeah, you have the Striker Funeral Home. And this tall building that we're about to show you here, this is the Corona Hotel. Or better say the same barbecue. Yeah, same barbecue is right in this building here. Yeah, this building is right there. I don't know who owns this other tall building here. And then on the other side, you have the Vamuma house. That house has been under a contention. I don't know what, a lot of fights, but this is Vavuma Junction. So I'm going to stop you guys here because I'm trying to just get in here and get some food to eat. Here is they had an Era supermarket in this building, but anyway, this supermarket they went bankrupt, I believe so. And so you have all these things showing to you right there. This is the Era supermarket.
That used to be a really
Miss
good
Mama
hangout
Fatu,
spot,
if
the
you
Era
enjoy watching this video,
supermarket.
please don't forget to
But
subscribe to
they
the
were
YouTube
closed
channel
down.
for more videos.
And
on
right next to
Liberia
it, they
as
have
well.
a
When you
pizza
come into
shop and a
Liberia, you probably
restaurant in
have
the
an
same parking
idea
lot.
as to
That
where
pizza shop was
you
a
are
nice,
going,
nice
and you can
place.
probably picture
It was a
some of
nice
these
place to,
videos that I'm showing you.
go on a
Thanks for
date
watching.
with, whatever
Bye-bye.
like that. Pizza and ice cream shop, in the ERA building. Right next to it was like a pizza shop right there. Right there. That's the hub. Oh, it's a pizza shop. The Pixie restaurant. Yeah, so that's me, bro. Right there. That's Tubman Boulevard going into Congo Town. We're going to Congo Town. Liberia, I guess he goes, I'm lies, all lies. Dusty brother, you don't believe it, man? Goodbye. I'm just showing you what I see when I go there. So by the way, he thinks everybody's running around, killing, naked. Liberia is a very peaceful, calm country. So, it is what it is. People want there to be an excuse. Oh yeah, man, Bottom line is this: Monrovia, an American country in Africa. I don't want to see that. He left from Barbados to Liberia to find his Mendy. Let's look at this. More and more people, not just African American. I'm gonna tell you right now, not African Americans are coming to Liberia. That's the main event. But there's a lot of Caribbeans, Barbados people, because they helped found the country too. People from Barbados are coming there in large numbers, right? And they might overtake Black America. They dominate that because their family are the Barclays and the Howards and the Padmores. Yeah. Yeah, look, the bottom line, when you go down in Liberia, real Liberia, that's Tubman Boulevard. That's Sincor you was looking at. That's like the best part of Liberia, Sincor. Now, if you went down to Michelin Street and places like that, it would look crowded or whatever like that, or Waterside, everything. But that's Tubman Boulevard. That's probably the most modern, one of the most modern streets in Africa, That was like the premier street in West Africa at one time. That's what everybody in West Africa came when I said, wow, man, that was like the first modern image of Black civilization right there, Tubman Boulevard, so.
Welcome again to Counter Diary. We're telling the untold stories of Liberia. And of course, today we are on a tour of Monrovia. And I'm here with, welcome to
from Barbados.
from Barbados.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to Liberia.
Thank you, sir.
I know sometimes people feel like Barbados and Liberia too much of differences. So far, what have you said?
Well, we're the same people, and we have the same food.
Okay.
Slightly different. We have cassava, we have yam, we have mango, we have similar. We have the sun, the same people.
Okay.
But things are done slightly different.
And are you also aware that Liberia and Barbados have some commonalities, like talking about the people themselves? We had a president from Barbados.
Yes. Arthur Bartlett.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of this.
So Ato, we call him Ato Barkley, and he's brought a lot of people from Barbados.
Yes.
I heard you've been to Crusoeville.
I'm going to Crusoeville on Saturday for some celebrations.
Okay. I mean, are you guys going to build a monument? I learned that the presidential monument.
Yes, we're going to do many things. Unveil a plaque and various things we're doing.
And the president of Barbados is going to be here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So,
she's here now.
She's already here. Okay, yeah, I think she's coming to delegation. But let's talk about life in Barbados and that of Liberia. What did you see?
You know what? Life in Barbados is beautiful. It's only a small country, but we're friendly, warm, welcoming people. Just like Liberians, you know what I mean? I go on in the village. I move around the local people. Yeah.
Do you want to visit a village in Liberia?
Yes, sir. What have you think?
I think so. I think it's going to be a good idea.
Yeah.
But yesterday I was actually in Nimba. I mean, like right now I'm so exhausted.
Yes.
I went to the top of Nimba Mountain. I wish you're going to be around for us to go. But, you know, one day maybe when you come back.
Yeah, we can make some time.
All right. So let's go to town. Let's see. You said you want to see the
best of Liberia.
The best of Liberia. And the specific historical areas you want to visit. You talk about the Capitol building.
Yes, sir.
You want to see. That's where you have the House of Parliament. And you also have the Executive Mansion.
Yes.
And then you say you want to, you have the Supreme Court of Liberia.
Yes.
Is there. You have the police headquarters is also there. So we're going to tour. Let's go. And then so we'll begin like this because of the traffic. We'll go to Capitol Hill.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just see around that place. And then from there, we will drive to the museum.
Yes.
You want to see. And then we go to Providence Island.
Yes.
And then we go back up to Duco, where you want to see the
hotel, yes.
The Duco Hotel.
Famous hotel.
The famous hotel, but it's in room right now.
I understand that, sir.
And then you also want to see the Todbar. It's not Todbar, that's Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Yes.
Monument. And then you want to see the Masonic building.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll go around. That's going to be around the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah.
All right. So let's drive around town. And then later on, he's going to be telling me what so far he's observed. And let's go.
What if recording high-quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star was as simple as hitting record?
Hope you're enjoying the place.
Yes, sir, very much. It's busy here, man, the traffic.
It's because we have, the country is one-sided.
Yes. This is downtown Monrovia place.
Since you came, have you gone to downtown Monrovia?
No, I just stay in this area.
Oh, okay.
I walk up to Congo Town.
Oh, okay.
And walk back. But I only came here on Friday.
Oh, okay. You went to town on Friday?
Yes, sir.
I know that you enjoy. Monrovia is a very small city.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a big place. So it's now the United Nations headquarters in Liberia. Used to be in this building. And then opposite the building, this is the Morocco City Corporation.
Okay.
That's where you have the city mayor office.
Yes.
Up here in this building. And then we also have the University of Liberia, just opposite there. But let's see the Capitol building. Then when we're coming back, we can go to the University of Liberia.
Yes, sir.
And this is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This building here.
This gray one?
Yeah. That big building is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So basically, this road, you can see that it's being blocked. This is being blocked. So I think the president is en route. So they block this road.
Yes.
So we'll go down and get the other side to come in so that you see.
Yes. Yes.
Because I don't want us to waste our time waiting. So, but this way is the University of Liberia. So what we can do. So this place entering is the
Wow.
Yeah. So you have the University of Liberia. So you have a lot of
Justin Bro, it's not a documentary, moron. This is somebody just with a video camera driving. I got videos like this too, just driving around Monrovia, just showing what they see. Not when they freaking make something. It's just a normal day in Liberia.
Liberia campus.
The Liberian police don't have motorcycles. They use they have like paddy wagons.
Now you're going to take a photo of me, please.
This way, you have the law school. So the University of Liberia is the premier university in Liberia.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is it's run by the country. I mean the government of Liberia. So you have different departments. So this
question.
The weather's mild. I went there in March, February, March.
They come to this
It was like
university. Yeah.
Yeah, it's university.
Before the rainy season, in March, the weather was like between 75 and 85. We got to 90 degrees one day, but it's not that hot. It's like it's nighttime. It's like in the 70s. You know, daytime it get up to 85. It's not that hot. You know, but if you go there in April and May, yeah, it gets hot. You know. The weather's really mild, you know. It's really mild, really nice, you know.
So they offer politics, business, law, you know, all being done right here. So this way, here you have the Louis Attergram School of Law. So this is where law students, they come here. So this building is basically for the law school.
Law school, huh?
Yeah, Louis Attergram School.
Morning, sir.
So yeah, you have all of the best lawyers in Liberia.
Come here, huh?
Yeah, come here. So they graduate from here. So that's why you have that's the Louis Attergram School of Law.
Get a photo of this.
How do you prepare the breadfruit in Barbados?
Well, we boil it.
Okay.
Me personally, I boil my breadfruit. I mash it with a little butter,
Okay.
salt, and some pepper.
And we'll do
maybe,
the same thing.
maybe have it with a stew, like chicken stew, beef stew, whatever. Oxtail, yeah.
So that means a lot of things are common with Liberia. Barbados and Liberia just so the same way we eat the breadfruit, the same thing. And
I
then
also like saltfish gravy, you know, salt cod.
Yeah.
Make a gravy as well with it.
wow.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things in common from
And heroin as well.
Barbados and out of Liberia. Got a lot of things in common. So then, like you want to see the river. There's a road here,
Let's have a look.
but this road goes down to there's an area behind it called Jalastan. So you just want to see. Morning off.
Don't trade alone. Trade with me live using one simple strategy, and I'll help you get results.
Just the office of the president. It's located this way.
Morning, sir.
So immigration officers and police
Yes.
having like a joint security.
Morning, gentlemen. Yes, sir.
for you. So this place.
Yeah.
So this side is the executive mansion.
Yes.
So this is the office of the president.
Okay. Wow.
This building here. But we'll get to. I mean, you can get a picture. But
Yeah, I'm recording by driving.
Yeah. So this way. So this is the building. Yeah.
Presidential building.
Yeah, that's where the office of the president is, in this building. It is called the executive mansion.
Executive mansion.
Yeah. So in the other side, even though you've seen a lot of securities because they're having a little bit of an issue
Yes.
on Capitol Hill. With who is the speaker or who should be the speaker. So now this is where you have this is the capital building. So you can have a
Morning, sir.
Morning there. So you can. This is the capital building.
Yeah.
And this is the Sea of Liberia on that capital building.
This is Liberia's Capitol building, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry. This is Liberia's Capitol building, guys. That's the Sea of Liberia on this building.
So you have the office of the speaker,
Mm-hmm.
and you have the pro tem, and then you also have the vice president office is also on the same place.
Capitol Hill, huh?
Yeah. So on this, we can turn around. Let me just turn around and just practice it. So you have these offices are for the representatives.
Okay.
Those who are representing their various districts. There are about 73 representatives, and then you have 30 senators.
Wow.
Yeah, because we have 15 counties in Liberia.
15 counties, huh?
Yeah. So the 15 counties, each county has 2 senators.
Okay.
So there you have the office of the speaker in this building, and then you also have the office of the vice president.
Yes.
On the other side, and then you have the pro tem.
Mama, good morning. How are you? Well, good to see you. From Barbados. Caribbean? Yes, ma'am. Don't worry about it. This is Africa. This is public copy.
Yeah, well, all right, folks. I'll get back to that later. Chico's I'm for life, man. It's how is it propaganda, you know? And because you convince yourself that you want to stay in America and blah 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 blah. I guess you're one of those native Liberians that hate your country, whatever, like that. You know, you're a fucking problem. You're a disease, Chico. You know, it's high level propaganda. The only people that hates Liberia are Liberians. You ever notice that? The black people from America, we say, yeah, it's a beautiful country. We could do it like that. But I'm in Liberia. I feel like a freaking god. I feel like a king, man. You know, when you got Liberians go there, like, oh man, Liberia this, whatever. I'm like, man, I ain't got no problems there. That's because Liberia was never created for you, Chico. It was never created for you in the first place. You know, you people try to take over a country. They know nothing about why the country was created. When that's why you have all these problems. That's how you ended up in America, you know. Damn, we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. That's how you end up getting the Civil War and shit like that, you know. But this brother right here from Barbados is like, man, I'm loving this place, you know. I'll say, look, that's a, you know, I'm only showing one part. I can show you the bad side of Liberia. I can show you that, you know. I can show you waterside and shit like that. You want to see the bad side of Liberia? I can show you that, you know. But Nigeria, like I said, I always do that because people exaggerate Nigeria so much and whatnot, you know. And I don't want people basically thinking, oh man, I'm gonna go to Omo Niger and I'm gonna get rich or whatever like that, you know. And stuff like that, you know. No, it don't work like that. Liberia has its problems too, man. But I think black people in America, if you're considering Africa, Liberia should be the first country, the only country to tell you the truth, you know. You know, because laws, everything like that suits Black American, our culture, you know, what we know about land and property and stuff like that, you know. So like I said, I'm not going to exaggerate. I'm not going to exaggerate Liberia. Liberia has a lot of problems, you know, a lot of problems, you know. I'm not going to exaggerate, tell you it's paradise, but, you know, it's doable. It's not there yet, but it's doable, you know. They got a lot of problems, but I think the problems in Liberia, you know, just pales in comparison to, you know, a lot of other places I've seen, you know, that looks like hell on earth. You know, at least you have a government that's trying, you know. Your whole continent, Africa, governments don't even bother trying to build anything or adjust the people or whatever like that. You got people who are never going to get out of poverty and never going to enter the first world. Oh, here's what it is. But yeah, so tonight's topic, exaggeration, is a bastard child enthusiasm. Another thing I want to talk about is the ideology of LARP. Now, what is LARP, Kala? LARP, LARP. That's an acronym for whatever is logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. When anytime you have me, when I disagree with somebody or whatever like that, is because whatever they believe in is not LARP. It's not logical. It's certainly not achievable. It's not. It may be a good idea. Like let me tell you something. There's a lot of good ideas out there that make sense that are not LARP. LARP means simply cuts to the chase. Is it logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical? If it doesn't pass the LARP test, it doesn't fly with me. You know, anything you're going to do, if you have any sort of ideology and everything, if it doesn't pass the LARP test, you know, it's not thing. You know. Now, when I say go to Liberia and get your dual citizenship or something like that, or go over to it, that's LARP. You know, it's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. You know, holding out for reparations is not logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. That's why I don't support reparations. It's not LARP. Something has to be LARP before I support it. You understand? It had to be a LARPist. You know, I am a LARPian, a LARPist. You know, what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. You know, so yeah, but that was a damn good video. It just shows you like a nice thing. I guarantee that was made last year because that's when the Barbados people came last year. They came right after we did our tour in March. They came in May. You know, they brought like 500 people from Barbados to celebrate in Crooksville in Liberia and also on Providence Island. You know, it's basically Barbados is basically talking about their link to Liberia because they found a settlement and some of their leaders. Arthur Barkley was from Barbados. He became president of Liberia. You know, the Barclays, the Howards, the Padmores. The Padmores basically, George Padmore was like a high-level Liberian diplomat to ambassador to the UN. You know, so the Padmores and the Howards and the Goodriches and all these other people like that come from Barbados, you know, and they made their mark on Liberian site. Now they're trying to reconnect that tie with us, so they might outdo us, man. Like, damn, man, I would love to see 500 African Americans come in Liberia, you know. We can't let them completely dominate. They're gonna rewrite Liberia sort of like they created Liberia. No, it was us, Black Americans, that created Liberia. Yeah, the other groups of people in diaspora joined us and helped build us and became part of us. The one thing about beautiful Liberia showed you Black people can work together because when people settled in Liberia, they became one people. You know, people always think that this people came from America. We all came from America. No, those people came from different parts of the diaspora. You know. And they all got lumped into one group called American Liberians. It's not the truth. Yeah. So people from Barbados have nothing to do with America. Why would they call American Liberians? You know, recaptured people from the high seas, dumped into Liberia. They were not American Liberians. You know, people from Brazil, people from Mexico, people from Panama. You know, Haiti, Jamaica. Are they all American Liberians? No. You know. So we could get rid of that so-called American Liberian nonsense, you know. It was not any super called American Liberian. It's not LARP to play the lottery, but you still got them scratch offs. So I don't understand what you're saying. Lottery in general is not LARP. It's not logical. Thinking you're going to freaking win big and playing money without after pilot, you realize it's not LARP. You know, it's not logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. You know, well, LARP. When you're a LARPist, you become. Let's see, what's the word I'm looking for? You become balanced. You know, you got foresight. You're reserved. You think before you act. You look at any situation. We have to go into business. Is that LARP, right? And then what you got to do is you have a business, right? I would suggest to people have a LARP committee. You know, okay, we got a committee. We got a whole bunch of people in management, but we have a special thing. We meet once a month, and this is our LARP committee. LARP committee decides what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, things that we're currently doing, things we're about to do, whatever like that. It has to pass the LARP test, you know? And then you basically have the best, most logical people doing that, you know, passing the LARP test. That saves a lot of problems. We go in the future. Does it pass the LARP test, you know? Is it necessary? Basically, is whatever you're doing, is it absolutely necessary and vital to your goals? If it's not, then it's not LARP. You know, LARP will solve a lot of things. You know, when people think, "Oh yeah, man," that's why I said I'm sick of crazy Negroes coming in. Oh man, Collar, we should do this, man. We gotta, you know, before we could do anything, man. I think everybody, we gotta give everybody a new name. The fuck are we guys? So we gotta stop what we're doing. And I got to rename everybody. You can put a new language, then we can start doing something. That's not LARP. It's not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable and practical. Sounds good, but it's not LARP. You understand? Collar believes in LARP. You know, nothing personal. I believe in LARP. If it's not logical, if it's not achievable, it's not reasonable, it's not practical, I can't get down with it. No matter how good it sounds, you know. That's why when people keep putting their bringing up these past leaders and whatnot, you know, Dr. Such and Such said this, Collar. You know, Shay Enter, whatever, said this, Collar. I read this in the book. Yeah, but the bottom line is this: the reason why none of these things work because maybe they weren't LARP. You know, I don't care how good your philosophy is. If it doesn't pass that test of LARP, it means absolutely no good. And people tend to exaggerate the success of people like this, you know. Doesn't to Liberia, LARP doesn't like what. So let me ask you, Chico. I go to Liberia every year. I have the time of my life, you know. So I shouldn't go to Liberia. You know, so Val Thomas, who has International Focus Magazine Consulting Group, he's bringing African Americans to Liberia, and they love it. Should they basically stop doing what they're doing? You know, should they stop doing what they're doing, Chico, to satisfy you? You know, so what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical? You know. But links to the chat room if you want to call in tonight, folks. I'm not gonna be here all night. If I don't get any callers in the next half hour, I'm shutting it down. It'll be a slow night tonight. You know, if I don't get any callers tonight, you know, I'll shut it down. But what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical? That is LARP. You know, I'm gonna make up a LARP song. Give me an L, give me an A, boom, 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 boom. Give me an R, give me a P. Where it spells LARP? Digga, 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 boom, 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 boom. LARP. You got to know LARP. LARP, LARP, like zigga, zigga, bang, boom, bang, boom, blah, 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 LARP. You know, I gotta make a song about LARP. You know, it's so much I want to do, man. I'd love to make a LARP, like a LARP hip hop beat, a LARP song, like a trap beat, whatever, like that. LARP, or not drill through your thick heads that everything has to be logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. You know, that is the philosophy of LARP. That's the acronym of LARP. You know, it's not the 1980s anymore. No, I'm just saying. You know, I know. You know, you can use a drill rap beat, whatever, like that. You know, I don't care. You know, I know what you mean. You know, I'm not going to talk rap like that. I'll get somebody to do a mumble rap. How about this? We do a mumble rap. You know, do one of your mumble raps. How about that, Steve? Would that satisfy you while you're sucking on your bush meat? You know, I do a rumble rap. You know, would that make you happy, Steve? You know, so, and you know, look. I don't know. I ain't gonna start no diaspora war tonight. You know, I was gonna play a video, but nah, I better not. You know, there's been toxic stuff in the air the last couple of days. I don't want to start no diaspora war. You know, not tonight. Tonight when I'm in a peaceful mood or not. Let's not start a diaspora war. You know. You know, so that shit's getting old anyway. You know, it's getting real old. You know, people fighting over what fucking piece of dirt they come from and everything. It's ridiculous. You know, really ridiculous. You know, no diaspora wars tonight. Yeah, no, we're gonna start that shit tonight. You know, none of that. You know, I'm tempted, but nah, I can't do that. You know. But in all fairness, I do get on everybody though. You know, one night, man, it's the American Negroes' turn. One night, it's the Africans' turn. I get on everybody. Everybody gets a turn with me. You know, I don't just say, you know, I just don't look at somebody and say you're an African. Let me pick on you tonight. You know, I don't look at you like you're Black American. You're Black American. Let me pick on you tonight. You know, everybody gets equal opportunity with me. You know, I give everybody equal opportunity. You know, if you doing something wrong, you're gonna get a whooping. You know, come in here, you know, and don't do it again. You know, so yeah. Were you in rehab? Why? Oh, rehab. Oh yeah, I caught malaria last year, typhoid. Almost died. I was like a paraplegic for like 2 months, but I couldn't walk. I couldn't do anything. I had to learn everything all over again. I had to learn how to brush my teeth all over again, wash my face all over again. I had to learn how to write all over again. I had to learn how to walk all over again. I was in a really bad situation, bro. You know, that malaria is no fucking joke. You know, no fucking joke, man. That was the worst time period of my life. You know, yeah, I caught it in Liberia, of course. Yeah, you know, that was the worst experience. I almost died. You know, I barely lived that shit, man. I almost died. You know, I was the first case of malaria they ever seen. You know. They said, "What's wrong with you, man? You got malaria." I was like, "Damn!" And I didn't get it till like about a week after I got back from Liberia. You know, I caught it on Liberia. I got a week later. I got dizzy. Like a week later, I went there on the ambulance, and they took me to the hospital. My heart rate was high. They said, "We're in the hospital." They put me in intensive care. Had I not been in the hospital at night, I would have been dead. You know, they hooked me up to a heart machine, all stuff like this. They kept me alive, man. So I almost lost. Y'all almost lost your brother last year. You know. I know one thing. I don't go to Liberia. I take my medication. The thing is, I wasn't taking my malaria pills. I'm thinking I'm African. I'm invincible. I realize now that the first 4 centuries living overseas and having some European DNA really does matter. You know, we can't just be there like, oh, I'm African. Like, yeah, you're a fool. Your body and everything like that is not built for the African continent anymore. You know, we could die of yellow fever, malaria, stuff like that. Stuff that I think Africans are almost immune to now. You know, we can't do it like that. So that's why when we go there, we got to know all these things. So no, we're not immune to malaria and stuff like that. You know, Africans somewhat are. They get malaria too, but when they get it, they can fight it off and they get resistant. Malaria can kill one of us, you know. Yeah, they catch malaria, but it's like they sleep it off for 2 days and sweat it out and whatnot. This and thing. They know how to deal with it. They take some medicine. They go like this, but that shit does not work with us, you know. Their bodies are stronger when it comes to resisting those diseases, you know. So you got people going to Africa where don't even have I didn't get no shots when I don't have the yellow fever shot, don't have their freaking malaria pills or not. Just going there. I mean, like I said, I would never tell anybody. I tell people all the time, you want to hear from me? Get your yellow fever shot. You know, it costs you like $500, right? Where it lasts for 10 years, right? Get a yellow card. Sometimes they let you in the country anyway. You're supposed to have a yellow card before you go in. That's called the World Health Organization. But sometimes if you don't have your yellow card, man, you slip the guy a little something, you get through the gate, you know. That way, that shouldn't be, you know, because people could die. Yellow fever is no joke, you know. It's how you change the DNA of mosquitoes and spread of different diseases. I remember, makes me wonder. I can't go. Bottom of African technology is so freaking behind, you know. Yeah, they could basically spread re-engineered mosquitoes to go out there and repopulate and kill that thing, you know. You know, do you have a sickle cell trait? I don't know. I had a cousin when I was 8 years old. My little cousin Stephanie, she was real beautiful. She died of sickle cell anemia. You know, I don't know if I got sickle cell trait, but I had a cousin that died when she was I think I was 9. She was like 8 years old, and she died of sickle cell anemia. You know. Sad situation, you know. Yeah, when you go overseas, you gotta take care of yourself. You really gotta take care of yourself. You really gotta take your malaria pills and everything, you know. Yeah. It doesn't even matter about your immune system, right? If you get malaria, you're gonna get malaria, whether you got a good immune system or not. I see malaria knock down people like in their 20s, you know. That malaria virus is no joke, you know. I ask you, you every year or so, you would go get college. Should we get dual citizenship in Liberia? Yeah, well, before I was against it, based on the fact that the attitude of most Liberians, but now I see that that element of Liberia is dying off. The Elvises of the world and the tribalists, they're gradually disappearing because the good thing about it is you got a lot of Liberians who may have native background, but they live in America and they basically have an outlook like Black America. They like, well, we see what our ancestors that came from America, how they see Liberia, how they see Africa in a different light. You know, all you do is have experience in America for a few years, and you come back to Africa like, okay, I could see why people would be against this or whatever like that. You know, and so that's what you have to deal with. So yeah, dual citizenship could work now for Black America. You know, it could work there. You know, if you have something to add to the country, you know, I don't want a bunch of Black African American deadbeats there. You know. Oh, evidently I don't have the sickle cell trait because I got it. You know. You know. Yeah, I was against dual citizenship, but ever since Val Thomas and Cynthia Blanford Thomas got their residency and they're on the path to once you get your permanent residency card, after 2 years, you can apply for citizenship. 2 years of living in the country, just 2 years. You can apply for citizenship, you know. So I'm all for it. You know, those Black people of America buying land, investing in this, helping out in education and contributing to the country. Yeah, why not? You know, but we know for a fact that the matter is you can't give up your U.S. passport citizenship because you're gonna have to come back to the United States sooner or later for business and recreation and stuff like that, healthcare and also like that. The Liberians aren't there, so I would suggest people they could probably live 6 months over there, 5 months over there, 6 months in America, or 7 months in America, 5 months over there. Something like that, you know. I don't think you could just say I'm living in Africa, and like that. No, I don't think we're ready for that yet. Particularly a country like Liberia, because the healthcare infrastructure in Africa is not ready for that yet. And you got to have a source of income. You got to have residual income. You know, if you could basically go back and forth and have businesses in America or just up in America, where you're generating at least $3,000 or $4,000 a month, you're good. You know, you're good in Africa. You know, and buy your own vehicle over there, you're good. You know, several ways you did those since the first trip to Liberia, but methods seem fraudulent to that. Look, there's a lot of people out there. I had one of my guys that basically got frauded out of $700 by people. Like, one thing you do not want to do is get caught with a fraudulent document in Liberia. You do not want to do that. That's the last country off earth you want to get caught with a fraudulent document. You know, don't do it. Do it the right way. You know, do it the right way. Right now, you don't even need in Liberia. You don't even need a freaking Liberian passport to do anything in Liberia. The U.S. passport is good for everything in Liberia. You go on property, on the business, whatever you want to do. You don't need citizenship or whatever like that. Even residency. You know, just the only thing you probably need is residency. You know, just apply for residency. You know, temporary residency, permanent residency, whatever like that. You know, so you have legal status in the country. You know. Like the one thing you do not want to do is listen to these fraudsters passing out fake documents, and you get caught with that in Liberia, you are in serious trouble. I mean, really serious trouble. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll tell you, anybody, don't do it. Anybody tell you anything different, and also don't buy any land from anybody. Don't listen to anybody telling you to buy land or whatever like that. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Have to get your passport was fraudulent, but the passport itself was no. If it look, I'm gonna tell you right now, even though like this, if they find out that it was done fraudulently and whatnot, because they have ways of checking, and you get flagged and whatnot, as in fact, they investigate that shit all the time. They go back and do an audit, how things were done, and if your flag comes up and whatnot, like, well, how did he get this thing? And he didn't apply for it. It took him only 3 weeks to get this and whatnot. And like that, how did he get past all these little things to get a passport? Trust me, they'll catch you. And about when you least expect it. It happens all the time, man. You do not want to get basically caught up in that shit in Liberia. Or basically the person who's doing the fraudulent stuff will turn himself in. And they'll say, who did you do this to? Next thing you know, you'll get a knock on your door. You pass a fraudulent document. So it's real. It's real. Don't do it. Yeah, you don't want that on your record. Then you can't come back to the country and whatever like that. You don't want. Just do it the right way. Just do it the right way. And too many black people would do things the wrong way or whatnot. They would think there's a shortcut to everything, Let's do the damn thing the right way the first time. You don't have to worry about all that, What knows about black people? They're always looking for a way how to cheat the system, no matter what the system is, It could be a black system. They're still trying to cheat and get over and get around the rules and everything like that. It's sad, man. Really sad situation, Sad situation, But so it is what it is, folks. $35 people watching and I only got 12 likes, man. That's really That's really messed up, folks. 36 people watching and only got 12 likes, man. That's just really sad, man. What did I do, to you people that you hate me so much, It's how June. Look, most African Americans don't celebrate Juneteenth. I sure the fuck don't, I don't know about. I mean, I'm not really buying this Juneteenth stuff or whatnot. I don't know. People want to do it when I just miss me. I missed the Juneteenth boat. I just missed the whole boat and ship and whatnot. The so-called importance of the shit. So I can't be like, oh, Juneteenth, but when I don't fucking celebrate the shit my damn self. If I don't celebrate, how am I gonna bring it to Liberia when I don't fucking celebrate? I don't give a rat's ass about Juneteenth. I don't. But there's a lot of Liberians who celebrate Juneteenth, There's like you got Liberians who celebrate Kwanzaa, and stuff like that. It's anything Black America, Liberians celebrate it, It is what it is, folks. Juneteenth, what is it, like June 19th or something like that, That's when the Negroes heard that they like this, Look, Dusty brother, ain't nothing free in this damn world, Pay the damn $50 for a damn fucking passport, man. Goddamn. Everything like this. Everybody, black people want something for fucking free, That's revenue. They give out those passports, they're trying to make money, They got money, they got budgets to meet, Why don't they give you a free passport, I don't know about Juneteenth. I have no fucking clue what Juneteenth was. You mean tell me y'all didn't know about the slave was ended like what a year after the Civil War or some shit like that? Like damn, that's some fucked up shit. I wouldn't be celebrating that. Damn, We didn't know slavery was ended. We didn't know we were free and whatnot. And then somebody came down and said, "Oh, y'all been free? Emancipation Park was 2 years ago. Oh, wow, man. Wow. That's us celebrate. That's what's called miscommunication. Not about trying to mock my ancestors and whatnot. They didn't know any better. Oh, no, I don't know. That's topic. Yeah, that's a little good far. I don't want nothing to do with African American so-called athletes. Do we really want Shaquille O'Neal with young white chicks hanging out in Liberia? Do we really want to see that? One I recently did what? But not all can make use of the Olympic team. Top athlete, but not all can make the Olympic team. Well, I don't know. Hey, look, there people do that all the time. You got a lot of Filipino Americans who play in the Olympics for their home country, the Philippines. You got people who play volleyball for the Dominican team, they're Americans. That happens all the time in the Olympics, So that happens all the time, Is she African American or is she Liberian descent? Is she a real African American, like African American, not just Liberian, in America? Is she African American, real African American like me, or is she a Liberian American? But that happens a lot. Nobody says it. I don't think there's any problem with African Americans doing a Liberian team and whatnot. I think, yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. We have to show the world that we have other options besides America. That's the point we're at right now, because we're being pushed. We're being cornered. White people don't understand something. You don't corner somebody you don't corner Black Americans. I know my people. You corner us, man. That's the most dangerous thing in the world. And white people are starting to corner us. What it means corner, it means that you don't give somebody a way out. Cornering somebody means that, oh, it's my way or the highway, and we're gonna subjugate you to like this attack on Ibrahim Traore, Black America, or the bringing of white Afrikaners to America, while you got Black Americans out of work, and you got we're watching Africans suffer in chaos, and you exporting Africans. You're cornering Black America, and the bottom line is, these people keep doing this. This country is going to go up in a race war. She's not African. She's Liberian. Reach out. Liberian. Reach out. Nah, she's African American. Okay. Except that she chased the Liberian. She closed with the other Liberian team members. And they like this. Her name is Maya McCoy. And she asked to switch back to the U.S. team recently. Okay. U.S. team was paying more money. Judge Joan Brown said that Black Union soldiers told them that they were free a year for, but the hard-headed Texas Dinko didn't pay attention and worked extra year for free. It is what it is, The bottom line is this: it is what it is. When dealing with the American Negro, nothing surprised me anymore. Nothing surprised me anymore. Maya, that's the same name as my grandniece, Maya. Maya. My grandniece spelled just like that, M-A-I-A, Maya. Okay, that's good. You doubt what's true, Oh, you talking about Dusty Brothers? You never know with Dusty Brother, man. You never know with him. Yeah, so top of the morning to you folks. We got nobody calling in tonight. I don't know how long I'm gonna stay on tonight. I can't keep talking to myself, but I thought I'd have somebody call. Even somebody who wants to debate me. You want to call tonight? It's a night to call in. You want to debate? Come in. Step right up. Step right up. Step right up. Step right up. If you want to rumble with the College Genesis, step right up. Are people just afraid of me or something? Am I that intimidating? And if people are terrified of me or something like that, what am I going to do? Bite you through the computer? You know, people like terrified Colin, man. Like, Colin, what you say? Like, look, man, I'm just one person, man. I just got one person, one opinion. You know, I mean, I say some true stuff, man, but don't take everything I say like it's gospel truth or whatnot. I'm not above criticism or scrutiny. You know, nobody is. You know. People can call in when there's drama. Yeah, I know it's that, right? When I'm sitting there building on some intelligent topic, nobody calls in. You know, that's a sad thing. So to get people calling in, I gotta do a topic. Why do Africans do this and why do Black Americans do this? Then everybody got a damn opinion. But something like this topic, right? No one has the intelligence to say, let's build on that. Exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. You know. I was saying because I'm listening to a lot of exaggeration, people exaggerating. Biggest exaggeration is, oh, there's 20,000 African Americans in Ghana. African Americans are coming to Ghana by the millions. That's a fucking exaggeration, you know, by Ghanaian enthusiasts. My good friend Dinas Samir, he's a Nigerian enthusiast. He says that you can make more money in Lagos, Nigeria than you can in New York City. That's an exaggeration born out of Nigerian enthusiasm, you know? Now he's an enthusiastic for things. Ooh, Honeyflower, man. Adama's trying to win your heart back, man. You know, Adama's trying to win Honeyflower's heart back. Ain't that sweet? You know, Honeyflower's like, I don't know, boy. You know, Adama, you be saying some weird stuff sometimes. Who knows? It could be a love connection. You know, they basically could, you know, Honeyflower and Dama could friggin', she could probably make a man out of him, you know? She could probably make a man out of him. Only a woman could make a king, a man out of him. She could probably choose him to make her a man. Then I'll be like, okay, Adama, you know, you do your thing, bro. Yeah, I don't see the appeal of Ghana. Most of the people who go to Ghana, I'm telling you right now, are from the Caribbean. You know, they're not African American. They're from the Caribbean. You know, So no, actually, Liberia is like the fifth stablest country in Africa. You know, Liberia is actually stable. You know, Ghana's stable, but there's like so many people disenfranchised. It's scary. You know, it's a beautiful country. Ghana's a beautiful country, but I think Ghana should be for Ghanaians. You know, for the most part, I don't think it can accommodate Black America. I just don't really think so. You know, there's no like frontier. You know, there's no like this. Liberia is at least a frontier. You know, that Black Americans can build on. You got whole sections of the country that are completely empty. Places like Sino and places like that, Maryland. These are places that are completely devoid of people. You know, so Liberia could be a place where you could have a few million African Americans theoretically, or Caribbeans or diasporans settle there and rebuild new cities and everything. You know, if Liberians were smart, that's what they would do. They open the country up like America did, you know, to immigrants from the West, you know. What is the best country in Africa? I don't know. From what standpoint? From African standpoint or African American, you know? For African standpoint, the country I've seen on Black Africa, I think I like Botswana and Namibia. Those are two of my favorite countries in Africa. And Angola. Those are my three favorite countries: Botswana, Angola, and Namibia. For Black Africans, you know, for African Americans, right? I would basically say South Africa, Liberia, Kenya. You know, So like I said, every time I forget, depression. Yeah, it does. It does bring some depression. You know, depression. You know, talk about stuff. You know, but at least we got to know the truth about the continent. You know, we can't exaggerate because it's too late when people sell all their house and property. And as a free, I'm going to Africa. I'm going to the motherland. And a year later, you see him in a Walmart. What the hell happened? You know, you made all this fanfare. I saw you on YouTube. Well, it didn't work out. You're back at Walmart with an EBT card trying to rebuild your life back together. You know, it happens all the time, you know. The lure of Africa, man. Africa is a lure. You see why Africa is like that, the jump off, like that one chick that is going to give it up, whatever, Yeah, but things are going to get better once we make them better, once we understand that we have problems. How you going to solve problems if you don't even believe there exist? That's the problem right there, There's some serious problems in the country, the continent, people like there's serious problems in Black America, Well, I like when you say African American with the emphasis, extra emphasis. It's futile. Honey flower is like it's futile. Man, let's not be like that, honey flower. I mean, granted, man, you got people like Afro Dumbass running around. Every dumbass does a show, man. I'll say, you know what angers me? When somebody like St. James up here, why you call him Afro Dumbass? He's Professor Afro Dumbass. And then I said, okay, let me give this guy a shot. So let's go to the show the other day, his channel, the Blats and whatnot, and I'm saying to myself, this disrespectful motherfucker, right? So this is what I'm talking about. I can't look, if you're on Afro Dumbass's show, man, don't come here, because you're full of shit, People always basically exaggerate the problems in Black America because they hate us, They say, oh, he just tried to tell you how. No. Look, the bottom line is this. People go by what they see on YouTube and fucking Instagram, was negative shit. And they say, that's Black America. So has anybody taken a camera and filmed 45 million people, Black Americans? No. So even if you basically look at what you see on social media, that's only like 1% probably of the population, So it is what it is, Have you seen the popular balloon? I don't know what that popular balloon is all about. Maybe I'm just old. I'm an old man. I don't know what the hell is, because somebody come up here and tell me what the hell is that popular balloon? What the fuck does that mean? I don't have no idea what a popular balloon show is. I would look like some of the things I would wish people tell me. I don't know nothing about. I'm seriously, I don't know anything. Most of the stuff I see out here nowadays, I don't know nothing about. I don't know what a drill rap is. I don't know who any rapper is. Young Dolph is dead, Collar. Didn't you hear? Who the fuck was Young Dolph? I don't know. Pop Smoke, Collar. He died, man. He was a second coming of Jesus Christ. Pop Smoke, whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, who the fuck was Pop Smoke? I don't know who he is. Another rapper that got killed in a restaurant. Remember, he's out with his girlfriend. They robbed him of his chain. Remember that guy? Rock something, whatever. I don't know who these niggas are. I don't know who any of these people are. But so, like I said, I wish somebody would educate me on this generation of stuff. Popular balloon. I don't know what the hell a damn popular balloon is. With honey flower, would you if you pop the balloon with Adama, what would that mean? Can you tell me what it is? If you pop the balloon with Adama, Mr. Adama, what would that mean? What does that mean? You like him, or does that mean you dislike him? What the hell is that? Yeah, somebody please get me up to date. What the hell is a popular balloon? I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know any rapper. What's up, honey flower? What's up, princess? What's going on?
Hey, there's this video that I wanted to show you like a couple of days ago, but it was totally not relevant to the topic. But I just wanted to show
Everything's
you the
relevant.
pop the balloon.
Everything. Look, your guy. Would you pop the Adama wants to go? I guess he wants to. Every time you come up, he's stalking you. Every time you show up, here's Adama.
I'm used to being stalked, so don't worry about
I know
it.
you're beautiful, man. Yeah, shit. If I was young,
It's not even that. It's just some people they're just drawn to me. I think sometimes people are drawn to a woman that can actually.
Are you a nerd magnet?
I think some people get like drawn to women that actually have an opinion on things, that speak their mind. Some men don't like that, but some guys do.
Yeah.
I really want to show you I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah, well, you can put it in the back chat when you like that,
Yeah, because I want you to see what's going on in Africa. The women, how they're rapidly changing.
Oh yeah, I see that. African. You said we played yesterday. The one African woman was like, "I want a white man." You know, it ain't funny, man. It's not funny. It's sad, man. We always think Africa is a place for refuge, the motherland, the continent, man. When you go over there and start seeing African
You
women,
gotta see how they're dressing. Oh my
oh
god,
yeah, dressing all
it's crazy. I'm looking
provocative and
for it.
shit,
I'm
you know.
almost. I gotta get to the. Oh yeah. This. Hold on. This lady has some big breasts. Oh my god, you have to see this.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to see that. Yeah. Yo, no,
No, but
DK
it's just
says,
shocking that they're dressing like this, though.
Kala, are you admit that you're a Liberian enthusiast? Yeah, but I don't exaggerate, you know. I mean,
Kala, I dropped the link
all right, let me see. Let's see what Honey Flowers talking
and put
about.
it on full screen.
All right, I'll do that. It's Popular Balloon. It's an hour long.
No,
You
don't
know,
play the whole thing. Play
I
the
know.
beginning. I
What do you want
want
me
you
to
to
put?
look
What
at
do you
how
want
the
me to
women
start
are
it at?
dressed. Just the beginning, the opening.
Oh yeah,
Because they
man.
show
Yeah.
the women in the beginning of the video.
Where are these women from?
Nigeria.
I should have known. You know.
Somebody said women that say that has high levels of fear in in chout in them. I don't know what he's talking about. MGTOW.
You don't get anybody to call your own. You go my trip person, we go show you say love is sweet too. And anybody will want join the game if let's go chocolate. I go fine boy, where they find wife oh. You go see what material
What the hell?
blow you up.
That's what I'm saying.
God damn.
How are Africans allowing this?
Yeah. Bottom line is this, you know, it's just like now some people will say, you know, they'll just say to me, Kala, you gotta understand, you know, that's their culture. See, twerking goes back thousands of
That's
years.
crazy.
Every
I
time,
was blown away when I saw this.
but there'll be some people, these like I said, a lot of dusty, horny dudes in the Pan African space will say that's from the motherland. These are no, it's ratchet African style. You know, they'll say that's the motherland. That's an African dance.
I think it's Instagram.
Yeah.
Keep playing it. It
Yeah,
gets worse.
see. Oh Lord.
To the on-game show. And if you've been so lonely, you don't get anybody to call your own. You go my trip person, we go show you say love is sweet.
I think I'm Papa Balloon,
anybody
whatever.
will want join the game if let's go chocolate.
Oh, she's a cutie.
Fine boy, where they find wife oh. You go see white material where go blow you off. And if you say you be lady and you define husband, anything where you want to get, as long as you live for the on-game show.
Want to get your clients?
Okay, I think these other women are decent, but the first ones were I was just blown away by that. I was like, what the hell?
Well, can you explain to me what the Popular Balloon means?
So basically, Pop the Balloon was originated in Nigeria by this lady named Nans Mirage, and it's a dating show where everyone has a balloon, and so sometimes if it's women, all the women stand in a line, and then they have a balloon, and then the guy walks in. Wait, let me reverse it. Yeah, a guy walks in, and if he's unattractive, they pop the balloon. That means that they're not interested. But if they keep their balloon, that means that they're interested in him. Now, this lady named Arlette, she copied this Pop the Balloon show from Nigeria, and it became popular in the United States. And now most, Black people are making these Pop the Balloon dating videos. But I find it so superficial because how are you just gonna judge someone based upon how they look? Like, you don't even get to know their personality.
Well, I seen the one where the girl was saying, "See, I need a guy that's gonna stand up to me when you seem too nice, whatever, you know." You see, like a nice guy.
Too whatever. Nice.
She said, "Yeah." She said the guy seemed weak. I like a guy that that could stand up for himself, whatever, like that. Black American girl. You know, she was like, "Well, you're too nice. You're
How
too."
can you tell someone is too nice when you barely even got to know
Well,
them?
she's like, he goes, "You're too willing to please," or something like that. You know, something like that. She's like,
Wow, I
something
don't
like,
know.
"You're
These
too willing.
women
You're
are
too willing to please. You're too. You know, I don't like guys that I could walk all over and stuff like that." You know, that's what she said. You
because
know.
he was probably being, well mannered, having manners, a
Yeah, like I said,
gentleman.
yeah, that seems like it doesn't work. You know, with a lot of women. You
It
know,
doesn't. It doesn't. They
yes,
don't like nice guys and all that. That's not.
nice guys finish last. That's why
Yeah, they're
when I
not
was younger and
attracted to that.
I was a jerk. You know, they like women liked it. You know, I was a freaking jerk. So you know, I'm saying, so I had fun. I got it out of my system. And I got older. I was like, okay, now it's time to be a nice guy. As I get older.
But you see how that lady with the big boobs. I mean,
Yeah.
like it's very uncommon for an African woman to leave the house looking like that. So I'm just confused as to how the way social media is accelerating this
Yeah. Social
degeneracy
media is
is out of
changing everything.
control.
Social media is changing everything. Now you got innocent girls in the village twerking, and I see this one video on Reels. Reels is the worst. You know,
On
Reels on
Facebook
Facebook.
or Instagram.
No, I don't. I don't even do Instagram. Instagram got Reels too.
I try to stay away from that stuff.
Yeah.
It's
I
disgusting.
have no idea how I got it on my timeline, whatever like that. And this one African girls, they're getting so friggin' ratchet. You know, this one
Yeah.
girl does videos with her constantly taking off, removing her panties, and then
Are you
showing them.
serious? God,
Huh?
women are. Why are women so quick to be sluts? Like I don't understand this.
I don't know. It's like that's the thing now. The society's telling them that it's being free. But then when you judge them and say, you know, that's not appropriate, they say, oh, you're being oppressive, Kala. You know, you are being
Shame
oppressive.
is missing in society. Like I- it's just missing. Like me, my thing is this: if I'm gonna do something bad, I'm not gonna show the world. I'll do it behind closed doors like a
Yeah, that's what I'm
normal
saying.
person. You know what I'm
There's no
saying?
shame anymore.
Yeah, it's like
People always
put
want
it
to
all over
show
the
you
internet.
their. I like half the stuff I be saying. I said I did not need to see this. You know, keep it to yourself. You know,
They
yeah,
do
keep it to
also say,
yourself.
like, you see how the comment said it pays in some situations. Yeah, like a lot of women think, okay, I need to get money, or they want to just get money real quick, so they'll just prostitute themselves online or
Yeah, that's all it
OnlyFans
is
or
prostitution. You know, the mouth.
pornography or something like that.
It leads to OnlyFans and something like that. Once you get used to that money, like on TikTok, I think if you buy a rose or something like that, that's money. You know,
Yeah,
yeah, a rose
I
and
don't
whatnot. You buy
know,
a
man.
rose or stuff like that,
I'm
or
starting to notice that women truly, like, the women truly worship money. They'll do anything for money.
yeah,
Kind of crazy because you think that a man would be the one that's like so thirsty for money, do anything for money, but it's like women will prostitute and sell themselves, spread their legs open, and all
yeah.
types of crazy stuff for
Just
money.
sad,
Like
sad
they
situation.
worship it.
Sad situation. And the bottom line is, so when people come up to me and tell me, Carla, man, why is marriage rates down or not? You know, so I tell them, well, there's a lot of reasons because there's no incentive. If you could stay on
Yeah,
Instagram and TikTok and make
and
like
jack off all
$1,000 in
day.
one day, doing flirting with like 20 guys and making everyone think like they got a chance with you, whatever, like that. Why would you want to? What would you need a man for? Now you could go hit the clubs. You can have your time. You don't have to go to a job. You can hit the clubs. You can go out with whoever you want to go out with. You hang out with your girls, whatever like that. You know, a woman theoretically will do it that until they can't do it no more, until they're like in their 50s. You know, then they
It's to
suddenly
control the
saying,
birth rates, to be honest, because if women prostitute themselves like that and, they sell content and they liberate themselves, they will have no reason to settle down, get married, and have
exactly,
kids.
and that's what the why we have a low birth rate now. You know, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
The United States,
Let me
yeah,
ask Honey Fly this: why are you so um intrigued by these African women doing this when Western women do this all the time? And you
because
live in the
African
West, so
culture,
you
they
should
whip
be
your
used to
ass.
this.
They whip your ass as a woman. Like if you go out dressed crazy, your brothers find you, they'll beat
Oh
your
yeah, man.
ass.
In Africa, they do.
Who does
Like
that?
girls,
Who does
In
that in
African
but
Africa?
they beat
culture,
her. They
yeah, they
beat this
will. They'll
woman
beat
because
your
she was
ass.
Huh,
dressed.
let me ask her who does that in Africa? Where is that happening in Africa?
African
Nigerians, a lot of
brothers,
people, especially in rural areas, a woman goes out there
African
dressed the same way.
fathers.
There's
Okay,
men keep their hair
Africa is
done.
a big place. So what specific place?
Oh, you want to
Like
see it now? You want me to play a video?
all different Africans. I had West African friends that if they did something that their parents did not approve of, they got whooped. Like it doesn't matter how old they are. Your dad will slap
That's everybody. Everybody get whipped
No, it's not that.
when
No,
when
it's not
you
that.
under your when you still in your
America's
parents'
accepting.
house.
No,
That what we're saying
they will
is
hit you if you're older too. You don't have to be under your parents.
Okay, so where is this happening? Are you talking about Sudan, or is this what they do
it
over
happened in
there?
Nigeria.
No, it's just an African culture.
Okay, well these are women who, I mean, they're clearly modern women, but they just happen to be in Africa, and they seem like they're having a good time. So what's the big
That
deal?
behavior is just I don't know. It's just you don't understand it because you don't understand African culture. Like a woman can bring shame to her family. Like you can ruin your family's name.
That I don't think that's. I think that these are grown adult women, okay, making their own choices,
Yeah,
and
because
it don't have it don't
like
have
that.
nothing to do with anything outside of themselves as people.
But you like the thotty women. Like you talk about how you go to strip clubs and stuff like that. So of course you're gonna defend them.
I'm not defending anything. I'm just looking at it. I mean, Africa is gonna become modern, honeyfire. I mean, it's not gonna just
Well,
like
it's
the
not like that.
West.
Like, it doesn't. You can be modern,
Not
but you
good
don't
for
have to have women walking around acting like that.
not good for society. Like it destroys society, pornography, all that crazy stuff. It just destroys society, destroys women. I'm actually true feminist, believe it or not. Which means I believe in women not being like men not objectifying women. Like I don't like objectification of women. I see us as human beings. Like yes, men can think we're attractive and everything like that, but there's a limit. Like I just don't agree with that. Because when you objectify a woman, you just dehumanize her. You take away her humanity. And right now, women are just, they're spiraling out of control to the point where they're just completely degrading the image of what it means to be a woman.
Yeah. Now
Completely
that you got
degrade.
men out there. They're saying, okay, anybody can. So the image of women is being hypersexualized and stuff like that.
Hold on,
Now,
Tyler.
basically, you got men out there saying, I can fill the role of a woman.
Someone said, right. Now, someone said Honey Flower is not innocent. She a big old hypocrite. You will not find one video of me on the internet. You will not find any image of me on the internet. I'm super low key. If I'm going to do my thing, trust me, nobody's going to know. And I'm not going to make it so obvious. And I'm not going to sell it. I'm just like a regular, normal person. Everybody does things behind closed doors. But the problem is, displaying it, showing it, commercializing it. That's not right, in my opinion.
It's not.
It's just not. No.
This woman.
I just wanted to show you that video. I just found that.
I'm gonna find this video. I'm gonna find this Chase woman. I'm gonna find a video. This woman was
What
dressed
was
up
the topic?
provocative, and the whole village came out and said, "Hell no!" It was in Africa. It was a couple of years ago.
Like if I was, like when I said last time I have a rotation, I didn't mean it like that. But if I had a whole bunch of niggas sleeping with, you think my family would be okay with it? We would have a
It's
huge
like
family
it's like
meeting.
this, right? Women have guys, like most guys they have on friend zone. Most
Yeah.
guys they have on friend zone, whatever like that. And the bottom line is this: anybody who thinks that women are out here just doing all that, these guys don't know women.
I can't even do it if I wanted to. I have a big family. They're gonna be watching me, yelling at me and stuff like that. Doesn't matter how old I
That's
am.
most women care about their reputation.
Yeah.
And so, bottom line is this: so when you said that, I understood what you meant. Women do have most guy friends and whatnot. Just guy friends. That's how women are. They're just my friends. But the bottom line is, it's always gonna be that one they pick. It'll be 10 guys, but that one they're gonna pick. Next thing you know, you stop calling the other them, and the other one's like, "Man, where's such a honey flower? Oh, We haven't seen her in a week, whatever like that. I've been trying to call her when what happened. You finally found the one, you know, and the rest of the guy just realizes there is now. Now you have to
I
understand.
actually respect my father. You know, I actually care about his honor. If I disgrace my father's not alive. He passed away. If I disgrace myself, I disgrace my own father. I can't do that.
Yeah, and people don't understand that. I'm telling people all the time. I said, look, the females for the most part, when they get that one guy, and also a lot of females, you gotta understand something. 9 times out of 10, most guys, you're in the friend zone. You're a friend. Most females they'll have 20 guys in the friend zone. That's what a
Oh
friend
no,
zone's
I don't
for.
have 20 guys. I just have two
Well, some
guys.
guys, some women, I'm gonna say just people they know and whatnot, but every one of those guys in friend goals think they got a chance, at you,
Yeah. Men need to try to diversify, like stop being like I noticed that I attract clingy guys and they cling on to me for dear life. Like I don't tell them like I let them talk to other women and stuff, but for some reason they just cling on. Like I don't get that. But men need to also try to diversify themselves, like
Yeah.
try to talk to as much women as you can so you're not
Somebody says, "Well, damn, you're rare. Most women don't give a damn about the fucker."
I'm a daddy's
That's a
girl.
sad friggin' situation. The first man a woman falls in love with or loves is her father. If you don't have a father or a father figure or father in your life, you have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you have nothing. You're nothing without a father. My father passed when I was young, but I was his favorite child. I was like the apple of his eye. So I really don't like my mother like that. She's a narcissist, but I really, really like I was really, really close to my father. So anything that I do, I think about I'm not trying to myself because that would be degrading to my father and stuff like that.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like in African culture, you have to kind of think about the honor and the shame that you bring to your family.
Yeah,
Like
they do. They do that. I'm dealing with that myself.
it's
Like
a huge thing,
me personally. Like I was like when I was with Isabella for years right that day. I felt saying, "What's he gonna do? What are you doing? I know he comes over here every year, but what is that relationship going with? And there's a lot of
Yeah,
pressure.
right?
African families are involved, and I always
Yeah,
say, man, why do people get mind their business? It doesn't work like that in African culture. Everyone's sitting around talking about you and your relationship, whatever like
especially
that.
if you don't have kids, they obsess about that. Like, why are you not having kids? Like, they're all in
Yes.
business.
Yeah, they're like what kind of family life you have and stuff like that. Now I
Yeah,
see why black American females are record. Yes.
American culture, they need to bring shame back. Like that
How
thing.
you gonna do it? Because the whole thing is we Black America used to have shame, but when we basically
Yeah,
integrated with their society, right? We took on their ways. White people never had shame,
it
you
needs to
know.
come back. Like it just needs to because at this point, like it's getting out of control.
Yeah. So, like we'll tell David Hill said like that. Wet ass pussy was a freaking #1 song in America. Oh no, here goes Ja. We must have said something defending white people. You know what I'm saying? So
The
But
guy
let
from
me
Ohio.
let me ask you this, Colin. Let me ask you. So, what do you mean by like Black America is being cornered? Like cornered in what way?
well, I'm saying Black America is like this. America basically is saying it's our way or the highway, and Black America saying no, we got to like Phil Scott. Listen to Phil Scott today, and he was basically saying how he's made a video how this one woman was like telling white people, why you guys keep coming on our platforms? We said, okay, you don't like us, leave us alone. White people will not leave us the fuck alone. We're trying to do our own thing, trying to build our own businesses, trying to be like this, socialize with ourselves, right? Though social media could be the excellent place, right? But they
Yeah.
always find a way how to interject themselves, like and stuff like TikTok, right? I wish there was a black TikTok, we could block them out.
Even
They
if
Well,
it's
basically
look,
art,
personally
Tyler,
tag
if
most
themselves to
people
our
won't.
videos and
I
saying
don't
go
believe
in our
that.
lives, you
I
know.
don't believe that. You know why? Because
What do you mean you don't believe it? I'm
no,
saying,
here's
look,
why.
look, hold
When white
up.
people come around, if you tell them that they're not welcome, you tell them that,
Oh,
hey,
get the hell out of here.
you're not
You've never done
welcomed
a
here,
show. Hold up, you've never
and
done
you
look,
ask them to leave, they'll leave.
Shama. You've never done a show, a YouTube channel. You never I did Blog Talk Radio. You can say all you want, they'll still be there. You know? Me and Bomani had this fucking white supremacist guy. I couldn't get rid of this guy. This guy, not only that, this guy called all my business partners and said, "You see what this guy said? Trying to turn me out."
What the fuck?
So I'm saying to myself, these people do not go away. You know, they do not
They're
go away.
watching right now. I know it. The white people.
They never freaking go away. And I'm saying to myself, why am I listening to what they got to say on TikTok? I'm scrolling my TikTok and I'm seeing this racist shit. Why the fuck is that in my fucking for
Just
you? I have no idea.
TikTok. Delete
Huh?
it. Delete it. It's brain rot content.
I am. I'm going to delete TikTok, man. I give it freaking. Give me another month, and I'm going to freaking. It's gone. You know, I just use it because I get a lot of content from there. But bottom line is this: I don't want nothing where they can reach me or not. You know, whether it's Facebook or anything like that. You know, YouTube, whatnot. They're here. It's very safe. When they come in the chat room talking their stuff, I just immediately delete them. They're gone. You know, and so I'm like this. Look, if I'm like this, I think this should be a thing. Now I have white friends and whatever like that, but not this. This is when I'm talking to my own people, you know? I don't want to be sitting here, oh, hey, I'm the friendly white guy. Remember me? Get the fuck out of here, you know? I'm talking to black people in this
for the friendly.
you know? So that's what I mean by being cornered, you know? They keep doing this, right? Like, what you call it? Like, people are saying there's a new thing going on now where you got these liberals are going around saying Donald Trump is showing his hatred of Black America. He wants to get war. First of all, that's our determination what we do with Donald Trump or whatever like that. Don't get us. They're trying to force us out there to fight for the LGBTQ, these immigrants that we don't give a damn about. That's what I mean by being cornered, you know? You know, it's like, damn, okay, we say we don't want to be involved with this political process.
Liberals are doing that. The
liberals. Liberals mostly are doing it, but conservative liberals work
it's
together.
actually black liberals that are pushing that.
Yeah, and what you call it, now that conservative liberals, don't be fooled. They work together. You know? When it comes to black people, they're on the same page, you know? Conservatives want you to believe that all black people support the gays. We all support crime. We all support open borders. We're lawless, everything like that. And basically, you know, that's what they do because they don't want they don't want white people to say, you know, something. Let's reach out to some black people because I talked to a black guy the other day. He made a lot of sense. According to conservatives, we don't have black people who have sense about fiscal responsibility. We got black people who have different opinions about DEI and stuff like that. They just freaking corner us into this thing where these people are lawless. They believe in DEI. They try to take no, that's not the case. We just want a fair shake of what's rightfully ours, you know. But they keep cornering us and whatnot, and pretty soon we're gonna strike back, you know, and stuff like that. They're creating a war, you know, a fight we didn't start. You know, they're starting this. We didn't start this. You know, they did. You know. So, like I said, this lady who called a kid the N-word in Minneapolis, you know, they raised $1 million for this lady. You know.
Yeah.
You know, that's provoking black people, you know.
Good. Well, let me ask you, why is it that how can liberals can't make black people do shit?
Yes, they do.
Okay,
Yes,
they can't make us support anything. They can't make us. They can't. No, they can't. We have agency.
Can you listen for a second, bro?
They trauma bond
agency because you don't have any power. They basically use things like Martin Luther King. They take what Martin Luther King they recreated Martin Luther King in their own image, you know? And so therefore, just like they recreated Nelson Mandela, they used Nelson Mandela against black South Africans. Oh, he was about the rainbow, everybody and whatnot. And they said, no, the black people I remember Madiba, he was a black nationalist, you know, whatever like that. White people rebranded him as a South African hero, that lover of all races and rainbow country and whatnot, you know. So that's what I'm hearing how liberals do. Liberals basically go and rebrand our culture, our structure, make it seem like black people are fighting for DEI which most black people say less than 4% of black people benefit from DEI. So how is that a black issue that we got to fight for? It's mostly white gay men, liberal white women, and all these other people that benefit from the shit. But we're out here fighting for it, So let me get Ja on. Go ahead, Ja. Ja, you're on.
Well, look, Ja.
Hey,
Okay,
Carla.
go ahead.
Hold up. Go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead, Ja.
Carla. Yeah, I listened to the show last night, man, but I couldn't come on.
Yeah, I'm taking some cracks at you. I know, but
I know,
it's all
man.
good.
You kept saying stuff, You're
You would bother me
my
the other
point,
night,
but
man. It seemed like you was like Johnny Cochran for the white community,
nah, that's how you're interpreting
He
it,
was
man.
like, if
Oh,
it don't,
you ever
if
read
it
The
don't
Art of
fit, you
War,
don't
bro?
quit. If
You
it
ever read
don't
The Art
fit,
of
you
War,
just
man?
quit.
You ever read The Art of War,
Yeah, I
man?
read The Art of War.
All right, yeah, it's kind of like that, man.
So
You
what
can't
I'm saying,
antagonize. Sometimes you gotta,
I'm not antagonizing.
you gotta be diplomatic, bro.
I'm saying I'm diplomatic as all as I could be, but the whole thing is this. So what I'm not going to do is basically shut up. That what white people want us to do is just shut up. Say they were black conservative, just shut up. We're tired of hearing everything, and they want us to be like love, peace,
Shut
and
up about
happiness.
what?
About slavery. That's what it's all about. Slavery.
Yeah, but then you got overlap with the black conservatives too, right?
Well, I'm saying the black conservatives basically what they want to do is basically go and tell them white people like, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones. I'm not like the rest, like the Brandon Tatum.
Yeah, they're overdoing it.
It's
Brandon
the only
Tatum
thing
and
is
them.
I am one of the good ones. Black people, you're right about black people, but I'm one of the good ones. I see your point and everything like that. And these people completely miss the fact that
Paula, can I say something?
Yeah,
In
go
the
ahead.
beginning, like a few years ago, I used to watch those black conservatives because I thought they were trying to go back to being conservative and
So did
fix
I.
the culture. But as the years go by, they're just creating very harmful videos that is actually causing black people to be targeted.
Yeah, like the Hodge twins and that's just hateful,
Now they're pushing like hate racial propaganda.
Yeah,
but you guys overlap with those guys a bunch. I hear the same talking points here.
We're talking point. I never
the
said
whole
black people need to be rounded
Obama
up.
bad.
Hold on. Look, hold on. Black people are allowed to critique our culture inside because I love my people. I want to see us do better or whatever like
And
that.
I can
We do got
criticize
problems in our community.
Africa because
But
I'm
these
African.
people right here basically are saying that people like me don't even exist. That every black person, you look at a black person, he's going to rob you. Carl Jensen is going to rob you, He's going to kill you, rape you and whatnot. You're like, don't trust him. That's what a lot of white people are led to believe.
Yes,
there's
they're
no good
putting a
black
lot
people,
of propaganda out there to
I think one of the
incite
biggest critiques
racial
for you from a
hatred.
black conservative side would be more of they probably don't believe in like the Pan Africanism or trying to link with African. They'll probably talk about Africa.
Hold up, let
like
me ask
Trump
you a
talks
question.
about it as a shithole.
John, let me say this. First of all, like I said, like guy iTuber was saying like tonight, he says his sister played for the Liberian team in the Olympics. Well, that's good, right? Do you know that I know people that come from Saudi Arabia, Israel, whatever like that. They live in white middle America, and basically, when they Pledge of Allegiance, they say, "No, I come from another country," whatever like that. You got Chinese white people accept their diversity, their differences, and whatnot. They'll even defend the fact that Japanese. A lot of white Americans will articulate why Japanese bombed them in Pearl Harbor. They said, "Well, we were doing this, we did embargo them, we like this." But somehow, when it comes to the African American, right, we have no rights to any legitimate grievances. They even have about, we did take land from the Indians, we did take land from the Mexicans. Yeah, we did put Chinese people, did this. We did put the Japanese in concentration camp. When it comes to African Americans, whatever pain and grievance that we have, we're supposed to just shut up. You see what I'm talking about?
That's not true because
it isn't true. It isn't
you
true.
Hear people all the time saying
no. What I'm saying is, what they do is
we
do talk, right, and we be talking among ourselves. They come in our comments and say, see what they're talking about? Why is everybody, even if, let's say you don't agree with it, let us talk amongst us. Like I said, I'll be talking to my show, and you got white people coming in my chat room. Why are you talking about this? Blame white and whitey. No one's even talking about white people. They come in my chat room talking about, oh yeah, you hear blaming the white man for everything. I had a guy the other night. I debated this guy Ja, that called in. Not you, but it was another Ja that called in and basically said, "Yeah, you guys always." I said, "Who's the hell?" I didn't mention white people all night. Well, black people always blaming white people for everything and blah blah. He listened to these talking points. In other words, basically, they listen to black conversations, and we say things that's on our mind, our hearts, whatever like that, how we feel about certain things, and they take it as, oh, we're attacking white people or whatever like that, Well, it's other groups of people, was the Arabs. I've seen freaking Arabs, like when the Iraq war was going on, you had the Arab American community, the Iraq American community was sitting there like George Bush is wrong, blah, blah, blah. They were given legitimacy. Yeah, I don't think
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
My observation of everything as of right now, white people in the United States, it does seem like there's racial tension and everything, but I'm noticing that white people are more focused on the Islamic and Muslim invasions that's happening in Europe. Like, I don't think because I was watching videos today and the people were pretty much saying like, okay, they're not mentioning black people or Africans as much as they're mentioning the Muslims. So
yeah, the Muslims are actually a real threat. These people like that. People like
black people are kind of like not that much of.
But has a thing, Honey Flower, has one thing you overlook, right? Now, in people like Sweden, these people basically are trying to make the Sweden Islamic Republic, and Swedes are fighting back. We want our country back, Same thing with Ireland, same with all these countries like that, right? That's a real fight.
They're going through a real invasion.
So, but the thing is with black people is
and all that taking over.
Check this out. The thing with African Americans, right? Not Africans, right? African Americans is people of how historically been seen. We've been presented to the world as people that, ever since the Dred Scott decision, these people are not even human. So anybody can look down on them, dismiss them, that you have no legitimate gripe as a person. If you're African American, you have no gripe to say anything. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So that's what it is. Although they're taking the Muslims seriously, they don't even bother even taking us seriously as a threat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not really.
If they hate us so much, right? But if they was basically galvanizing against us, I would respect that, But they don't even think it's enough of us to friggin' really treat us like a threat,
Yeah.
It's like we're just so powerless and so weak and insignificant that they don't have to do anything, but just keep us controlled by.
I think they see the LGBT as more of a threat than African Americans, honestly.
Yeah, they are. But the bottom line is this: with black African Americans, basically,
and liberal whites, they're starting to really.
Liberal rights are really threat to them.
They hate the liberal whites
because you got liberal whites who are trying to keep all these illegals here. It's like, and you got. I said, what the hell do you get out of friggin' people who are criminals, right?
Yeah, these cartels.
You got whites basically willing to go to jail, judges willing to go to jail to protect them. That's more of a threat to them.
And it's a lot of.
Well, see, here's what you got to look at, Kala, is that the Latinos with the National Council of La Raza, they have a new name now, but they heavily lobby the U.S. government, and they've done it for decades. They've been doing it since the 60s. While we were marching for civil rights, they were creating the National Council of La Raza, and like I said, they've been lobbying the U.S. government for decades, and they got money in the hands of all these politicians. So when you say and these judges and stuff, so like their money runs deep. Like their networks and stuff that they have, it runs deep, and that's what you're really looking at when you look at those cases.
White liberals really want to stick it to conservative white. It's not.
It ain't got nothing to do with white liberals. It's just the fact that they lobby.
Hold on.
It's just the fact that.
That's what I'm saying. The white liberals basically. This is the thing. You got two types of white Americans, right? You got the white American, basically, who believe in true blue, conservative, values, patriarchy, and all stuff like that. Mom, dad, apple pie, right? Then you got white people who don't fit into that mold, right? You might have a gay son or a lesbian daughter, you know. You might have a son that's a draft dodger, whatnot, you know. So all those white people will get put in the left column, you know. And these two groups of people are battling for supremacy on
Yeah,
white.
they're eroding the American core values.
Yeah. And these two
And
groups
the
of white people are
Christian
battling
values.
each other.
Don't
And
forget.
what they do is they incorporate Latinos, blacks in there to get their numbers up. That's how Obama won, you know. And so, like this,
Isn't it called? There's a word for it. I forget. It's not Marxism, is it?
Yes, cultural Marxism.
Yeah, they're just blending everything together. Disabled people, LGBT,
Yeah,
black.
cripples, retards. You know, all these people are that's what they do. You know, I said
Like
I told this one guy. I said,
at the Gay Pride March, they had a free gays for Palestine.
yeah, they said,
Well, if they
Black
went to
Lives Matter. They have the black and the trans, the Black Lives Matter and the trans flag together one night. I'm like,
Black
I told
Lives
this one guy,
Matter
you
for
comparing me to a
Palestine.
fag, man, a fag, you know, or something. You know, it's like this.
Yeah,
Hey, let me get John.
too.
Hey, John, finish what you were saying.
They have the pedophiles too on their side. They
Oh
have
yeah, the pedals.
Yeah,
Actually, there's a debate on that whether they should
I'm
include the pedals with them.
I'm gonna get a couple of sentences out, then I'm gonna let you guys go again.
Go
So
ahead.
what I'm saying is, you see, I heard the talking point a second ago again. I don't know, like, you remember the first time you use like invasion when you're talking about immigrants? You remember the first time that happened?
Yeah.
Was that a more recent thing? Is that a
No, hold on. If millions of
past?
people look, I watched it in real time. People coming across that border, unvetted, nothing
under
like that.
Biden and Kamala.
Yeah, so that is an invasion.
Okay. Do you remember being concerned about immigration in Germany or Sweden or something like that? When did that
all the time, man. Everybody, the whole world is dealing with.
So let me ask you a question. Was that 10
people,
years
third
ago you
world
started
invasions
thinking
all over the
this?
world.
Was it 2 years ago, a year ago? You know, when did that happen? You know?
Well, Germany, basically, Germany opened up its country to these people, and you know what they got for it? Women being raped, killed, and
So my question to you is, when did you begin to care about this issue?
Well,
And
hold
use
on.
the
My whole
talking
thing is,
point
me personally,
of the same
I'm like this. I look
conservatives that
a
you
couple of
say
years
you're
ago.
not a
I
part
was
of.
I was always a thought about back in 2004 in Virginia Beach, an illegal alien was drunk and he killed two young girls in a head-on collision, right? And he got the thing is, that's what I started realizing. I said he was in the country legal. Then one time we had a legal alien. I had a cop friend of mine he was like sitting there like had no license, no nothing like that. And the cop was like, "Man, I had to turn him loose." He goes, "Why?" Because I got higher ups told me that we can't do nothing. And then I realized a couple of years later, the state of New York is giving driver's license to illegal aliens, right? And that makes it hard on me because now my license, right? The driver's license is the most powerful ID you can have in America, not no more. Because that means the driver's license means you have a social security card, a birth certificate, everything, legit. Now you got people who don't have any of that and giving licenses. Now we got to pay for special licenses, let them know that we're license O or license A, whatever like this. And then people could drive on the roads nowadays with no insurance, no nothing like that, because you can't have insurance unless you really have a social security. So a lot of these people are hitting people, hit and run. They have no insurance. So I started learning about this like a decade ago. That is a problem. I didn't think it was like a problem like millions of people. I just knew there was people here they like that, but I didn't know it was on this magnitude until Biden was elected. That's what I thought.
I mean, don't you order from DoorDash?
So when
they're all illegals.
When Obama was
everywhere in my area,
that's the other
all the
question.
DoorDash are white and black. Virginia's no joke, man. They don't play that here.
When Obama was in, right, it was reported that you had something like 11 million undocumented people at that time, right?
They're saying illegal, not undocumented. They have no right to documentation, so they say illegal aliens.
Okay, so 11 million. I'm gonna say undocumented, illegals.
Okay, that's a PC word.
11 million people here illegally.
No?
All right, cool. That was back then, so it's been a big number. I mean, it's 5% of the population or something like
Yeah.
that, and it's been that way for forever. So when did your rhetoric change? That's what I'm trying to
Well,
figure.
my rhetoric changed. Like back then, I knew it was a problem, but it wasn't affecting me. But until basically back in 2000, I think it was 2015, Hillary Clinton was a senator in New York. She worked with that governor, the attorney general, old attorney general, to get friggin' fast track illegal aliens the right to drive in New York, absent like that. That's what I woke up right about 2000, about 10 years ago. You know. And that's it's
Now, if
crazy.
you have an open mind to this, I mean, if you come here from a foreign country, you can drive on a foreign license. You know that, right?
Yeah, but hold up. You still in this America, you still gotta go and get permission, because you gotta get a driver's license. You could switch your foreign license and get
No.
a permit to drive. Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Carla,
yeah.
can I answer
If
the
I'm not wrong,
question real quick?
go to a rental car company.
Can I answer
Show
the
your
No,
question
no,
real
rental
quick?
car company. Look, how they gonna check your name in a database and stuff like that, where you live at, verify where you live.
No,
You know how hard it is to get a rental car,
I'll
bro?
double check it, but you can go if I'm not wrong.
Hold on. No, you cannot get no
Car,
friggin' rental car
you have
in
to
this
have-
country with a foreign license. It's not happening, you know?
Okay, all right. Let me
Carla,
double
can
check.
I answer his question real quick? I want
Go
to
ahead.
think so. The reason why it's such a concern is like, so in 2004, if you notice, like, if you watch the news, if you follow independent journalism and stuff, you'll start to see, well, I started to see a pattern where there was mass immigration, not only in the United States but even in Europe, of people coming in on boats, people being smuggled in, human trafficking rings, people coming through the Canada border, people coming through the border down in the south. And it was like a coordinated effort. It was organized. When I started to put these two things in perspective, like, okay, these people are not just coming in randomly. This is like a global mass
And that's a threat
immigration.
to any national
Yeah.
security, you know?
So when I put it all together, I was just seeing like, this is actually like a coordinated effort. They use NGOs, they use the cartels to smuggle these people in. I was thinking, like, what is the point of doing this but to just destabilize these countries?
And now that the 2 million people was collecting Social Security. You're paying in Social, I'm paying Social Security, and then you got people drawing off of Social
We're
Security that didn't pay
giving
anything
food
into it.
stamp and everything
So it's like, yeah, it is a problem, you know. Illegal alien is a
to
problem, you know.
destabilize the countries, to
Yeah,
change
we'll
the
just stabilize the country, you
demographics.
know. We'll just stabilize the country to stabilize the social system and everything like that. And also, now that I work in healthcare, a lot of illegal people, and like I said, we're a humane society, right? But you cannot have millions of people using the emergency room as their primary care doctor, you know.
Carla,
The
can
whole idea of healthcare that I do is we trying to keep people out of the emergency room by doing preventative care, stuff like that, making sure people getting their shots, immunizations, whatnot. That costs a lot of money. But when you have Medicare or Medicaid, it's accounted for because it's an entitlement. You know, they rational about how many people got in there, by how many people pay into the system. You can't just have millions of people coming into the system absent contribution to it and expect it to work. And then using the emergency room as a primary care. That's going to bankrupt the hospital system. And
All right. Well, I just looked it up, and with an international driver's license, you can rent a car in the United States.
What's the international driver's license? Is it recognized by the United
driver's
States?
license from another country.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean. Hold up. I know the state of Virginia doesn't recognize that.
I mean, you'd have to check. I mean,
Each
generally,
state is like that. I don't know what
website,
state. Maybe New York does, but New
that's
York.
what Enterprise
Hold
says.
on, hold
You
on.
can come in
It's
from another
international.
country
There's
with a
no look.
driver's license.
Look, there's no such thing as an international document.
And
Anything like that, you know?
rent a car in
Yeah, but I know. But hold on. When you say international driver's license, man, that doesn't exist anymore, bro.
Oh, I'm saying when I say international drive, I'm saying a driver's license from another country, essentially.
Oh
From
no, it
an
don't work like
international
that,
location
bro.
outside of the United States.
Well, hold on. If I go to Liberia, man, I gotta basically get a permit to drive in that country. You know that?
Well, I've traveled foreign countries and I use my American driver's license.
Well, bottom line is,
or
yeah,
sometimes they ask for
I tell you
international
right now.
driver's permit.
Okay, hold up. Do these people that have international license, do they have what you call? Do they have insurance?
You could probably get the rental car companies.
But how you hold it? You gotta have insurance. You gotta have a Social Security to get insurance.
Is there
No,
such
no,
a
you
thing
can
as
buy
insurance in Liberia?
insurance from the rental car
But yeah,
company.
they got insurance, but most people don't have it. What you
You
go?
can buy
Hustle
insurance from the
Smart
rental
said
car
you
company.
cannot rent a car in Georgia with a foreign ID. I know that. You can't do it in Virginia either. So
Okay, maybe it depends on the state too.
Do they have health insurance in Liberia?
No, that's why I said I would love to basically, like Elvis said, "Oh, Kyle, you laughing like that." Look, if I was given the opportunity and the money, I could design a healthcare system that would be designed.
So what do they do when they get sick? Then they have
Well,
to pay.
you're just on your own. That's the whole thing about Africa. It's like it's not just Liberia, it's Ghana. All these countries,
What do
none
you
of them have
mean
an
you're on
adequate
your
health.
But they
own?
gotta have hospitals,
What
right?
does that
How
mean?
They got
You're on your
hospitals, but
own?
what the hell have hospitals if the hospitals don't have equipment? They run out of needles. They run out of stuff like that. They're not poorly equipped.
So if you get sick, you have to pay, right?
The hospitals are funded by It was funded by USAID, but that was cut. And so the bottom line, a lot of it's
Oh my
NGOs
God.
and stuff like that. But a lot of those things are being cut, whatever like that. There's very healthcare in Africa is not a priority. See, it's more priority in Ghana, which we call Lewis's land, to build a $400 million cathedral.
How is that okay?
Oh, and by the way,
He's trying to tell us that he needs a freaking Catholic cathedral, $400 million, but the people in Ghana don't even have freaking an adequate healthcare system.
And talk about
these people.
What about when they give birth? They love giving birth.
They got some place like that, but a lot of times. Oh yeah, there was a video. I wish I could play it right of in South Africa, a black South African, black Zimbabwean woman or Nigerian woman came to South Africa to give birth. You see that video going around?
Yeah, they told her to go back to her country to get.
Yeah, she had the bed right down the street.
They don't have hospitals and stuff in Zimbabwe. Why don't they just close their legs?
Yes, I'm like, this is sad. It's just really sad,
By the way, in America, I mean, we got a good healthcare system. Don't get me wrong, but there are tens.
We got the best healthcare system in the world. America has the best healthcare. I work in the healthcare. We got the best healthcare system on the planet.
I'm gonna tell you how I view American healthcare. Right?
American healthcare is the best healthcare system in the world, bro.
Hold on.
I mean, at least it's existent.
It's the best healthcare system.
Hold on. Let's
everybody from around the world come here to study forensic science.
Hey,
everybody comes here.
I mean, what I'm going to say is tens of millions of people, American citizens, by the way, are not even insured or underinsured, and they also
who are these people?
Expensive.
Most people that are low income qualify for Medicaid, and the other one qualify for
the middle class.
And they also use the emergency room for healthcare, right?
I'm saying.
Now,
hold on. Look, if you don't have a healthcare insurance card and whatnot, I'll sell you some. I'll sell you. That's what I do for a living.
Is that through the Obamacare?
Oh, I could do the Obamacare. I could do regular healthcare insurance. I could give you.
Yeah, I know Obamacare.
If you have a group of like 5 or more people, let's say you have an association, like a real association, that you have a legit. So you can't just create a group just to get insurance. But let's say you have Jaws book club or something like that. As a study group that's been around for years. You could basically get a healthcare plan, a group plan.
Let me ask you a question. What would that, just a guesstimate, what something like that cost generally, with no subsistence, no assistance from the government, out of pocket?
Well, this is what it is. Like this. This is how it works.
Just a guesstimate. Just give me a range.
Look, hold up. This is how it works.
It's expensive. He's right about the cost. I have a high deductible plan. I
know the cost is expensive.
I dare step into the.
Oh yeah, the cost. The cost is high. I ain't gonna lie. The cost is high.
I already know.
The cost of healthcare in America is high. But the whole thing is this: every panel in America, right? That's what makes America the best healthcare system, right? When I work to help build new clinics, new clinics start up, right? The panel is full. Doctors have what they call a panel, right? A panel is a group of patients that a doctor sees on a regular basis. The average doctor in a developed country has 400 patients, right? No more, no less. You go to countries in Europe, right? The doctor panels is like 3,000 or 4,000 people. There's no way you can give people the adequate coverage, with 3,000 people in your panel. America, the average panel or the doctor's office is 400 people at the most. That's a doctor's panel, and that's how it works. America has more doctors, per capita. And America has more hospital beds than most countries in the world. Hospital beds, equipment, MRI, stuff like that is an abundance in America. I work in the healthcare field, so this is what it is.
If you look up the rankings, now let me say this. This is how I look at American healthcare, right? And this is how I look at American education.
And also,
right?
United Healthcare is the largest healthcare company in the world.
Right. And this is how I look at American healthcare, American education, and all that, right?
What do you say?
America.
I have United Healthcare.
I sell United Healthcare.
America.
Too high deductible. I cannot afford it.
America.
Luckily, I'm healthy.
America has some of the best healthcare in the world and some of the worst healthcare in the world. America has some of the best education in the world and some of the worst education in the
when
world.
people talk about
it just
education,
depends
right?
on where
America actually
you
does have the
are.
best education world. It's just that the fact that if you take away the failing inner city schools, erase that, and the failing schools where migrants can't speak English and whatnot, to erase that and just compare middle America with the rest of the world, America is above most of the freaking planet.
This is what I'm saying. And if you look at health outcomes, right? If you look at a Canada, if you look at a Europe, if you look at a Japan,
Canada, are you kidding me, man?
No, I'm
Canada
saying
has no doctors,
brother,
man.
brother, hold on.
You live in Canada, right?
No, I do not, brother. But I've looked at these metrics. What I'm saying is, if you look at things like life expectancy, right? America is not at the top of that list. You're dealing with places like Japan, Europe. Even a lot of European countries have higher life expectancies.
Well, what do you mean high life? We have a
people
high
on average.
We have a high crime rate.
People on average live longer.
Real quick, they were saying that America's life expectancy is being reduced. Not only because of the food here is it's deteriorating, it's really bad, but also because of mental health and loneliness. So that's why
I do these things, right? Where I sell this program with seniors, where I do cognitive tests and stuff like that. And when America is spending, look, let me tell you something. CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, is what I try to tell people all the time. They're basically giving us money, right, to get people help with cognitive tests, depression, stuff like that, because they realize now that if people have these tests, cognitive tests, and making sure blood work and they're constantly reporting and monitoring, people tend to be healthier, they live longer, and the cost of insurance actually goes down. Now I'm saying to myself, I'd say like this: like I work for the AARP, right? That's one of my things with the United Healthcare AARP. The AARP basically gets funding from nonprofits, the government, and everything like that, just to friggin' do things like companionship for seniors. So we spend so much money on health and wellness. I have never seen any other country in the world that spends money on make wellness a part of their healthcare.
That's true. Kala, my sister is wealthy because she has like several adult daycares, and it's all paid.
Oh yeah, you got adult daycares. I wanted to get into that business, right? Because all you have to do is rent out a spot one night, and you get there's a lot of money in adult daycares in Virginia, and they do that stuff like that because they want people healthy, and that's insurance. Health insurance pays for that. No other country in the world does that.
Yeah, she went to living in the projects to living in the suburbs. Like she changed her life completely with that. I'm not in that business with her because I don't really talk to my family like that. But
right,
yeah, it can change your life.
Well, people say American healthcare, so America spends it's like healthcare is like what, like 30% of GDP, 34 trillion $30 trillion GDP. Healthcare is like 30%, man. Shit, that's a lot of fucking money, we spend on healthcare.
To do that, you can also buy shares, help people open their own, and then making money off of this
I
shit.
might get into adult daycare, man. Give me like 2 more years. I want if I get a couple adult daycares, whatnot, with along my business I'm doing right now, then I could probably live in Africa,
Yeah,
because I have
because
so much money coming in.
there's a large population of boomers, and the loneliness and all that.
Yeah, what's the chance of being getting adult daycare in Liberia or Ghana and having the government pay for it?
It's sad that the government doesn't even have that type of organization.
It's not even on the radar. It's not
Why?
even
What's
on the
wrong
radar.
with them?
Yeah, but then
Well,
over here in
let me say this,
America,
Kyla. I'll say this: the part of the reason why, like the African countries don't have like a healthcare bureaucracy is because
They don't value human
they
life.
generally have very young populations.
No,
It's
African
not like
countries.
the West where it's
Look,
like a
African
lot of
culture has not
middle-aged
developed.
people and old people who
No,
need healthcare.
Culture has not developed.
Africa is structured differently.
African culture has not developed
The
I
young
don't know
need healthcare.
human life.
Yeah, but their population is young, so
No,
they're not.
Africa
You
got
know what I
aging
mean?
people too, man. You got people that are
So they,
old
you know what I mean? They
and
don't have
healthy.
as many hospitals and stuff.
What are you,
Like
Thomas,
what you
what the
see in
hell
the
are you
West, where the
talking about?
population is
What the hell are you
older.
talking about? Africa has aging people too. What are you talking about? There's a lot of old people in
Yeah,
Africa.
but that's a small part of their
No, it's
population.
not. It's a major part of the population. That's not it that Africa is young. That's
No,
another
it's
thing that
not.
people exaggerate.
The statistics show
I don't
that
care what the
it's like
statistics are. I've been there.
85% of the
I've been there.
population in Africa
But
is
there's
like
so
under
many
the
people.
age of
I've
18.
been there. You know.
If
Color.
Liberia, now,
85% of the
it's the same.
population is under
It's
the
about
age
the
of
same thing as
18,
America. You got just as many old
they're
people as
not going to
young.
have all these hospices and hospitals and stuff. Will
Well,
they have a young
why? Because we
population?
don't have hospices because people just die. In
But
Africa.
what they want is these young. What these young people want is they don't want healthcare. What they want is they want jobs. They want opportunity.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
don't
they
know what
want.
you're talking about, Dama. That's stupid.
They
Healthcare.
want the ability to actually make
Okay. Oh,
money.
when somebody look, I have a guy. One of my guys, my driver. Yo, look, he is healthcare so bad, man. I'm like ducking because I sent the money, right? But he has all these operations because he fell off a motorcycle and broke his leg. He's going through therapy and whatnot. I guess he needs my help, but I can't really help him out right now, right? So I said when I can send him, right? The bottom line is this: that everybody in Liberia will tell you, man, the number one thing they worry about is getting sick, because you are dead ass. If you don't got no money at JFK Hospital, that's your ass. You can't do shit. That's reality.
So how can you have hope in a people that don't have health insurance, that don't really?
That's why I said we have to basically bring our own values there. As I said, African. That's why we need an African. If we say African, don't you understand that we believe in a healthcare system? That's the first thing is a healthcare system. That's the first thing. Basically, I'm bringing our values to them.
Sewer systems and
sewer systems, also all the basic progression of a modern civilized civilization. That we need. Until that happens, you're never gonna see large numbers of African Americans go to Africa. Because I tell you, I said to myself, we looked it up. I guess Ghana has the AARP, but do you think they got all the services the AARP in America has?
No.
I seriously doubt it.
They don't have preventative care or nothing.
Yeah, they don't have all that stuff, recreation, stuff like that. All that's important in health and wellness. So.
Well, see, here's another thing that I would say too, Carla, is that when I look at Africa, I don't. They don't seem to have like a lot of parks and stuff like recreation where like young people or like people in general can just go out and
Liberia has a park.
and
Liberia has a park. They built the Invisible Park 3 years ago.
Africa is very walkable, actually. They walk.
Yeah, I know it's walkable, but still, you need parks and stuff where kids can go and play sports and people can be physically active.
Liberia has like two parks they just built recently. The bottom line is they need things like parks, zoos, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but see, here's another thing, and I'll say this as well, is that Africa doesn't seem to have a culture, or that they feel like they don't need to have a culture of like physical fitness and physical activity and sports, because when you go to like Western countries like hold on, Color. When you go to Western countries like America, New Zealand, Canada, they always have a lot of cities, they'll have like a marathon where people can come and and they can run and stuff like that. They have bike trails, they have running trails and stuff built along highways. And in America, especially as a trucker, having gone around the country, the state that impressed me the most was that when it comes to like physical fitness is Colorado. Because you go to Colorado, and because I've always heard the people in Colorado were fit, but when I went, I delivered a load into a construction site. They were building a house out there in a smaller city out there, and they had a running trail built along the side of the road. And there were about 15, 20 people jogging on that trail. All they was all good looking. The women was out there, and they had their tank tops on and stuff, and they was just out there running, and you know what I mean? Like it was normal to be running along the side of the road and stuff.
Let me get John. Let me
And
get
that's
John.
what they see. Africa has nothing like that.
Well, Liberia, they do. They got gyms and all that over there.
Yeah, but you need a whole culture of like
Liberia, they play
physical
soccer.
fitness.
Liberia, they play
You know what I mean?
There's soccer fields all over the place. They play soccer.
Yeah, they got soccer, but you need running trails, bike
They walk
trails,
around
they
all
be out
day
there
and their
jogging
food
around the
is
soccer
stuff
field.
like that. For people, and also everyone don't play soccer. Like in Brazil, they have
Everybody
a
in
lot of
Liberia plays soccer. Everybody.
yeah, but you go in Brazil, they have like
I don't
tennis
go to
courts
Brazil.
and stuff.
I don't go to
Everybody
Brazil.
plays tennis after
I don't
work.
go to Brazil.
All the women they go and play tennis after work. You know what I mean?
Duly noted. John, go ahead, bro.
All right, to back up what you're saying, I think Colorado ranks as, I think it's like one of the slimmest states. People are slimmest there, something like that. So it seems like they do have a lot of outdoorsy type stuff, And the other thing is, man, on the healthcare rankings, there are global rankings that are done. I looked at some of them, places like Taiwan, South
Yeah,
Korea,
the Asian countries
Singapore,
are really good.
Canada, UK, all these places. If I'm not wrong, on some of these more recent rankings, rank higher than the United States. Now, the United States has the best healthcare if you got the money. You see what I'm saying? If you can get the coverage,
check this out. Look,
you got the
the
best.
thing is, in all these other countries you talk about, right? You may have good health care, right? But how you got to make a year to see a specialist.
I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying, but I'm saying if you look at some of the outcomes, like they live longer generally and stuff like that, then
I don't know about that, man.
State insurance is good too. If you get insurance through the government, like if it's good. When I was in college and I was broke and stuff, I used to be able to get all types of physical therapy,
in America, right?
everything, and I didn't have to pay anything.
Yeah, in America, if you can get covered by Medicare or something like Medicaid or whatever, it's good. But and the other thing is in a lot of these countries, you can purchase private insurance. You can purchase supplemental insurance. It's just that you get a baseline of coverage from the state.
Look, if you got the money in America, you can get hospital indemnity coverage. You can get everything, long-term care. You get anything coverage you want if you have the insurance. Insurance is the key to having health care. Insurance is the key. But we got people out there will spend $500 on a pair of Jordan, but say they can't afford health care. I can never understand that.
Plans are running over.
I can't Americans don't have their priorities together. That's the problem.
A lot of
health care is out there, but people don't want to pay for it.
It's expensive. Healthcare is
expensive. Here's the thing,
if you get like an MRI or a CT scan, you're done for.
And sometimes you got to pay out of pocket for like hundreds of dollars just to meet your deductible and stuff.
Well, hold on. If you get a hospital indemnity coverage, right? What that does is covers your copay. One insurance premium covers all your co-payments and co-insurances, so you're paying nothing out of pocket. With those,
that can be the case too. Yeah.
So the bottom line is this: people know because they don't know.
People go homeless because of medical bills in the United States.
No, hold on. You wouldn't be homeless because if you had just said, "Look, I'm going to basically have healthcare plans going to cost me $100 a month, right? And then I'm going to get hospital indemnity coverage, right? That's going to indemnify the co-insurance, co-payments, like that, and extra costs like lab services and stuff like that, or skilled nursing facility. And I'm going to indemnify between those two plans. Let's say you're paying $135 a month, right? You're covered. Also, prescription, get a healthcare plan that has prescription drug coverage. Credible built
people don't have all that money to be getting all that
$140 a month. Come on, That's
Well,
what I'm
some
saying.
people are very poor. Kyle, I have a question. I
Yeah.
was watching a video today about just the economy and stuff. Do you think that we're in a recession?
Well,
Because I
well,
think
I,
we
I would say
are.
like this. I don't think we're in growth, but the recession. No, if it was a recession, that means a recession would have started when inflation kicked in like a year ago.
I
You
think
know.
it's the beginning of the recession. I
Yeah.
think towards like the end of the year we're gonna actually be in a recession.
Yeah, we're in a recession, but the thing about good recession when you come out of recession. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I read that when there's a recession, they generally cut the interest
I'm gonna buy
rates.
up every last single stock out there and whatnot. You know, betting that it's all gonna come
Hmm.
back and I'm gonna get rich. You know, I hope
Yeah,
they
they were saying that they cut the interest rates, which is kind of good for people that own homes or people that want to buy homes.
right. Right.
So I
My
I
interest
can't
rates,
wait for the
under
recession.
Biden, my interest rates on my house went up by so much and whatnot in those 4 years.
Me too. Look, I have this old house. My mortgage was like $866.
Yeah.
I was I was basically just living my life. It was wonderful. Then Kamala and Biden came in, and then my mortgage became $946. And
Yeah.
I know
What you
that's
call,
not a lot
yeah.
of money,
Mine went up to
but I
twenty
prefer
six
the eight
hundred dollars.
hundred.
My mortgage is like $2,600. You know,
Let me
everything.
ask you guys a
How many
question.
bedrooms do you have,
I
though?
have five. Like houses in like I have the in law suite in the house. You know, I have one part of the
You
house.
don't live alone?
No, I me and my sister and her husband.
Okay.
I have one part of the house, my own entrance, and everything above the garage. The in law suite, they call it in law suite or whatnot.
How
And
much was the house?
the house is like we bought it was like 5 years ago. It was 400,000.
400. That's
Let
a
me
lot
ask
of
you guys
money,
a
though.
question.
Mine is like my house. I got a grant. It was like 190,000, but then they gave me $96,000 grant, so my house is like $96,000
What did they
now.
give you a grant for? Because they like you so much.
No, I applied for it.
What kind of grant was this?
I applied for this in COVID time. I was like, in COVID time, I didn't have a job. I got laid off and
You
everything.
didn't have a job and you got a house.
Listen to me. Okay, hold on. So I lost my job during COVID time. So I was also in college. I was in college for nursing, but I just dropped out. I just wanted to get the hell out of my mom's house. So I started working a low income job, and that job qualified me to get into a program called the First Time Home Buyers Program. I completed the program, and for some reason I had a good credit score. I don't know how I had a good credit score, but when I was younger, I used to work at Walmart, and I had a Walmart credit card, and I built my credit that way. So my little hot Cheetos and stuff like that paid off, and I had like I was like, what did I have? 670, 680, something like that credit score. So they let me in the program. And then I had, while I was living it with my mom, I had saved up like a couple $1,000, 20, $30,000. So I was able to put a down payment on this house. And then it was a black lady at the time that was a like um president of the grant program, and she upped my grant to like 96K. So basically I got a house on like a clearance.
That's good.
Yeah, but Kyla, like I
That
really
per-
like I really saved every dime that I had. I really was in a bad situation. Like I'd lost my job, I lost everything, but I was like, I just have to get myself in a better situation. At the time, they had so many grants during COVID. I took
How
advantage of
much
that.
equity? How much
I,
equity do you have built in your house?
so far, like the value has gone up, but it's not one of the houses that I can really sell for profit, because I have to, if I do sell this house, it has to be to somebody in the program, because it's a grant type of house. But the only reason why I got the house is because I knew that it's cheaper than an apartment. My mortgage was $860 for a two
Yeah,
bedroom
house
house
is
with a
always
basement.
cheaper than apartment. It always cheap.
those prices sound like Midwestern house prices, man.
Yeah, it's an old house, but it's got good bones and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
because
Like
in the
it's
Midwest you can still find property relatively cheap. Some parts of the Northeast too, but a lot of parts of the country are
There's
pretty
a house, a 14 bedroom house in and right in New York, by near Buffalo. It was like the price was like damn. It was like only 100K.
Yeah, Buffalo is kind of a depressed area. I
No,
remember the last
it's
time
like
I was there.
outside of around Lake Erie down there. I think it was called Jamestown. The house was nice too. It was a mansion.
Yeah,
It was only
yeah.
like $100,000.
Yeah, you can
Expensive.
find
This is
houses
worth
up
like
there
$10
for
million.
relatively cheap. Yeah.
But
Nobody
Let
Colin,
me
wants to
I
ask you
live
just
guys a
all
wanted
up
to
question
there.
though.
say
How did your mortgage rates go up? Are you not on a fixed rate or what? Fixed
No, I'm on
mortgage?
a
no,
variable rate.
See,
Variable.
that's
mine
what.
is
Yeah,
mine
yeah.
is
I don't like
fixed.
variable.
Mine is fixed. I bought this house with the interest rate of like what I locked in at 4%. But what happened is that they increased the property taxes.
Yeah, my
Oh,
property tax keeps going up when not, because the house is value. I bought it we bought it at 400,000. Now it's almost worth like 700,000.
I
But
see.
let me tell you something that happened to me, right? So because I bought this house with a grant, I somehow qualified for a property tax exemption. So my house did not my mortgage didn't go up after that Biden and Kamala time. So I'm protected from that now because of the type of house I bought. So I'm so
That's the
thankful for
funny thing
that.
about life, man. People don't realize how much help you get in the United States and some of the
Yeah.
developed countries from the state. People don't realize it, man. Like when you're in some of these other countries, man, you don't get really much help at all. You know,
Yeah.
it depends on where you are. Some of them might have a retirement program. Some of them might have some food assistance. They might have free schooling and stuff like that. But in America, man, you're getting the benefits, man. It's crazy, man. You lose your job in a lot of places. You ain't getting no money from the
Yeah, but
government.
also a lot of the homes that they sell on these programs are homes that most people don't really want. They're
Yeah,
fixer uppers, they're
stuff.
small
Yeah,
1940s,
yeah,
1950s builds and stuff like that. So they actually would rather sell the house cheap
yeah,
just to
yeah.
have somebody occupy it and then they can have a mortgage, and pay.
I totally get it. Do you, if you don't mind me asking, are you in the Midwest somewhere?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, cool.
I'm up north actually. I'm up
No,
north. I'm all the way up north.
like almost to Canada or what?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so the houses are not too expensive here. Like I cannot imagine living somewhere in like California. I would be in a cardboard box.
Yeah, California is
It's
Bay
just
Area
terrible.
expensive. A lot of places in California expensive, but it's. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. It's expensive. It's essentially every Western state. If you're in
Yeah.
California, Oregon, it's relatively expensive. California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, a lot of times too.
But have you seen
Nevada,
have you
Arizona, all
seen
these
all
places.
these luxury apartments that they're building? People are saying that luxury apartments are being built, but
Where?
people can like all over the United States, but people can't really afford it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
just
it can happen like that. But I mean, you got to look if you're in the Bay
They'll
Area.
find
but why are
somebody to
they
put in
doing
there.
that?
Yeah,
They'll
because
find
this.
somebody to put in there. They
Yeah,
always
they'll
do.
find people. Yeah. But the
They
Midwest,
said
though,
that
man.
Section
That's if
8,
I was
they
gonna
they're
buy
putting the
right now,
Section 8
man.
people in there.
I think the Midwest is
That's
the spot.
temporarily. They'll put people in Section 8 there for temporarily, let them live for 5 years, and then we come in there and say, okay, we remodel after they tear it up, get them out and resell it.
Yeah.
That's what they do. When they use Section 8 in public housing, that's just temporary,
But
to
they're not making
occupy space.
affordable housing though. This housing is not affordable.
But they don't
People
care.
are
Nobody
living in
cares.
storage units.
Okay, that's what the Indian look. That's what foreigners do. Like we see Indian people will say, "Oh, Indians got so much." No, they don't.
They're
They
the
own a
highest
storage unit. They're
income
living in that
earning
shit. They're
people.
living in that shit. They
They're
got a
the highest
7-Eleven.
income
They're
earning
living in
people
that.
in America.
They come in America. They know how to. They're like they ain't no shame in that game. Like I said, one Exxon bar where I live at, when you go there, guy man, he works sundown, man.
Yeah, but they're also highly educated. Like they don't play about education. Indian people are
They
very
don't. But the
like
bottom line,
into.
you know how it takes. But a lot of Indian guys I know, even though they're highly educated, that don't mean they're benefiting from the education. There's a lot of this myth that Indians are getting like this. Indians have a huge illegal population.
They are benefiting, Kala.
Yeah, no. I'm saying like this: the Indians that I know, right? Some of them after like 30 years, they're starting to make money. Those first 10 years that they come here and
Those are
whatnot,
the
it's like
poor
brutal.
ones.
And the bottom line, you know how they benefit?
I would agree with
Their
Honey's
culture,
flower
hold
on
on,
this.
their culture, let me say this, their culture is so intact, right? An Indian man doesn't have to worry about a wife. He doesn't have to worry about the dating scene
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It's all that stuff. So if you know that all your life is planned out for you, you're like, I remember I
You
was
can
dating this.
relax.
I like this one Indian girl. It's a dark skinned Indian girl. When I was in college, we worked at this freaking ice cream shop together called Friendlies, right? Me and this freaking white guy liked her, right? And she liked me, but she was with this white guy, but she didn't like him. She wanted to be with me, you know. Anyway,
Mm.
her father. I'll never forget. One day, I said, I was like, she was gone for one semester, right? I said, "Where's Allie at?" Everybody said, "Oh yeah, she went overseas to India, right?" I come back, right, and she go, "How you doing?" She go, "Oh well." I go, "Where's Phil at?" She go, "Oh, I don't see him no more." My dad, because Phil told me her dad was like, she was never gonna let me her date marry a white guy, you know. Anyway, she was sent to India. She goes, "Well, I married Doctor Such and Such, some older Indian guy." I said, "Allie,
Yeah, they
you."
have arranged marriage.
Yeah, I said, "You are too fucking beautiful and fine to be like, yeah, well, I don't know him that well, but I guess, my family arranged it." Her dad basically just said, "You going over there and marrying Dr. Such." He was already prearranged. I was like,
Yeah.
fuck, man. I was like, fuck. Well, she was so freaking cute, man. Allie, she was so freaking cute. Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's how they do it. Like they
so
already
they don't have the
organized
social
everything.
problems that other people have. They can concentrate on building a business because the family life and all that is already intact. Black America's problem is our social dynamic. We got to deal with the social
Yeah, the
pressure.
family structure is
Yeah,
completely
so
broken.
the family structure, and
Well,
not only that, the family structure, the relationship between black males and black females is broken. You know,
Yeah.
so black women
Yeah.
think you're trying to get over on them. Men think that women
But
try to get
that is
over.
the family structure, the man, woman, and child.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this: just base, even if, let's say if you're not talking about man, woman, child, the basic relationship of a black woman, my sister, that peace that you get when you're just around your own people, that's a problem too, right? Because you go
Yeah.
a lot of black people, right? If you're not in their family, you're not related to them, you can forget about it. Indians have a culture and a community. They all feel like they're part of the same family. Black people, you ain't one of the Johnsons or you ain't one of the Smiths, whatnot. Oh, you could just forget it. And they let you know. You go to their little family gatherings, let you know, oh, you ain't one of us. Or like when they like back here
Yeah.
in Virginia Beach, we have these neighborhood meetups, like the people who grew up in the same hood. Back in the days, they meet up and whatnot. They like now they got great grandkids and whatnot. They talk about the good old days and whatnot. I remember one time I was doing this one event with Junior,
That's
and
called community.
the one guy basically was like he moved there when he was like 18, right? And they never never forgave him for that. They're like, well, you didn't come there till you was like 18. You missed the time when such and such did this, one that. So in other words, basically, if you don't know them by the time you're in second grade or blood relation, you can forget it. That's how it is in Virginia. I never look. I really don't have any friends here in Virginia. All my friends are from New York. Places like that.
Hmm.
So there's no black community here like that. There's not. You see
Yeah,
most black
the whole black community concept is just
It's a
not even
farce. That's
real.
why when racist people lump us all together, they don't know what the hell they're talking about, because we're not
Yeah.
together as a freaking collective community.
Yeah, it's
Like I
not a
said, we're all sitting
collective.
around talking about white people all day and blah blah. You know what I'm saying? It's a
It
miscommunication.
has become very individualistic, but that's because of the culture, American culture here. Look, look what Dusty bro. He said
Yes, I believe Dusty line. Carl lives with his
his
parents or
parents
his
and
father
honey
lives like,
bunches
using African.
African
I
American.
don't live with my damn parents, you
My
moron.
house is not Section 8. I have an actual mortgage. And guess what? I bought this house while I was in college. And I'm a
Yo,
millennial.
Dusty was he thinks
How
everybody's
many
like he is.
millennials buy houses in college? I did something big. I'm not
Yeah,
Dusty,
so yeah,
okay?
I'm a
Better
homeowner out here. I'm
recognize.
a homeowner association. I live in a really nice affluent neighborhood, bro. So I don't know.
My neighborhood is good too. It's a family friendly neighborhood.
My neighborhood's really nice,
Yeah.
really
So
nice. I ain't gonna complain.
he said Section 8. I don't qualify for Section 8. I don't have kids. I'm not a single mother.
I don't follow Section 8 because I make too much money. So
I'm
I
not a
don't know what
baby
Dusty was
mama.
talking about. See, Dusty was Dusty. He thinks everyone's Dusty like him.
And I actually did it the smart way, honestly. Like people paying all this money for apartments when you could get a great value house.
Yeah, I had a
Come on
friend
now.
of mine that basically bought a house, right? Basically he bought a foreclosed property, right? The guy was in
Yeah.
foreclosure and he owed like 3,000. So he went there and took over the mortgage, right? He got approved to take over the mortgage.
Yeah, that's a tax lien.
Yeah, so he basically took over. No, not the tax lien. It was a mortgage. The tax
Yeah,
lien.
but like if he only had to pay 3,000, that he most likely just paid the tax lien on the
No,
house.
it wasn't a tax lien. It was like there's two things. You could do a tax lien, or you could do the foreclosure lien. Like
Okay.
the house about to go into foreclosure, and what you do is you pay whatever the house is behind 4 months. You pay that up, and you assume the mortgage.
Wow, that's predatory as hell.
Well, he
But
got,
yeah, that's
yeah,
smart.
but a lot of people do that. He got
Yeah.
the house for. He got a condo, right? He got a condo. He says his mortgage is only like $800 a month. And I was like, damn, it's a nice condo, right? Because I remember I said, Steve, you still no? I bought a condo. And this guy basically, he just a guy who drives Uber and whatnot, and whatnot. He don't freaking he do something spectacular.
But his cost of living is low, right? Like my cost of living is low. Like
Yeah.
I don't have debt. I don't have to pay thousands of dollars.
Well, I got a lot of money because I got this house here and I got my wife over in Liberia when I so shit. I gotta make them. I gotta make.
Yeah, you gotta spend a lot of money.
I gotta make this money. Shit, I don't know how I do it, man. How the hell
Do
I
you
do it?
pay monthly for that's that's the thing about relationships and marriages and
Well,
stuff.
I paid the rent is paid up for a year over in Liberia, but I pay her every month. I gotta send her money when because she
doesn't
get a
work at
job,
all or
whatever like that.
anything. She
She's like,
doesn't
I can't
work at
find a
all.
job, babe. But she gotta find something anyway.
So basically, you just fund her lifestyle.
Well, yeah, basically,
Damn.
and so it's like yeah, it is what it is. You want to be in a
You
relationship.
can only do that with a foreign woman, because here in the United States, if you try to fund a woman lifestyle, you going bankrupt.
Oh yeah. It's not that it don't cost me that money, but just the fact that I would much rather, I would like to be able to go over to Liberia at least a couple times a year, and then I could enjoy the house that I got over there. I got a nice house over there,
Mm-hmm.
But going overseas and whatnot, I don't know. Going overseas every year, I guess it's the life I chose, but it is what it is, Carla, I hear Ray Ray and Bukisha fighting all night. I can't deal with that. Been there, done that.
Because with African women, they do expect the man to pay for everything.
Yeah, and the bottom line, I told her, look, I said, look, and I wouldn't expect it, but her family always got something to say about shit, I'm paying for everything, funding you, everything like that.
Yeah, the family being in the business.
Be my business. I just had to tell them that. Just stay the fuck out of our business. I'm sick of it. Well, in our culture, I said, I don't give a flying fuck about yourself. Stay the fuck out of my business,
But it's hard to do that in America, having an African man pay for everything. Most of us gotta do 50-50, let's be honest. Like, yeah. It's just not. It's not possible.
Liberia is not that expensive, man. So I'm getting off easy, I was like thinking, like, my sister said, "Why don't you find an American girl, right?" And I thought about the couple of American chicks that
they could take all your money in a divorce.
And I said to myself, "Nah, I think I'm coming off better." I think about the females of nowhere. If I got with her, whatever like that, then I'm talking about real money, real money every month, whatnot. I'm like, shit, man, shit. They want lobster.
And then if you get divorced, they could take the house. They could take everything.
Everything like that. That ain't happening. My business or whatever like that. That ain't
happening. It's too. And you could get divorced for anything. Like if the relationship gets boring.
I just want divorce. I'm out. Next thing I'll see you in court.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot.
You got one of these sister gal judges or whatnot. That's angry. when I I'm gonna give you everything. They said a man don't have a chance in a divorce court. Men
But
don't
why is it that in the United States, like a lot of, well, I seen a video that was talking about a lot of the reason why there's the divorce in the United States is women, or like they, so sometimes the men have an affair, and then sometimes the women, they get on social media, they start looking at other women's lives, they start comparing it, and then that's when
Yeah,
they're like, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, we don't do anything fun, we don't go out, I'm
because
not
the definition
happy.
of marriage and relationship changed over the years. Before it was like survival. We're here together and whatnot. It's like, just like watching like the autobiography of Dave Pittman, People, it was about survival. It wasn't nothing pretty, It was like that. But now everybody want to get their pretty on and whatnot, and stuff like that. And
And they compare like other to other people's relationships, like, oh, he's taking her out on these expensive
and they look good together. You saw what they had on?
vacations.
Yeah, they'd be judging what he had that on, and they had that matching on, and they had the car, whatnot. She looked at him like,
Yeah,
that's what it is. That's what it is. People,
it's
it's all
hard to be content
superficialist.
with social media. Like, that's why if I get in a relationship, I'm gonna tell
Social,
the guy, like, you
look,
cannot
I tell
be.
you what, I stopped dating because of social media. Social
Yeah,
media is the worst thing. Cell phones, when I sitting on a date and somebody's on their phone, click, 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 if head down on the phone and whatnot, the whole time whatnot, and every time we get together, so the phone's ringing and
people
whatnot.
do that on dates.
Yeah, but yeah, a lot of females, that's the ultimate disrespect when somebody answers a call while you're on a date.
My thing is the
I said that.
selfies and the
I said this was
pictures.
the last time we're going out. Let me take this call, whatnot. Next, thing you know, and it's her friends or somebody trying to interrupt the date. And they know what they're doing. This will piss me off.
Yeah, my thing is the stupid pictures. Like, they gotta take a picture of everything, what they're
Let's take a
eating.
picture of the freaking food they're eating and whatnot.
Yeah,
What's
everything
the
they
point
gotta
of freaking
tell.
showing it? Let me show them a picture of this. Look what I'm having, girl.
Especially Snapchat. Do you have Snapchat?
No, I don't do that.
I
Only,
don't use
only
it
thing I
anymore,
have
but
is I have Instagram, but I don't go on. I haven't been on Instagram in like a year. And I don't even open that up, the app up. All I have is it's TikTok and Facebook. That's all I got, So I don't do anything else, I just don't get into social media like that. I just think it's just redundant and whatever like that. And I'm just like, and you're right. In a couple of months, I'm gonna delete TikTok. Give it like another.
yeah, your peace of mind will be much better
I
without
am so
TikTok.
sick and tired of listening to somebody, some idiot sitting in their car, giving me their dumbass opinion.
Exactly.
I be
I'm
saying,
like,
why did I need
that
to know
annoys
that?
me.
Why the hell did I need to know that?
Exactly. That's how I am. Like, I don't want to hear about your day. I don't
I
want to
don't want to
know
hear about
about
nothing you have. I don't
nothing you
give a
got
damn
to
about your
say.
opinion.
I don't either. Like, it's irrelevant to me. Like, especially like, I hate the discussions about like dating and relationships that they're always feeding me. It's either red pill or feminism. And I go down the rabbit hole, and it's just like, it gets me confused. Like, on one end they
No,
talking
although
about.
no, the worst is when black women go out of their way to say how black men are good and they gotta get a white. Oh, did you see that one video that's going viral on TikTok? Let me play that. I
What do
gotta
you
get it.
mean?
Oh yeah, you're gonna love this.
Black women saying what?
Oh, she was basically talking about how she was used by a white guy. And we're not.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
this is
their
what.
stupid ass hinge stories and shit. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, but check us out. Check us out.
And
This.
it's a lot of white women too talking about my first date was so terrible, crying on.
A biker gang attacked a black man inside of a Fort Wayne, Indiana pub the other night. It was one man versus 6 biker dudes, calling him racial slurs, the whole 9 yards. No arrests have been made. The faces are super clear in the video. It's because Fort Wayne PD doesn't want to make arrests because they don't care. And I tried to post a video about it, and it got 0 views. So screw Fort Wayne PD, screw TikTok, and screw the outlaws. A biker gang attacked a black man and
I have no idea what she said. The way she
This is what
talked
some
threw me
biker
off.
gang attacked the black guy and didn't get arrested. Well, I bless her heart. She's trying to
What
defend.
happened? A biker gang did what?
Attacked the black guys. I didn't hear about that in Fort Wayne, Indiana. The thing is, like brothers, they be
Interesting.
going to these places. I'm like, what the hell's the matter with you? You know,
Yeah, what happened to? Why are Black people and Africans going to places
I have
that
no idea. You know, I bet you any amount of
they
money.
don't belong?
I bet you any amount of money it was an African guy. I bet you any amount of money it was a freaking African immigrant.
Probably.
Black people, got brothers in America. We know to stay away from these people. You know, let's
Where
say
do Black people hang out now?
we got black people got their own clubs and stuff like that. You know, we got our own spots. You know, and then there's mixed race spots that everybody knows. But
Besides
in Virginia,
the clubs, I'm talking about besides the club. Do Black people go to cafes and stuff?
yeah, we got a lot of
More
here. You
like
know,
a
we got
white thing.
that Turkey Lake Cafe in Texas. Whatever, you got a lot of black places. You know, well, people. Especially
Did you see what Kwame said? My TikTok jacked up, nothing conscious, just a bunch of Instagram baddies. This is why if I get in a relationship, if I see my man going on TikTok, Instagram, I'm throwing his phone out the window, smashing it with a hammer. I'm not playing those games because it's nothing but thoughts.
You and Dominic because you know that dude be listening to probably got all kinds of booty videos.
No, we're not. No, he's not. We're not compatible.
Check us out. Check this lady out. She basically, first of all, she don't
get
look
a
good.
flip phone.
Check us out. She doesn't look good, right? And I'm just putting it like this. And she talked about how she was used by a wife. She's one of these divestors, right? But this is a divestor. You know, this is how stupid these people are. Listen to her story.
Okay.
Really traumatic situation where this guy,
oh God,
he just like so horrible to me, and he just treated me like a stupid black. And it was like so painful for me, and everybody was like, "Well, you're the dumbass because you stayed, and you're just a stupid and treat you like one." And like I know that the situation was my fault because I should have just left, but like it really hurt because like I had sex. He basically just like used me for. He was like white guy in a frat, and so basically I ended up seeing him at Target when I was there with my old best friend like at the time, and he wouldn't look me in the eyes. He wouldn't say anything. It was like he was ashamed of me and just like embarrassed, which is like how most people get about me, and it was like so.
He shared this to the internet
for myself and said what I needed to say to him.
God.
Ran away from you when I was speaking to him, and my mom was like, "That's humiliating. Like she was like, you just embarrass yourself, and like that's pathetic for you as a black woman to do something that stupid." Like it hurt so bad because I wasn't even worth being looked in the eye. Like it hurt so bad. And looking back, and that was the guy who, like, when I asked him to stop during sex, he held me down. Like, that happened a few months after the Target situation. And I was, like, telling my friends, I was like, I'm just fed up being treated like this. It's like every person that I would run into would do this, like, take advantage of me. And they were like, then just don't be a stupid fat ass. And it was, like, so painful for me. Because I feel like if I tell anybody...
Why don't you show the video? I want to see how she looks like.
On TikTok.
Is, like, the last place. Because, like, I can't talk to my friends about it.
Hold up. I can't
talk to...
Now, look, I can't freaking... Somehow I don't get TikTok to work, you know?
I hate the way she talks. My goodness.
Yeah, she's one of these... You could tell she's one of those black girls that hang around white people and stuff like that, think she's accepted, whatever. It's just annoying. You know those type, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god, and whatnot. She hang out with the white girls, and white girls. See, that's what I said about liberals, right? Liberals are not honest with black people. You know, they lead black people into these situations where they basically, oh, I didn't know they was gonna act like that. Oh, I didn't know my family was like that. Yeah, you knew your family was like that. You know.
So basically, a white guy beat her up and did all that.
Basically, raped her, you know, and did all stuff like this, you know.
And she's telling the internet.
Then basically, she went to go see him in front of his frat friends. He wouldn't even look her in the eye. He walked right past her, you know, like she didn't exist. You know, so
that's the thing about the swirling movement. Now, I'm okay. I'm not against interracial relationships. People can marry whoever they want, but don't create a movement of telling women that they need to swirl, and you know some of these women are not mentally well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. The people are telling black women, these mentally well unfit black women, that they
feel
gotta
like they don't
swirl
belong
and stuff like that. You know, they gotta swirl. They gotta basically do all stuff like that to fit in. And that's why I said, now when I say that it's best for black people to try to build relationships with other black people, and that for the most part, I get called a racist,
I
a
agree.
separatist, a black supremacist, all stuff
I
like
think it makes sense for people to date amongst their own. Like, there's nothing wrong with the white being with the white, Asian being with the Asian. But Kala, also remember the African American guy that was with this white woman, and she killed him. I
that.
think he was like,
There was several of them, you know,
yeah, like,
and she got away
I
with it,
mean,
you
come
know,
on.
self-defense,
Yeah,
whatever.
she got away with it. He was like a Southern guy, and he was making posts on Facebook about black women and stuff
Yeah,
like
these
that.
stupid dumb niggas, man. I swear to God, you know, like I said, I don't feel sorry for the dumbass, you know. I also feel sorry
And
for
then black
whosoever.
women were saying, "Oh, we minding our business. We minding our business."
Aren't you not that far from that Soleil Robinson that got killed by that white guy? What was a 19-year-old girl, 18-year-old girl doing a 34-year-old white man?
He chopped her up, huh, and put her in a
Yeah.
bag, in a
What
garbage
the
bag.
hell? I'm
Goodness
like
gracious.
this. I would like to know who was her father. Ja, I don't know how you
Sometimes it's to make money, you know. It's called, you know, getting a sugar daddy or
so it's just
sugaring and
like
stuff. I be seeing that
if you
on
gotta
there.
make hold up. First of all, at 19, how much money do you want unless you want materialistic things? You're obviously still
Some
a
women
middle
are very
class.
lazy. They don't want to work, you know.
So the bottom line is, and then they look for these white guys. I'm like, I could never understand what's the fucking attraction. I mean, I get you got guys like this guy Jack O'Connell, or Brad Pitt types. But I get that.
Some black women are attracted to white guys only.
Yeah, but hold on, but they be attracted to this white guys. I'd be like, what the hell are you seeing this guy? You know, they be attracted to bald, fat white guys. Or whatever. I'd be like, what the hell are you doing?
Kenyan women go for any white guy.
Yeah, that's disgusting, man. You know. And women, like I said, and these people want Robert Spell. When I would have the BAO organization, never forget this, right? There's one girl that came in the BAO. She was
Asian women too. Asian women go for any white guy. White men
half
are
the
like
Asian women,
worshipped.
half of Asian women are married to white guys.
Yeah, white men are worshipped. Let's face it.
Yeah, they worship around the world. I never thought was. I always knew Asian women, Latino women, what that white guys, right?
All women.
I had no
when women
idea
get
it was
on
going to
dating
extend
apps,
to black
Kala,
women. I never thought it was going to extend to the black race. You know,
Kala, when women get on dating apps, most of them are trying to get a white man.
Yeah, they'll say, "What's your preference? White male."
All races. They're looking for a white man.
They basically feel white is their best chance of survival, and
And
they want to be
wealth.
part of this world. They want to have mixed babies or white like babies.
Mixed babies.
That's what America is all about. You know, if you're gonna come to America, why are you gonna go with the losing side? You're gonna go with the friggin' white side, like Ola did. Ola, he's a Nigerian. He's with a white woman. You know. So what's up, Ola?
This Yemenis girl.
Kala.
What's going on, Ola?
I don't have a girlfriend. I have a wife for 28 years.
Yeah, I know. I said, yeah, you got a wife.
Because 28 years. Because this woman always said, why she always focus on people's spouse and whatever she focus on.
I never focus on people's spouse.
Wow.
I never
you tell person, oh, you with your Arab, why you would tell a guy, oh, with your Arab girlfriend. You are an Ethiopian mixed with
When did I say that? Oh, yesterday with Kwame?
Who are you dating? Are you dating an Ethiopian? Are you married to an Ethiopian? Do you know what it is to be married?
Yeah, I date Ethiopian guys.
So do you know what it is to get married? It is a child's play. You know, because
I'm not desperate for that.
You get me?
I'm not desperate to be.
So nobody's desperate for anything. So
what do you want?
You come over here.
Why are you so mad at
he doesn't like me.
Kala, this so-called Yemenis woman, I understand.
She's not Yemenis, man. Stop it, Ola.
No.
She's Kala. I saw her picture, man. She's very, very beautiful.
You know, Yemenis come in different. You know, have you ever seen Yemenis?
Yeah, I know Yemenis, man. You know, I know them all. You know, they don't look black. You know, she looks.
Ola,
like
can you say something else besides mentioning me?
No, because Kala, Carl, I understand you perceive anything that a little bit darker in America as black.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. If you sit with these people, if you sit with these people, you understand. I understand the Negro side of the United States is totally different than the Negro side of the African. But still, you still carry the West Africans or the Congo DNA.
Yeah, I know that, but the whole thing is,
what's your point?
If you sit with these people, that's when you now realize these people are the so-called the people she's always preaching against.
Well, let me
They are far more worse than those people.
A good quote. Maybe you could solve something, right? Now, I made the argument that the Swahili culture is simply Arab culture, racially and culturally mixed with African culture, whatnot. So technically, honey flower comes from that. And everybody always talk about Kiswahili as a new language, Swahili culture, whatever like that. Kwanzaa, that's Swahili. So why should we celebrate people like honey flower when she comes from the same basic race?
Yeah, no, Kala, you're right. Kenya culture. We talk about the Swahili culture. Talk about Tanzania. And
yeah, but those people that do Swahili, they're like she is. They got Arab, Yemeni blood in them and all that.
Yeah, no, you want to use.
How do you know I have Yemeni blood? Did you do my
Kala,
DNA test?
Kala, what thing you should understand is the total East Africans before the West Africans, they were doing some shit business of slave trade there too.
Kala, remove him. Remove him. Because you know, thank you. Do you see what they do, African people? Oh my God. They always have to bring division. I have never sold a slave. My ancestors have never sold slaves. I don't even wait. How did I even get connected to slavery? For God's sakes, how?
I don't know. And it gets me. What my point I'm trying to make was when people like, let's say you don't like honey flower, right? I get that, right? But
He's denying my blackness.
Why do people praise the Swahili culture and adopt Kiswahili when they were involved with the slave trade? You know, that doesn't make any sense. So you cherry pick who in East Africa you don't like, you know?
This is what he was trying to say. He was trying to say that I'm an East African. I'm not black. I'm mixed with Yemeni. I'm an Arab, and my ancestors sold slavery.
Well,
there's
no
slave
every last
trader.
single person.
His
on
ancestors sold slaves. Hold on, wait a minute. His ancestors sold slaves. My ancestors did not sell slaves.
Kwame says nobody praises Swahili. Look, everybody's talking about, Kyle, you gotta learn Kiswahili. You gotta learn Kiswahili. Well, there's a little problem with that Kiswahili culture comes with the slave culture on the coast, you know? And so therefore, I'm not gonna sit here and condemn honey flower and then uplift Kiswahili. That's hypocritical. You can't cherry pick something like that. Either you write the whole of East Africa off, or you just embrace the whole thing and say, let's start all over again. You know, say, look, take people as an individual, you know, and case by case basis. I can't just write off everybody in East Africa because what bloodline they may have or like that, you know. It's like, look at me saying, Colin, man, you obviously got Irish and English blood, so you must be friggin' slave trader too. I guess I'm a slave trader.
He was trying to say that he's basically trying to say like my ancestors sold your ancestors. What a ridiculous and retarded comment.
That doesn't make any sense. They were in East Africa. My ancestors were West Africa, you know? So.
Look, Frenchie doesn't like me too. Every time
why
nobody likes
we all
me.
just get
They
along,
don't like
man?
me.
Why can't we just all get along? You call
you called African men are the other night. Yeah, okay. An African man, every time African men come on here, they attack me. Of course I have my guards up. They're always attacking me. They're always saying horrible things. Just because I bring up the fact that they don't try to build their country. They don't. They need to focus on building the country for the children, for the future of the African race.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If we get all deported, what are we gonna do? I don't want to go back and live. When did I say Girl, by you called African men retards the other night. Did I
That might
say
have been me.
retard?
That might have been me. You know. Yeah, that might have been me. I must have closed. I've said I
No,
know.
you give as good as you get as close as you get. Well, I don't get it. I'm confused.
Well,
Honestly,
I don't think she
African
can play.
people
The
are
bottom line
very
is, I think Honey
draining.
Flower keeps. She basically handles herself with her well. She takes with the back. You know, it is. Look, when you criticizing people or just saying how you feel, you
But
know,
we're
you're
not
gonna,
criticizing. We're speaking the truth,
yeah,
man.
you're gonna, hey, yeah, well, when you speak the truth, whatever like that, you know, people are gonna. What I don't understand is the level of anger I see that comes towards you. You know, so I don't understand that. Because if I was an African man, look, bottom line is, we get it from black women, right? They say how much with black American men we ain't shit. You know, they want to get with a white guy, they want to do all stuff like that. To me, it just goes in one end out the other. Why? Because ultimately, the world is the men have to conquer, like we said the other night. The problem with the African race was we don't conquer, we don't build, we don't conquer. You know, that's all of us. You know, and therefore, women admire builders and conquerors. You know, if you're not building and conquering, someone's not going to sit there. The problem we have in African culture, modern African culture, even Black hood culture, is that black men get rewarded, whether it's Africa and America, for doing absolutely nothing.
Okay, they said I never talk about Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea. Okay, they have the same issues. Those countries are not developed.
Yeah, she
We all
does. She
know
talks about
that.
all of us. She's talking about all her home
When
country.
I talk about Africa, I'm talking about my country that I come from. But the thing is, it seems like I'm talking about West Africa because on College Channel, he focuses on West Africa. But really, I'm talking about Africa in general. But if you want me to be specific, we all know Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, or Djibouti, they are shitholes, just like every other African country. I know it hurts to say that, but it is the truth. If that was Chantel and they would have been removed. For what? What am I saying that is bad? Am I disrespecting your show, Kala? They don't want me on here.
Well,
Let's watch some Sudan
the whole
poverty.
thing is like this. We can
I
have
already
an
said
honest,
Sudan is a failed
honest
state.
discussion about this. One thing we have to all agree on is, yeah, the race, Africa, and whatnot is messed up, right?
I don't care what they say, Kala. I come to the show basically. I'm able to talk about things with you. I really don't care what they say. Let them all hate me. I don't give a damn.
Yeah. Well, this is what I was saying. Everybody basically have to admit that there's something wrong with our whole entire race, and we can admit
Yeah.
that. You know, if we can admit that, you know, then we're getting someplace. You know, if we admit that Africa has problems, black people in America have problems. I'll be the first to tell you, Black America has problems. That's why when people talk about Black America, so long as it's fair criticism, I'll accept it. You know, fair criticism. Yeah, Black America do a lot of stupid shit that I don't approve of, and it's fair
But
criticism.
Colin, no African person comes on here and says, you're right about Africa. I'm the only person that does.
Yeah, everybody thinks when I talk about Africa, people think they take it personally.
Yeah.
Back in their country or whatever like that.
Everything you say is true about Africa. It's the truth.
You know, so I'm like this. Look, right now, France is gearing up saying that we are going to retake and re-enter Africa, right?
And they're going to be successful.
I have not heard one person even you would think somebody is friggin' would be the alarms will set off and say, you know something, you know, we gotta basically do something. Let's at least talk about it, whatever like that. Yeah, Africans sitting back like, okay, well, maybe we could.
They're weak as hell. They ain't gonna do nothing.
Oh,
They're
maybe we
punks.
can finally get that road built. Maybe we can finally get a school built. That's what they're thinking. And
Exactly. Yeah. Come
I want,
save
look,
us, White Zaddy.
I want to see. I want to know why is it that like just now Africans have just put a fund together, $16 million, saying we're not going to rely on U.S. aid. We're going to fund ourselves. I said it took us all this time. It took Donald Trump cutting aid off to be like this, you know. And now you African countries saying, "Look, we're not going to play." Even got countries like Burundi Malawi just rejected a loan from the IMF. That's a good sign. Everybody should be rallying behind that. Malawi said, you know something, so I think we're going to go on the self development model, because why? Because Africa has money, But they bottom line is this: if they stop letting politicians, I think that's why I don't tolerate. I don't tolerate people coming up here telling me about the CIA, and telling me about the CIA. Because I know for a fact of the matter is every last single problem in Africa is done by Africans themselves. And
Yeah, exactly. Kali, you know what I don't like? Sometimes when I listen to Dinah's show and stuff, I hear people saying, they're doing this to us, but we built their civilization. We teach them how to bathe. We did this, we did that.
That's
It's like,
bullshit.
but
Like
you
I
guys
said,
don't even have roads.
exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. Africans, black people love to exaggerate because they're enthusiasts.
Kyler, you don't think it's wrong when you said that you don't know who built Zimbabwe?
Well, I do know this. I do know this, right? I look. I don't know. I'm not an archaeologist or whatever like that. So
We actually do know who built Zimbabwe. The people that came up with that theory are
hold on. Let me ask you a question.
people from outside of Africa.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have evidence that Zimbabwe was a black civilization? It could have been, but do you have evidence?
Yeah, we know who the people that built it.
No, we don't know shit. What's the evidence?
The only people that doubt it is the people from outside of Africa.
No. There's a lot of Africans there that doubt it.
Which ones?
People in the Shona, they'll tell you. Some people say, no, that's not us. We had these ruins and whatnot. Some people say we don't know how they got there. That's what a lot of people say. There's no African.
What group say that? What group say that?
There's no African style from that region that ever claimed the Great Walls in Zimbabwe as their own.
We actually have 3 different civilizations in that same area that built with.
Oh yeah, I know, but hold up. The civilization or you understand? You can have stone structures, right? And don't mean that you built the civilization. You know that, right? That made a lot of the stuff that was built by people like Rome, right? Do you think the Romans were solely responsible for building things like the Roman Colosseum? No.
I'm not sure.
Because they have these things called travelers, Masons, travelers, people who go from civilization to civilization, building temples, palaces, forts, everything like that. Those are the historic Mason people you hate. The Masons and the travelers.
Who hate Masons?
You do.
When did you ever hear me say I hate Masons?
Didn't you say something about the Masonic temple, the Masons and all stuff like that? Do you understand?
I don't hate Masons.
Historically, Masons and people who build architecture, build civilizations, themes of civilization for different people. Mansa Musa brought Es Salih back to design a new mosque in Timbuktu. Remember that?
Yeah.
So the bottom line is that's been going on for a long time. People. It could have been the Shona Kingdom. Could have met some people or whatever like that, and they said, something, we're gonna give you 10,000 virgins if you build this palace for us. Whatnot. And that could have been it. You don't know what's going on. We don't know. Go ahead, DK.
Yeah, but the Great Walls of Zimbabwe were built by the Shona, the predecessors of the Shona. That's according to the information I have.
Kyler think it was built by Arabs.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, the bottom line is this: the whole thing is stone structures. I know the civilization was black.
And why is civilization to you?
No, I never
hindered on stone civilization.
Hold up.
I get Kala's point. I can see why Kala thinks that. He does the same with ancient Egypt and to an extent with the Ghana.
And my whole thing is, look, Mali and the West Africa, who I basically identify with, wasn't a stone civilization, but I still think Mali civilization.
Yeah, just like the other day, we talked about the pyramid type structures in Nigeria, and you said, oh, there was modern.
Yo, they were not stoned, man. There's
But
like
neither is
the
Timbuktu.
Nigerians stack peanuts up like pyramids. Are they fucking? You see what I'm saying?
But neither is Timbuktu. It's not built by stone.
I know that. I never said it was. But look what Timbuktu produced. Timbuktu produced at University of Sankara, which was education. They studied everything from algebra to math, science, the stars, everything like that. That's how I judge a civilization. See, what you're doing is judging. When people try to claim Egypt, what they're doing is taking the white man's version of civilization, where they judge how big the monuments are and stuff like that. That's what the white people do, And so we're becoming black white people.
I never judge Egypt based on
Everybody judges what's Egypt because they were like, we built the pyramids. That's the first thing people say, We built the pyramids, That's what they say. They don't know nothing
I mean, it's more pyramids in Sudan, so
it was small pyramids, bro. It wasn't like that. And also,
yo, everything
there's a lot of
Kala, that doesn't. When you say stuff like that, it's too pessimistic. I think people don't like the pessimism because I can be very pessimistic. I'll try not to be pessimistic so that I don't hurt people's fifis anymore in this chat or whatever. But it's just hard to be positive or be optimistic when it's 2025 and places in Africa don't even have the proper
how you know the French?
infrastructure.
How you know the French could beat Africa? Like how you just said earlier, because you said that with so much confidence. Like and they are.
Because Africans
I
are
don't
not
know.
united.
I don't know if they do, but the fact that they even say something like that is just really out in the open that they're gonna come back to Africa, and they basically relive. You gotta say something about how white people are, right? Unless you defeat them completely, destroy them, whatever, like that, they're gonna eventually want to come back,
like how Haiti did the French, like how Haiti did France.
Well, but look what Haiti made. Look, the French made the Haiti pay them reparations, and they're still paying that shit.
Yeah,
You gotta defeat them. You gotta defeat them the way Vietnam did France.
Vietnam completely wiped them out.
Yeah,
and Indonesia too. They completely wiped the Dutch out. They took out every monument, everything.
I think if France, I honestly think if France try to invade Africa right now,
doesn't matter if they don't
they're
have
gonna,
to invade Africa.
it's gonna be war on the inside of
As
France.
long as Africa uses their language, as long as Africa uses their currency zone.
Well, we'll have to see it to believe that.
It doesn't really matter. They don't have to be there,
If France go into Africa right now, it would be catastrophic for France.
No, they'll probably if
you know how much Africans is in France right now? It would be catastrophic for
what
France.
exactly going to do in France? You see, recently they had a roundup. France was just cracking down on immigrants. They were brutal. I didn't know French police were that brutal. I thought they were liberal. They're really freaking brutal. They'll be like rounding up immigrants.
It's too many Africans there. It's too many.
They're getting really tough on the immigrant population there.
Ibrahim
they have the right to do that. That's their country.
They got a right. They got a right to beat Africans over the head.
Well, I don't know, but you go in their country, man. That's what you're asking.
That's their country.
So what if the Minnesota police started gunning down East African? They got a right too, right? Because there's too many of them.
No, I didn't say they have the right to attack them. They have the right to deport them out of their country.
So if the American government started deporting Somalians and East Africans out of Minnesota,
if they're citizens, they can do that. If they're citizens,
if they're citizens here, they could do that.
These people are illegal.
How do you know they all illegal? How you know not some of them?
They got illegal. Kwame, they got illegal encampments on the border with France and the UK that are trying to get
Spain
to the
too.
UK.
Spain too. Spain is overrun with illegal Nigerians all over the place, camping out on the side of the road and stuff like that.
That's wrong to do that to people's country.
Italy, Spain, all these people are invaded. They got Africans setting up villages in the rural parts of Italy. We're not,
Kala, the white people was the first immigrants. They immigrated to most of these areas. So the Americas, the Caribbean, Africa.
Yeah, but they have their own
so what the European
country.
So what the European Union is doing now, because they're overwhelmed, they're paying North African countries to, police their borders. So just recently,
now that Spain is paying every African like $10,000 to leave.
Yeah. So just recently, Mauritania expelled some illegal immigrants from their country that were trying to cross. And freaking Mali and Senegal got mad, like, why won't you let them cross? It's like, dude, you can't just send illegal immigrants to the
But that's the issue. Why can't they stay in their own
Mauritania
country?
got slavery and they worry about immigrants. You serious?
Yeah, but they don't want people passing through their territory, bro. You know?
I bet if it was some Bedouin Arabs, they would have let them pass through. That's the
Probably.
problem. That's the problem with Africa. When they subscribe to these foreign religion, they become their gods and their dads.
Religion doesn't matter. They look when they go kill you. When I didn't ask you whether you're Christian, Muslim, or atheist or not, they see your black skin.
Yeah, they're looking at your skin color.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You see in Libya, they round up Somalians, even though Somalians they pray to some rock in Arabia. They still round them up.
Religion has nothing to do with it, bro.
Yeah,
it's
about race, man.
Race. It's about race, bro.
Yeah. Religion play a big part.
How does that play a big part? You know,
because the Arabs think that black people are cursed, and
no, they don't. No, they don't.
They don't.
In the bottom line, look, what they don't want is.
Kala, have you read any hadiths?
Yo, hold on. You know what it is? They don't want you going in their country mixing with their women. That's what this is all about. They don't want to change their country.
Because they think Africans is cursed.
They don't want their country looking like our countries.
Yeah, they don't want it. They don't want to destroy their country and their race.
And Kala, word for word, that's what the Tunisian president said. We want to keep our racial integrity, our Tunisian.
Everybody does.
Yeah. But I bet if it was some Europeans, they'll allow them in.
Of course, yeah, probably. You know, and see, unlike other people, Kwame, right? Hold on, here's another thing, right? Check this out. We just talked about a little while ago how in South Africa, a Zimbabwean woman was about to give birth when then the South African black woman kicked out of the clinic, right? And she gave birth on the street, you know? So let's not talk about like we're holy now and that Africans got to learn to start treating each other like humanely before they start talking about somebody else treating them, you know?
Watch out, Kala. You said South Africa, so Losi's will pop his head.
Oh, Lord, man. I poked the bear, you know? But it's the truth, though, man. They look like you can't have. I'm like, this lady is a human being, a woman, you know, a black woman like they are, you know. And they said, no, you can't come in here. You're illegal. You're a Zimbabwean, blah, blah, blah. You know, and she had a friggin', she had a baby right there on the street, man. That's
Kala, I have a question for you. Imagine if there was a law, just hypothetical, like something happened and there was a law where they deport all the Black Americans, all the Africans out of the United States and into Africa.
If they get rid of that 14th Amendment, we don't know what could happen.
These same people saying that we're harsh and we're mean and blah, blah, blah will be the same people complaining about the electricity going on and off, about there not being any hospitals, no amenities, all the stuff that they enjoy in this Western world. But when we criticize Africa and say, like, look, you guys are really lacking in all these departments. I'm an Arab.
I think you got to do a show on the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, well, I'll do that. I got to study it more. The bottom line is
imagine.
All I know is there was no black people at the signing of that. You know, there's no black people at the signing of that, or there was no signing of the 14th Amendment. There was no black people at the signing of the Constitution. There was no black people signing a Declaration.
Frenchie wants to come up here to defend her African man.
If I do know this, because I see a lot of FBA cheering for Trump to repeal the 14th Amendment, and I don't think they understand what that would cause.
Well, so where did you see this?
What?
FBA cheer for Trump to repeal the 14th Amendment. Where is this at?
It's all, if you Google it, just put it on YouTube.
What was the rationale behind that?
They think the 14th Amendment is just geared for birthright citizens, but I don't think people understand that the 14th Amendment actually make them citizens too.
Well, I'm like this. This is the whole thing.
And if you repeal the 14th,
there's a lot of black people who believe that I don't think they want to get rid of the 14th Amendment, but they want an interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which basically, if you look at the 14th Amendment, it says that both of your parents, right, have to be citizens of the United States. Then you're born here, right? Or if they're not citizens, they don't have an allegiance with a foreign state. In other words, basically, if you come over here and you waving the Mexican flag like people do, you got the Mexican flag out, I'm Mexican and whatnot, and you give birth to the United States, that kid is not an American because you still have an allegiance to a foreign state. That's what they would try to do is saying, no matter what, if you're born on U.S. soil, you're the 14th Amendment coverage. You know, the 14th Amendment specifies that you have to be a resident of the United States here legally and on the path to citizenship. And if you give birth to somebody here, that person is an automatic citizenship. You know, that's what they're talking about. You know, that's what they talk about. People think they can just basically come here, give birth, and basically have allegiance with their home country, don't speak the language, don't do nothing and whatnot, and get all the benefits for being American. Them days are gone, you know? Them days are gone, you know? People come across the border and just spit them right out, whatnot. My baby's on U.S. soil and whatnot. They swim across the Rio Grande to give birth on U.S. soil, and that's it.
Yeah, that's how Colin. That's real propaganda. Nobody
No,
just having babies. Have a
people
baby in their
literally,
gut and then say, "I'm going to swim to America,"
they
and just to
literally
have them.
swim across the Rio Grande and cop a squat and give a birth on that. And next thing you know, America has to take care of that kid. You know, it's the truth. You know, that's the trick. That's the truth. You know, so
You actually think people's doing that kind of
yes,
shit?
man, this been going on for the longest time, man. People swear, yo, you got people coming from all the way from the Congo, get across the freaking thing, make their way up to the freaking Rio Grande and whatnot. So, they just spit that shit right up. I'm an American now. You know, so what's up, Frenchie? Frenchie's gonna give it to us tonight, boy. Frenchie mad, boy. Go ahead, Frenchie, my first lady.
No, not first lady, anything color. What's
First
going on
lady.
here?
First lady
Let,
color.
let me know. Let me know what we're doing, color. Do you want to remove me as a moderator?
No, I love you. You know.
I'm just checking. I'm just
No.
checking because
Why would you think that? You know, you're my favorite moderator. You know.
no, I understand that, but Honey Flower, with the way she's behaving, it's give me blocked. Get her blocked. That's what it's giving. She can't.
You
She
can
can't.
block me.
She
I'm not
can't
gonna die
insult.
if you
She
block
can't
me.
insult African men constantly. That's what she constantly does. She baits them, and then when they join the panel, they respond, they are in the wrong. And I'm not talking about Lewis. What Lewis said was over the top, okay? But she can't constantly make slick comments because I watched the last one with Kidola. Okay, she was the first to actually make a slick comment. And if you go back on that live, I highlighted it. You know, I like to highlight things
Mm-hmm.
and have receipts just in case people like to deny. She started with Kidola. Now, he may have called her Yemenis or whatever the case may be, but he didn't insult her like the way she insulted him. And then she brought up his kids. So since when are we allowed to bring up people's kids on the show?
Well, then again, that was
I have no idea
that
what she's
was her.
talking about.
If you
Of course
criticizing
you don't.
people of being
Of
mulattoes
course
and then
you
you
don't.
got mulatto kids, that
Yeah,
don't make
that's
no
what
sense.
we're all saying.
Yeah, it's like
He was basically
I feel like that's
talking
the
about
biggest
people being
insult.
mixed,
It's the
and he
biggest
has mixed
insult
kids.
to
You
tell
know, that's
somebody
people
that
want to
they're
make
not
it.
black.
And his kids are mixed. So we for the most part we leave kids, Ola's kids alone. I have nothing against Kid Ola, but he keeps with this idea that that somebody's not true black, so he'll say something like Smokey Robinson and blah blah. They're not black. I'm like, dude, man, you know, in our culture, in Black American culture, right? We have different rainbows of color and stuff like that. And we don't see things like we see people. If you can assimilate with Black America, we accept you. You know, we don't see people as I guess he's from East Africa. I mean West Africa. He's from Nigeria, and I
I'm
mean,
dark
this
skinned.
ain't
I'm
the
not
first
light
time.
skinned.
This
People
ain't the
asking
first
me, are
time
you
he
lighter
said
or
that.
darker skinned?
This ain't the first time. A year ago, a few months ago, he said the same thing. He said, "I don't consider Ethiopians, Somalians as Negroes, whatever." You know, and he's always saying stuff like that. He said, "I don't care. I don't see them as Negroes, whatnot." And I said to myself, okay.
But he may mix kids, so something's
Yeah,
not
that's what I don't
psychologically.
understand. That's what we all understand. If you really believe that black race should be preserved, right, as you say, and I have no problem with people basically mixing, whatever they want to do, right? But let's be honest with ourselves. Once you mix a man with mixed kids and whatnot, your whole perspective better change, right? That means that you better be representing those kids, your son and daughter that are mixed race, because the same prejudice you put out there, there are people waiting to friggin' do the same thing to his kids,
Exactly. Tell them they're not black, they're not.
because they're not black or whatever like that, So he puts out there, oh, you're Yemeni, you're this, that, and the other thing. But Ola, you got kids that are mixed. Do you want them to be part of the black world or not? That's
Nah, they definitely eliminated from the black race.
Why would they be eliminated from the black race?
I mean, once you have mulatto kids, you kind of put them at a disadvantage.
That's what this leads to.
But it's true.
Historically,
technically, they're not black, so
not
you can't
black.
really say
But we as black people,
by his own definition of black, his kids is not black. Not me. I didn't say it by his own definition. Because if you're gonna say honey flower, East Africa is not black based on some Arab admixture, then his kids is half white. That's even worse than admixture.
Okay, so Kadola made a hypocritical statement. Kadola, what you said was hypocritical. Okay, is that the only thing you've got against him?
Let me defend myself because it seems like Carla be playing a kind of like a double game. You see why? I don't trust some of you Pomek that came from United States.
Double game.
I'm trying to defend myself. Let me tell you something. I cannot be sitting down here. Look, Carla, you don't know the history. You might read a lot of books. Yeah? But I told you that how this Ethiopia deceive us. If you see to that Ethiopia in somewhere else, as Somali, they will call you Jareri. They will not consider you as part of the black culture, whatever you want to promote. You hear me? Don't come here and tell me these black Americans, whatever. I know you for more than 10 years. You cannot be dancing on these guys, whatever you got with TAP, ask you to remove me. Then you just did it because I said East Africa might be enslaved by what you call the Omas. No,
look,
who is she for you? I want to know who is she for you? Is your girlfriend? I don't know, bro. You say you have a Liberian wife.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Now, I had this debate with Baruti, and he's insisting that Black Americans speak Swahili. Now, do you approve of that or not?
I don't get Swahili, whatever those Swahili it is. You talk about Swahili. You talk about because of whatever is being mixed with Arabs. I said, yeah, before the West African slave trade.
I have no Arab DNA.
But look, I don't want to hear about nothing about this chick. This chick can be constantly mentioning people as spies and say that guy dead Arab or not. Let me tell you something, man. I don't dance with people like her at all. She's an inferiority complex to me. You feel me? I can't be sitting down here. She called herself black, but attacking every time African man for what? Who is she? She have to talk about his useless, weak ass.
Wait.
Come on, goddamn.
No, don't stop, Kidola. Let Kidola finish. Let him finish.
Our people, they are very weak. They are full of hunger and everything. I don't fucking Jamaican who see them as Rastafari because they're fucking high. She have to talk about that.
But why you gotta talk about my people for?
That's a goddamn, man, because you causing motherfucking shit. You see them as black to us.
Oh my God.
Ola, your kids aren't black.
Man, God, I don't give a damn about what you want to talk about. She start attacking African men continuously. Who is she? She have to talk about her own people.
I talk about Africa in general.
Talk about your own Ethiopia who doesn't see other West Africa. Look, a Cameroonian guy was dead with your own airport station. What were they calling him in the airport at that time when they were beating him with stick? African Negro.
Ethiopia is in Africa, so technically I'm talking.
Don't come and say that package to us. Oh, I'm black, I'm African. Oh, I'm black African.
I don't understand
possibility you have no Ethiopian channel to go to. If you have an Ethiopian
I
channel
need
to
a
go
translation.
to, if you have an Ethiopian channel to go to, your ass will be sitting down here attacking the Negroes continuously.
No, I say the same thing. I said the same thing to Ethiopians.
Man, you come and say, oh,
whenever I talk to an African guy, I say the exact same
every time
thing
you
to
attack
him.
people's powers, every time you make some kind of slicky comment about this. Who are you dating? Who are you married to? Possibility TV is your girlfriend. Possibility TV is your husband. You never be touched with more than
Look at
25
Ross
years.
Moist. Look at the hypocrisy and Ross Moist, right? This is basically like this. I know Ross Moist wants a white woman. He says all his kids are black and Edo because we are a patriarchal society. In other words, basically, okay, let's go out into Europe, get yourself a blonde white woman, bring her back.
No, Carla, man. Carla, I know you for more than 10 years, man. I've been watching you for Dynasty show. Man, you're pretty black, whatever, black. I don't believe in being one. Let me just tell you the truth. But I can never
what about melodic?
I can never sit here and be attacking. I don't even attack no racism.
Nobody's attacking African men. I'm talking about Africa.
You bring this
up. The continent needs to be developed.
Oh, and Ethiopia is a black, and Ethiopia is an African.
The continent needs to be developed. It's the truth.
Check this out, Ola. Check this out. It's in Minnesota, right? You don't like Somalis. Just recently, a white woman, blonde, blue-eyed woman, probably like your wife, called a Somali kid 5 years old a nigger. What do you think about that?
How about the Somali people call it the Africans Gerari? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, but hold on. In America, the Somali got called a nigger.
Wait, honey Fly, you got a white boyfriend too? Somebody just wrote that.
No, I don't have a white. I never dated a white guy in my life.
So she denying it.
White guys try to date me, but
Ethiopia prefer a white man.
I do know in DC a lot of Ethiopians do date white men though.
You're married to a white woman.
So what's the weakest? Okay, if I'm married to a white woman, hold on, because when I see people from America, we talk about
mixed kids.
She's married to a white woman.
That's worse though. How you know your wife ancestors didn't enslave Africans?
What do I have to do with me? I'm living present day life. What did that have to do?
You try to make it seem
like
how
you? If you are a person
but you guys are moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost.
What's the goal? I'm confused.
Why do you care?
You don't know who he is really.
You don't want me
to
care? Ola, let me ask you a question.
A white woman.
Let me ask Ola a question.
What kind of question
do you want to ask me?
What kind of question do you want to ask me? I'm not interested in your
question. Be happy.
So let me ask you a question. So Ola, will you be happy if I go away? Is that what you want me to do?
No, I don't. You have to be.
You don't have to go away.
You stay. You have to be very comfortable wherever you stay.
Because
you sit down here. You sit down here. If you sit down here, you measure a little bit with what comes out of your mouth. Africa, you talk about Gereri. That would you.
I'm talking about all of Africa. All of Africa.
What does Gereri? Wait. Can I just
worse than Nigeria?
Wait. What does Gereri mean? What does Gereri mean? Nigga.
Nigga. If you don't know, I
thought it mean thick hair. That's what I thought it meant.
No.
I'm not Somali.
I be with Ethiopia. I be with Somali. I know the way they speak. I a little bit know much about their culture, how they eat their own pancake and everything. I know when they sit and when they talk.
But Ola, she's not Somali. That's what Somali say.
Do I say only Somali? I say Ethiopia also.
They say Gereri?
Man, oh God. You see, it's better that you people know what you are dealing with before you start to say anything. You see, in America, this is not about fairy tale or Disneyland.
Do African Americans have issues with
but Ola, I know a few people inside Somalia. I never heard these type of terms that they call them. So that's why I'm trying to.
So Ola, it's worse for someone to call you a career.
Wait. Let Frenchie speak.
Honeyflower asked her question. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Okay, so Honeyflower has every right to criticize the continent, What she has said about the continent in itself is correct. We can't sit here and deny that. Okay, so I'm not coming to her with regards to that. I'm coming at her because she likes to throw stones and hide her hands. Carla, she's an innocent. She gives as good as she gets. The first time with Lewis, I'll give her that. And maybe Elvis, a little bit with Elvis because, you know, of what he said. I give her that. And with what Jonathan said, when he insulted her, and he also insulted every African woman that the other day. But she constantly gets up here. She calls them weak. She calls them retards. Now, Kala, if that was
I never said
Chantel,
retards.
if girl, it's highlighted. Go back to the show 4 or 5 nights ago. I highlighted it where she called them retards. She called them retards. So,
Dang, I'm being
again,
studied.
What about Chantel?
Again. Well, I'm watching the show. I'm a spectator. I'm watching the show. I'm listening to the nonsense that you spew on the show about African men, and she's generalizing them.
Kala says similar
I have an
Kala
African
can say it?
brother. I have an
How come Kala
African
can say
dad.
it? No, answer my
And if
question.
you're speaking
How come
about one, you
Kala
are
can
speaking
say it?
about all. Just like when certain
It's because I'm a
black
woman.
women like to
It's because
speak
I'm a
about black
woman.
men, you
I'm a
don't do
woman.
that. If we didn't allow it for other black women, we can't allow it for her. That's what I'm saying. I'm just highlighting the hypocrisy. And I'm going to stick up for African men because on this, she's doing too much. Because if we had African men come up on here and completely just diss African women constantly, Carla, you remove them from the panel. You've done it before. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm sorry.
Now, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just now figuring out how sensitive this is.
Yeah, they're so
Like I
sensitive.
said, I'm just now realizing how
Yeah,
sensitive.
we'll be sensitive unless it's going to be like that, unless other people are allowed to defend themselves. If she says something and other people, excuse me, I'm speaking, you don't like it when people interrupt you. You don't like it when people interrupt you.
One at a
Show
time.
some impulse control and let me finish my point. You talk
Come
about
on,
being
Queen. We don't
emotional,
need
but you
no
can't
infighting.
push and let me finish my point. Let me finish speaking. And if you don't like it, you can leave. How about that?
Yeah, block
Okay.
me.
So Ola,
I know you want to block me. Go ahead, do it. Block me.
You're still here. You are still here. You are still here.
Let's all talk.
You are still here. You are still here. Do you not have a voice?
All right, let's act civilized. Decorum here, folks.
Yeah, decorum.
Okay. Yeah, I get the point. Only thing I would say is this, though. My whole thing is because I think this is my fault because I'm always basically holding black men in America responsible for everything that goes on in Black America. I don't hold black women responsible. Every time something goes wrong in Black America, I look at black men, right? And I said to myself, my brothers, right? I said to myself, there's too many of us act childish, foolish, and whatnot, you know. Too many of us that basically are dreamers, you know, and fools and everything like that. I say that about black men in America, right? And so basically the basic premise of this platform is just being honest with people and being frank. And I want people to say what they say. Like if somebody says something about me, about black men in America, right? Particularly women, whatever like that, I just sit there and take it on the chin. Because I know, be honest with you, I know ultimately, like some people will come up and say, like my good brother Hustle Smart, we disagree on this. He'll say black women this, black women that, black women this, black women that. And I get it. I get that black women are doing stuff like that. But ultimately, right? The buck stops with black men, right? We're the ones that are cause of our community failure. We're the ones that laid down and let the white man put the redlining on us, segregation, all stuff like that. We didn't have to do this. We chose this life, right? And like I said last night's show, do our ancestors deserve? I was asking a serious question, right? Do our ancestors deserve to be honored, right? And I look at the fact that each generation is basically inheriting the brutality of racism and all the stuff like this because people back in the days, black men didn't stand up and fight for us. You know, all I ever wanted was somebody who could fight for us. This is why people say, why you like Donald Trump? Because I see he's fighting for them. He basically has secured mineral resources, rare earth, long after he's gone because he wants to see white America with a future. We don't have that in Black America. Why is that? Because black men. So therefore, I don't know if it rubbed off on Honey Flower the way, because I'm the biggest critic of
Kala, I
black
talk
men.
about Africa. I don't just say it's the men. I say Africa.
Right.
Kala, when you talk about at that time, what do I said? I was blaming our leaders. When this woman came up, he said, we have inferiority. Hold on. He said, we have inferiority complex. Let me tell you something, Kala, because you see, in America, you people might have what called the first. Hold on, please. Let me talk. You might have what called the first society. You know, when I came as, what did this get said at that first? It just hit me, boom. He said, oh, how's your Russian wife doing? Without you don't even know me.
I never said Russian
You feel
wife.
me?
I don't even...
What I don't know whatever she have over with her.
No,
there.
because I don't give a damn. Listen, I don't care what. I'm not one of those.
If you're not,
It hit the bone. Damn, Ola, you sensitive.
Oh no, I'm not sensitive. You cannot be a little bit hiding your.
Truth hurts.
That's what he said to Kala. Kala, is it because I'm this? She's playing the victim game. Hide it somewhere, hit it somewhere, hide it somewhere, hit it somewhere. Look, Kala. Not today. I know much about Ethiopia, Kala. Kala, look, I'm not a typical guy who based in Africa fully. What you have to understand. You feel me? I've been around.
I don't know jack shit about Ethiopia.
So I've been around cities for Europe a lot.
So you don't know about Lalibela and nothing like that?
I know how they operate. You might be saying whatever you want to say.
Ethiopians are very nice
whatever
people.
you want to say,
Stop lying.
Kala, I don't give a damn how you think about whatever you talk about, Kala. I might not be coming to this show anymore, and I don't miss it. You take me.
We are not bad people. You're trying to paint us as bad. We're not.
Let me say this. I don't normally come to your show.
Let me say this.
You're not going to make a fool out of a man like me because of
It seems like they're nice people. My old neighbor, his wife is Ethiopian. They invited me over thing. I don't want to do it because they eat with their hands. They eat the feet with the food with their hands.
But I was not attacking her.
And I said, nah, that's all right with me.
But Honey Flower, can you explain when you said when I said Egypt and Sudan is black civilization, and you said, oh, they're not black, they're not Bantu civilization. Like, what exactly did you mean by that?
Your ancestors are not the ancient Egyptians.
Okay, but when I say they're black, I never said they're Bantu. I just said they're black. So do you
see the differences? She will sneak in some sanity. She will hide.
Well, I agree with that too. My ancestors.
I believe
historical facts.
I believe the people that built Egypt and Sudan are Nilottic people. Do you consider Nilottic people black?
Yeah, you're right. That's historically accurate. Yes.
So why was the problem when I say Egypt and Sudan are black civilization? You said, well, they're not Bantu.
Now you get what I'm
hold on. Ola just basically saying just what I said. He's saying black is not them, right? On one hand, because
but she kind of agreed too. But she kind of agreed too when she said,
"Look, I know I agree." But Ola really believes that I say they're black, right? They're a different type of black. Ola is basically saying we have people in West Africa have nothing to do or should not claim that at all. I never said that.
Kyla, when I say black, I understand it as Nilotic, Bantu, Cushitic, Khoisan, Pygmy. That's what I understand as black.
Yeah, but
now
Ola's not
why when I say Egypt and Sudan is black, you say you say well they're not Bantu. I never said those civilizations were built by Bantu.
Of America and the people from Congo.
Kwame, you just confirm.
That's the definition of black.
Kwame, you just confirm what I'm talking about. Since you be attacking me, you just confirm. When you sit with these people, they will allow you to understand straight up. The only why she's so trying to protect innocent here, you don't want to say deport all of them.
I am innocent.
Then when you said,
I am innocent.
Hold on. When you said, how about if they start taking people in Minnesota out, she will try to defend that area because her people are there. So if you sit with them, Somalia and Ethiopia, you sit with them. What they call Africa, that was called Africa. They're not referring to themselves. They're referring to people like West Africans and the East Africans and the South Africans and the Malawis. So when you hear the word Africa out of their mouth, they talk about the Negro ones. They take themselves out.
The Bantu.
Yeah, they talk about the Bantu now. I'm talking about the Bantu now. So don't let her come here
I don't know
with
what
such
he's
a
talking
sticky,
about.
sensitive talk. You know, Carla, is it
But,
because I'm here
Honey
like
Fly, I
this?
do want to ask why do you separate Bantu from black Bantu? I mean, your
Because
East
remember
Africa
when
from
Kala
Bantu.
and me, we were talking, like the whole pretendians saying that they're the Indians, and then they also say that we built the pyramids and stuff. No, they did
But
not.
nobody's Bantu is saying that we built the pyramid. They just say
Yes, they
black.
are.
Nobody says that.
Carla, I'm
Nobody from
living in
Nigeria,
Nigeria.
nobody from
Kwame,
Senegal is saying that that they
let's be
built the
honest with
pyramids.
ourselves.
They just say
No,
You got
African
Negro.
American.
You got Negroes on 123rd Street. We got the Egyptian hat on. Come on, we built.
okay, they Carla, but
You
they're
want to put
embracing a
them
black civilization. Is that wrong to embrace an African civilization on the continent of
yeah, come
Africa?
on, man. Look, this is the whole thing. You can embrace whatever you want, just like the Irish may embrace ancient Greece, but did they have anything to do
Yeah.
with
So
that?
what's the difference?
Yeah,
There's
because
nothing
know what
wrong
it
with
is. You know what the
embracing
problem
it,
is?
but
You're
Nordic
becoming like
Nordic
black.
people
You're becoming
embrace
like a
Greece and
black
Rome, and
Anglo-Saxon.
they have nothing to do.
Hold on,
Nordic people from the
what you're
center of
doing
the
is
ice cap
look,
got nothing to do with
all
Mediterranean
Kwame, the
you're
people.
doing
longer
is becoming a black
Kwame, the longer
Anglo-Saxon.
you sit
White
with these
people do that.
people, Kwame, the longer you sit with these people, you understand what I'm talking about. So it's not
nah.
about I just came here to start. You see, when she talking about East African, and Carla was asking me about the Swahili and the slave trade, I didn't even mention she. I said, what happened? Why Swahili came? Swahili is kind of like broken language of the Arabs, especially the Omar people. You understand? I said the slave trade was already going on before the West African ones. So what did he do? Take him out. Take him out.
Why do you
You want to
hate
say I'm
East
listening?
Africans so much, though?
You see,
Why do
she's
you
very
hate us so
sneaky.
much? What did we
Because
do to you?
because she's Arab. Because she's Arab, and whatever she missed over there with, I don't care whatever she missed with.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
not even
Arab.
talking about what she missed about. But
I'm
she
Arab.
cannot be sitting down
Let's
here
just end it.
attacking African men, calling them weak, calling them retarded. Why her own people are the weak ones? Their own people are the more hungry ones that they seek. Let's save the world from United States.
God.
You understand me? She
My own
sits
people
over
are in
here.
Africa.
Oh, girl, let me tell you something, girl.
So if I
I
talk
will
about
tell you
Africa,
your
I'm talking
history
about
if you want me to
everyone.
tell your history. I'm not bending down
Ethiopia,
for you.
Ethiopia is part
Honey
of
Flower,
BRICS.
I will say that you was definitely arguing with me yesterday about Arabs when I kept pointing out how Arabs is poor and they had no
No, because we were
civilization prior
talking
to
about
1920.
no, because we were talking about like how infrastructure and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not like the Arabs
How
built up.
they were
They
able to
didn't.
build
They
their
hired
country.
they hired
And then
Western architectures
Kala said
to
Nigeria
build
has
up.
enough oil so that
This
they
girl
could
will
have
be
built their.
drinking wine
No,
after
no,
the
no, no,
show.
no. I'm
This
not
girl will
done
be drinking
talking.
wine
I'm
and
not
you'll be
done
happy
talking.
calling yourself
Remember,
Let her talk for it. Let her talk for it.
remember, you were talking about Arabs, and then you said they have oil, and then Kala was like, Nigeria has oil, and I was like, and he was saying like Nigeria could be as built up and nice as the Arab countries. What's stopping them themselves?
No, no OPEC. OPEC is signed with Western
What does
countries. They're
Ethiopia
not
have it?
signed with
Nigeria
Africa.
is a member of OPEC.
You always blame the white man for
What is
everything.
Ethiopia?
I'm not,
Hold on.
but when I
What does
okay,
Ethiopia have
you
it?
had no problem.
Nigeria
When
is
I
a member
blame
of OPEC.
Arabs,
You
you
know
have a
that, right?
problem too.
Shut up, Ola. Kala
What
said
is
that. Why are you
Ethiopia having?
attacking me?
What is
You know
Why are you
Ethiopia
Nigeria is a
having?
attacking
member
me?
of OPEC, right?
You're a punk.
Let's not even go that far.
You're a punk,
Carla,
Ola. He
the
likes to
show you
attack
had
What's
about
people.
Ethiopia having?
quote unquote
Kala's the one that
pretendians,
said that.
where you guys
Hold on.
were
Let Frenchie
having
speak. Let Frenchie speak.
where you guys were having a field day with FBAs identifying as Indians and so forth. Let's talk about that night. You all went in on them. Whether it was fair or not, it's not my place to comment. But then when I don't remember who it was mentioned that Sudanese identify as Arab or whatever, Honeyflower had an issue with that. She was like,
That was
leave
me.
it.
That was me.
She was like, leave it.
Yeah, because
Why do you care? No, so
because
what's
it's
good for the
delusional
goose
to
is
say
good for the
that. Not
gander. You can't
all
call
Sudanese are Arab.
FBA people delusional. But when it comes to Sudanese people identifying themselves as Arab,
Kala, these people are
you've got an
racist
issue
towards
with
me.
it.
I'm done.
What are we
I'm
doing
not.
here?
I'm not
As I
coming back
remember,
Like
on
the
here
panel,
anymore.
the
I'm
spectators
done.
aren't dense.
Be quiet.
We
Shut up.
don't have
Shut up. Shut up.
comprehension
Shut up. I'm
issues.
done.
You
I'm done.
shut
I'm
up.
done.
You
I'm
shut up.
done.
You
Kala,
shut
these
up.
people are racist
Are you
towards
going to come and
me.
make make me shut up?
Hold
You're
on, hold
racist
on, hold
towards
Are you,
on,
them.
are you
hold
gonna
on.
come and make
Yeah,
me shut up?
y'all both
Stop everybody
decorum,
down.
No, I'm
Look,
done.
No, there's no
We're
decorum. Don't
decorum.
decorum me when she's here telling me to shut up.
Hold up. Honey flower, not nice. Look,
no,
take it
because
out. Look,
they
check this
are
out.
racist
Now, hold up. This is what I'm
towards
saying.
me.
Who's racist?
You guys, because I'm
This
not
is what I
Bantu.
What have
remember.
I said? What have I said that's
Because I'm not
racist?
Bantu, you guys are racist.
I never said anything. I never made any reference to any Bantu, nothing. The only thing I've made reference to is your hypocrisy. That's
Now,
what I've made
I
reference
would
to.
say like
And you
this.
want to
Look,
talk about
check this out.
sensitivity? You're
And
clearly highlighting it
look,
now
I made the point
about
the other
shut up.
night,
I'd like
right?
to make. I'd love to see you make me shut up.
What you call the Arabs and Sudanese, right? You got two things. They're both black, right? But the culture is Arabic, right? Arab is a culture, not a race.
Kala, you can't criticize the pretendians and not
Well,
criticize
come on, you gonna
the people
compare
in
that
East
to that?
Africa that claim they Arabs.
Look. When you speak Arabic, right, and you have an Arabic culture, right?
Somalian people don't
Still is
speak
Arabic.
Arabic; they speak a Cushitic language, but they think they Arabs.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, but I'm saying is this though. That's close, but there's nothing connecting Black America, slave to
West
slave.
Africans are very. I
Wait. So,
started to
Kala, you
see
telling
the
me
truth about West
it's not
Africans.
people that would drag
They
to
have an
America
inferiority complex
and
against East
intermarry.
Africans.
Kala,
No,
it's
there was
people
no
that
intermarriage
intermarry
between
with
Native
Native
Americans.
Americans.
There was no
Who have
intermarriage between
inferiority
Native
complex?
Americans and Black people.
Kala, you
You
see,
know.
that's a
Paul
inferiority complex.
Cuffy, one of the
Your
Now,
land
Paul
is not
Pan
Cuffey
being
was
African.
the
spoken about.
exception, you know.
Why are you so triggered by
Check
my
this out. Check
existence
this
and
out.
my
Inferiority
presence?
The
complex.
interaction between Native Americans and Black happened in like the New England area, but in the South right
Oh
here,
my
Native Americans
god!
owned slaves.
Shut up.
So you telling me it's no slave that intermarry with Indians or Cherokees in some of these tribes?
No. Do your
Come on,
DNA.
Kala.
There's no African Americans that I have like 1% Native American. I do that thing. Most African Americans, Henry Louis Gates did that thing. Most African Americans have no
Kala, I have
Native
to go to.
American DNA.
I have to go to sleep. This is my last day. I'm never coming back on this panel. I'm
Honey
gonna
Fly,
take
why
my
you like?
hair.
Come on, don't do
I'm
that.
gonna
We
take
don't
my
care.
hair
Bye.
ass out
Nobody
of
will
Bye.
miss
here.
you. Nobody will
That's
miss
what they.
you.
That's what these
We know your
Bantus
color.
want.
Nobody will miss you
Bye.
because
Fucking
we know your
tribalistic.
color.
That's why
Nobody
Bye.
will
your
miss you
country's
because we
fucked
know your
up.
color.
You're
Bye.
tribalistic.
Yeah,
You
idiot,
don't
Bye.
No,
like
you
East
shouldn't do that.
Africans.
Bye.
You don't
weak
like the
ass,
other.
weak
You don't
without no
even like
nutrients,
each other.
hungry monsters.
Mwah.
Go and defend. You coming for hungry monsters, no nutrient, weak ass, flat ass, no laps, big
All right,
head.
This is why
You don't gotta
Africans.
go.
No,
You
don't
know,
ola
This
him.
is why
Don't ola
Africa
him.
will
Don't
never,
ola
ever,
him.
ever,
Don't ola
ever
ola
be
ola. Let Ola
we
speak.
all
Yeah, but
Africans.
Let
We
Ola
all
speak.
African.
Come on,
We all
that's the
Africans.
point that she told
It's a
me.
Pan African
Maybe
show, so this is open to East
these
Africa, West
I'm
Africa,
done.
Africans so
South
sensitive,
Africa.
man.
So
Anyways,
say anybody of
And
African
so,
sense
if
welcome
people
I'm
here.
want to,
done.
if people want
This is what
So
they want.
sensitive
insult
I'm
on the
done.
Bantus and
internet.
West Africans, then West Africans are allowed to defend themselves.
Kala
No,
No,
but
more.
hold on. Let me say
So
something.
No,
Caribbeans,
sensitive.
Elvis
Kala
is
insult
saying, hold
Africans,
on,
no.
Kala
listen.
insult
Wait. Let me say
Black
Kala
something.
insults
Americans.
everybody.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
Elvis said talking stuff, but when an African woman gives you that smoke, you want to run away. You think I'm scared of this internet chick? I'm not scared of nobody.
Check
Come
this
I'm
out.
on,
just
Honey
tired
Flower.
of
Don't
being.
Internet chick.
No.
Check this out.
Honeyflower.
Don't worry.
wait.
Oh,
Let Honey Flower
oh,
talk, but you don't got Honey Flower
Chantel,
talk.
man.
honeyflower.
I'll eat you raw. He said, I'll eat you raw. He said, I'll eat you raw.
Who's gonna eat me raw?
No,
Who said
Elvis
that?
said it to Chantel, man, ran her off, man.
No,
If anybody
seriously,
sees
no.
Chantel out there, tell her,
Internet chick.
tell
About
Chantel
30 years
please
old
come
with a
back.
roster. Get the fuck out of
Tell
here. Don't make
Chantel,
me
if
come out of
anybody
my
sees
skin.
Chantel out there, hey, does
A
Chantel
shower
still doing,
Lagos. A shower of Lagos.
is she
Kala, you
still
know we
doing
see
videos
somebody
about me?
raw.
You know?
Kala, you know
I
we
miss
see person
Chantel.
raw. They're the one eating meat raw. They are the one eating cow meat raw. You hear me?
Somebody in the
Listen,
chat.
Kala
Somebody in the
show
chat.
is a Pan African show, and
Now
Kala
I'm done
criticize
after this.
everybody.
But I want to give a shout out to
What
Philly
today? Go and
Yardy.
drink your wine. Today's your
He's the
bad day.
only
You
one
didn't
in the
succeed
chat.
by drinking wine and calling us
Wait,
Negro in the back.
I
You're
let her
doing
talk. Let Honey Flower. I
I want
defended
to
you. I
give a
defended
shout
you when
out.
all I was talking.
This is
I pointed out that in Shashamane, the Jamaicans live good in harmony with the
nah.
Oromo,
Philly Yardy is
Amharic.
the only one in the chat that says
Yeah,
I
because he's
like Honey
Jamaican. Yes,
Flower.
he's Jamaican.
Big up yourself, Honey Flower. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's
I
the
don't
only
have no
wanted to
problem with
catch
I don't
any
have no
type
problem
of
with Ethiopians. I don't know how
Drink
it
your
is
wine.
with West
Hold on.
Drink your
Africans.
wine
Ethiopia isn't weak. They're a part of BRICS, bro. Come
Go
on.
and
Nigeria
drink
isn't
your
part of
wine
BRICS.
and
They're
think
weak.
and go and drink your wine. You did succeed in and laughing at the Negroes back today. Today, your
laughing
color
at
have
the
actually come out.
Negroes.
You hear me? You calling people inferiority
I'm a
complex while your
dark-skinned
country,
woman. I'm a
while your
Negro,
country is being
okay?
pumped out with anything you see over there. You cannot call people weak or inferiority complex where you know you're the weakest. You know, United
Okay,
States
we're
just
the
give,
weakest. Thank you.
sorry, United States just let's save Africa, let's save Somali, let's save Ethiopia by saying the war with the
Hey, Ola, let me ask you a question. Ola,
Thank
let me
you.
ask you
We're
a
the
serious
weakest.
question. Let me ask you a serious question, right? Your good friend Afro Dumbass, right, made a video the other day. Like St. James gets up here and tells me, Kala, man, blah blah. Don't talk about Afro Dumbass. He's a professor. Blah 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 blah. So I said, so let me give this guy a chance. So I'm on his channel. Last 5 shows, just really demeaning stuff about Black America or whatever like that. You guys all frequent this guy's show, support him, right? And you like when it's Black America.
They don't like African Americans.
It's all laugh jokes when that, but God forbid if somebody says something about you, your tribe, or your whatever, and if some Black woman right here that has an honest opinion about you, you got to, all the Africans, all African guys, continental do is sit online all day talking about Black Americans. You know,
I wanted to add, Frenchie. What was the
hold on. Let me answer Kala. Let me answer Kala.
Play video. I'll play video. The bottom line is, so therefore, why are you guys sitting there? Come on, my show.
You can't.
Somebody says to you, you know.
Kala, you can attack me at any time you want to attack me. One.
Yeah, but you don't like.
Hold on, Kala. You can attack me, Kala. You attack Nigeria. I don't have no problem with that.
I don't attack Nigeria. You know, I do check Nigerians when they start talking stuff like that. Most of the negative propaganda against Black Americans online is done by Nigerians, right?
Any attack from Black Americans, because I see them.
Black Americans are not thinking about you, man.
Hold on. I don't think about Black Americans too.
Yeah, you do. You got talking about us, man.
They're not. Look, I don't want to say anything because part of my family is half Black American. Let me just tell you this.
It doesn't mean nothing. It's part of my family.
Hold on.
You guys attack us all day talking shit about us. And you wonder why we having this division.
You attack us. We reply back. You attack.
How do we attack you?
Tell the truth. He's not attacking you. Tell the truth.
Kala, can I just speak? I don't want to hear this girl voice when I'm speaking, please, because she's
Kala, you always show the dirty word in Nigeria.
You talking about Makoko? You talking about Makoko?
Look, I have no reason.
And you still, Kala, I'm still waiting for you to show the poverty in Saudi Arabia.
You don't see Black people in America, right? You know who Phil Scott talks about? White people, you know? You guys made us. You go to any African channel, all you guys do is talk about Black America. You like the white man over there.
Migo, I was just trying to show I'm balanced, kid.
He said, we Africans are going to replace you because white people like us better than you guys do. And this is you guys say this stuff all the time. And then when somebody hits black, you guys get all upset.
You know, Kala, I want to understand, Kala, if you sit with your wife, right, are you attacking her because she's whatever she is over there in the continent? I want to ask you because
no, I'm not attacking like her. She don't say stupid stuff like that. You know.
You see, so this internet battle of whatever you want to show. I see you showing Makoko. Those people in Makoko, what brought them there? You understand what brought them have to do also with the slave trade and the battle between the Dahomey and whatever your empire. So you cannot be showing all these things.
Hold on. So you understand what brought people to the South Side of Chicago, right?
Okay, but even see Africans.
Do you understand that we have the same sort of problems or whatnot? But you guys, when you guys, we got to be understanding and build like that. But when Black people go through stuff like that, you guys join with the white supremacists and fucking.
But Kala, what you just doing now with this lady? Also the same thing. Also,
you talking about? I'm not doing nothing with this lady. You know, I don't know.
You asked to remove me. You dance towards it.
I don't see difference between you. I don't really study you guys beef. You know.
No, Kala, I don't see.
I'm a Black American. Africa is African to me. You know,
I don't see difference between you. Whatever you just do like that. You see why I like Chantel, Kala, because it did show you attack Chantel a lot also, but because Chantel says sincerity. But
Hola,
now,
what's the difference between Akata or Jarir? Y'all both call diaspora names, so it don't.
what the
Exactly.
difference? What is the
You
difference between
have a
Bodhiscratcher?
name for them too.
No, hold
so be
on.
quiet.
Kala, what is different between Bodhiscratcher and everything?
I don't know any black person ever called anybody booty scratch. That's something y'all made up.
And Akata. What is different between Bodhiscratcher, African
Who
Bodhiscratcher?
Hola, what's the difference between Akata
I didn't grow
and
up by
Jarir?
No, Kala, stop denying it. Only when you put here one.
Look, I didn't meet my first Africans until I was 20 years old.
Africans baboon and monkey a lot of times in your places, Kala.
The first time I met an African, I was 20 years old, man. We
man,
didn't grow up
Kala, you want to deny all these things, man. When the Africans reply back, you say, "Oh no." You want to take your own as water, like
look, I don't know anybody in America that talks about Africa. Everything we do, and we always giving Africans praise. You know.
Wait, honey flower, I don't criticize you because people in the chat talking about I'm up here simping for honey flower when I criticize all the time.
Man,
That's
you
okay.
sipping, man.
You can simp for
you
me.
Sipping, bro.
Nah, don't see,
sipping,
don't do that.
You see, you sipping, man. It's good to stand your ground.
No.
Let him simp. If he wants to simp for cauliflower, let him simp.
There's nothing wrong with simping.
I don't. No, I'm not a simp, but I'm balanced. I defend.
Chidola.
And I criticize.
You cannot throw stones when you live in a glass house, right?
I don't live in a glass house. I live in a reality. And
reality is this. Oh, look, you obviously, I had no idea, you guys. Maybe I should stop doing shows about like that. I had no idea people are so offended by stuff I say because I figured, hey, you guys talk about us all the time. You know, every time I look around.
But really, Kala, I don't understand. What I don't understand is how could you criticize her when you have babies with a white woman? That don't make no sense to me.
What that have to do?
Because you criticize you talking about she's not African or black, but your kids won't. Your kids by your definition, your kids not black either.
You get it wrong. I was not attacking her.
Okay, all right, everybody.
Hold on.
I'm down. Look, I'll let you talk in a minute. Let me play this video. Now this is real interesting.
Are you gonna play the poverty in Saudi Arabia or Yemen?
Look, I'm playing the video.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
You built a nation that controls you. How does it control us? We got NBA, NFL. We running it. They use you as dancers and entertainers. But they paying us $100 million plus. Yeah, but then they own the money. So the Africans, how y'all see African Americans? Huh? How do Africans see African Americans? We see y'all honestly as, if you want the truth, we see y'all as our heroes that have given up on themselves. But I know a lot of Americans that see y'all, they be like African booty scratchers. It's the persona that the white man has printed on you to dismiss your brother. Because you're going to divide me to conquer me with you. But you divide.
Now, the guy just got through saying that he sees African American slaves. But then we asked about niggas that, oh, that was a white man who made you think about us like that. See how they do it? So people, I'm telling you right now, like
about slaves, it's a hero. It's a hero that.
But he goes the hero that's controlled by somebody else. Backhanded
comment. No, it isn't control. It's a hero that lose control. That was
lose control over what? Tell me what you guys got control of that we don't. Tell me what you guys got that we don't.
Y'all black people got too much tribalism.
You know, he's a hero.
Too much.
He's a hero.
But you guys bring your tribalism to our freaking shore.
There's no difference between you and this Ethiopia. You were siding with this Ethiopia.
Yeah, he was Ethiopian. What's wrong with that?
I don't have any respect for person. If you're black, I don't care about that. You know, you're black.
So, Kala, I'm not going to just stand up and let you join this guy to attack me.
The females is out tonight, Kala.
Yeah.
You know, Kala, I'm not going to take it because
like Marshall's talk.
Ladies' night on Kala Nation.
Yeah,
Kala, what you want is you black Americans sit always.
I guess Monday is ladies' night.
Sit calling us baboon, calling us all kind of name. Then when we sit in a panel that been formed by Aphrodite.
Who called you a baboon?
Man, you call us baboon, man.
Who called you a baboon?
Kala, ask them. Kala, you know what you're gonna ask? Ask what happened in England.
Yo,
The way
Ola,
we fight
you
back.
called Jamaicans, you called us stupid. You say all we do is smoke
Okay,
weed.
okay. One last thing, Kala. I'm really going to
Yeah,
sleep
because
now. Okay.
because
Good night, Kala.
you
Good
see a
night,
Good night. I
terminal
hope
Kwame.
you
part
Good
of
come back,
night,
Africa.
honey
BK.
flower. Be
Good
nice.
night,
All my women.
Mari,
Come back.
Shay.
All my. I'm trying to build my women collection. I'm tired of you men, man. I want women, man.
All right. Good night. Bye, everyone.
But you that
I
build,
want
you that
women, man.
build.
I love
Kala,
women
you
Wait,
that
wait,
build,
wait, wait.
man.
Ola, who called you a baboon?
Man, Black Americans.
Who?
A guy called one guy called Kali Enigma or something like that. It's called us baboons.
Meekville called you a baboon.
Yeah, you see, it's funny, but when Africa hit you for back, you will take that to something very important.
But no, I didn't call you a baboon, man. What are you putting on me for?
Kala, look. Africans don't just talk anyhow because we don't just move anyhow like that. Before we start responding, before Afrodamus came to start bringing
Oh,
up
see,
his
Abradamas the hero. You know, that's what
do you
I'm
think?
talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. You guys get on that show all day talking all kinds of shit about
Yeah,
us.
Kala, because we want to pay back too. We want to pay back. You cannot be
You got
poking
but
our
hold on. A
eyes,
lot of
poking
innocent
our
black
eyes.
people who love you in America, right? You're turning them off by your hatred, your
Kala,
anger.
I used to enjoy your show when you were the one.
Kala, somebody asked her for the link.
I used to enjoy your show,
Who else
Kala,
wants
when you
to
were
know? I'm
bigging
ready
up. When you were wearing suits coming to Dinah's show. I used to watch you every time. I don't have no
I
problem. I like
appreciate that.
Dinah's and everything. But what happened later?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people started coming up, start calling us all kind of names. You understand me?
Who's calling you names? Who's calling you? I wasn't calling you names.
But it might not be you, but right now you change also. You know, Kala, you kind of like FBA in a disguise and everything.
I mean, yo, everybody knows how much I hate FBA, man. Come on, man.
Wait, Ola, you said Bill called you a baboon?
A guy called something Enigma, Kali Enigma or something like that. That was years back.
So why they keep saying you said Meek Mill? I'm like, when did
No,
Ola talk to Meek Mill?
No. I said something Kali Enigma or something like that. That's
Kali.
that nude. Yeah. They call us baboons. They call us baboons every time.
Yeah, but the bottom line, that doesn't represent all of us or even most of us, man.
But okay,
hold on. Ola, I wanted to ask Frenchie, what was the big issue with Honey Fly that made you like, okay, I have to address her?
Well, I've been watching the replays of late and I've just noticed that she'll make these generalized statements about African men. And then when one joins the panel and pushes back, he's silenced. So it's as if she's allowed to insult them and they are not allowed to defend themselves. Now, I have an African father, I have an African brother. You speak about one, you speak about all. Even when she spoke about black men, because she started off, if you go back to the earlier shows, she started off talking about black men and she was with the swirling. Okay. I don't know if you guys remember it, Kala, but she used to make those comments back then.
Right.
She can criticize Africa, or she can criticize the African continent. When it comes to the continent, she's absolutely correct. Sorry. Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let me say this. Somebody named KOKs is a thing. Put your camera on if you want to come up here. I want to see who you are. If you're not, you're out of here. I'm not letting anybody on my platform. Put your camera on. Let me see your face. If you can't do that, then you're wasting your time. Drop down. Okay. He's a Negro. Okay, we can let him on. He's a Negro. I hope you're right. Oh, look. See your picture again. Let me see the picture again. I hope it's like, it could be somebody playing a video to trick me or not, something like that. So I'm gonna take a chance,
Hey, Kala, KOK, he's cool. He's
okay.
Cool. He's a nice guy. He be on Q Butter's channel.
Okay. Go ahead, Marisha. Frenchie, you done?
No, so I just wanted to address Kwame's comment. So that's why I decided to come up today, because I've been catching up on the replays and she throws a lot of shots.
She said she just denied swirling. So you said she was talking about swirling earlier.
She called African men retarded. She said they're retarded because she was angry with what Kidola said. She called African men retarded. If she had said Black American men are retarded. Caribbean men are retarded. I would have reacted the exact same way. Because we've gone through this color with the other women that have joined the panel before, and we don't tolerate that. So why is it okay when Honey Flower does it? That's why I was saying there's a hypocrisy here. She can't be allowed to disrespect them, and then when they want to defend themselves, they're not allowed to. They're silent. She said, "Get them off, get them off the show, get them off the show." And then I had no issue with her personally until she was directing her anger out on me and telling me to shut up. I'm so sorry. She's older than me, firstly. And if we really want to talk about certain personal things, she isn't on my level. Whether it's education, anything, we're not the same. So, and I don't come on here talking about my personal business because I don't know you people. Some of you are weird on here, and I have a very high profile job. So there are certain things I can't say or do online. But if you're going to attack me and tell me to shut up, but you portray yourself as this feminine woman, this classy woman, you wouldn't react in that manner. I'm sorry. And then in the same breath, she can't constantly interrupt people and then tell people not to interrupt her. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I'll be on that ass every single time she does it. Because if the men aren't allowed to do it, then the women will be allowed to do it.
Hola, you and Honey Flower got something in common. Y'all both swirlers, so y'all should at least
So why are you calling
build
her
on that.
swirler? I mean, is she saying
Frenchie
that?
just said she's a swirling. She was promoting swirling. You ain't hear Frankie say that?
Really? That's really a freaking thing.
Girl,
Marshawn.
you've got a roster, a loose vajayjay. I have a man with money.
Come on.
I have a man with money. And I have money. You don't have money and you've got a roster. We're not the same. And you should have never have came for me. You should have kept it cute.
Well, check this out. Somebody named Makeless says, let's be real. The only real caller likes honey flower. Nah, I like honey flower. All you says is attack dog. No, come on, man. That's just so nice. Marshawn, go ahead. Now we'll get this new brother on KOK. What's on your mind, Mari?
Oh no, Harry, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Can you hear Marisha?
I can hear the gorgeous queen. I can hear her.
Oh yeah, calm down. Okay. Heal, boy, heal.
Oh my gosh, Kala.
Get your loins together. Get your hormones together, boy. Joe Clark, get your hormones right. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It's been a lot of different women that came on the show and stuff like that, and a lot of them left. But I know that, like, I don't know. I just think it's too many women leaving, and I don't think Honey Flower should leave. I mean, I know everyone has their opinion, and I know I don't see, because I haven't been on the show in a long time, and I haven't really seen Honey Flower like post stuff like that, because like I said, I haven't been on the show in a long time. I just know she's in Jaws group, and I don't know, she seems kind to me, but like I said, I have not been on the show to really get to know her much. But I'm just saying, I just think that I wish that we can all get along. I feel like we need to be cordial with each other and stuff like that, because I mean, life is too short. And like I said, I don't know what all the stuff that Honey Flower was saying, but I don't think Honey Flower should leave the show, because like I left the I unsubscribed, subscribed to College Show so many times, and I end up just coming back. So I don't know. I
appreciate
just
you.
Yeah, and then I have problems with you, Kala, too. Like I admit it, because I don't like some of the stuff that you were saying about African American women, and that's why I left so many times too. But then I just end up coming back and stuff like that,
But
because
I be loving
I'm
my
a
sisters,
forgivable.
man. I love y'all, bro. I love y'all sisters. I love
No, I don't know, Kala. I don't know.
I love my sisters.
I don't know.
Do I got some
I don't know,
bitterness
but
and whatnot
I'm
of years of trauma? Of course, things come to me
I'm a
and whatnot.
forgivable.
Well, I'm glad you forgive me. Let me ask. I was gonna ask a question. Oh yeah. What about the fact that Marisha, I know you're a nice, sweet person, and don't ever go on these other channels or whatnot, because you don't need to hear a lot of stuff. What about the fact that, for the most part, most black people in America, we see black as black, pan. We don't really have nothing against Africans. You know that, right? But you got people, right? While we're fighting white people, we're fighting racism, white supremacy, and stuff like that. We got people that really have strong opinions against us, and coming from the Caribbean, coming from Africa and whatnot. We're saying, wait a minute, like this. All I'm saying is, the reason why I say what I am, because I don't want black people falling into that FBA trap. Once black people get into the FBA ADOS, it's too late, And I am at least saying that we should connect with Africa. These are our brothers and sisters. But we sometimes, like I said, sometimes you and your brother got to put on the gloves and go at it. That's what I say. Sometimes we got to have this blood. We got to talk. We got to fight.
But
And then
but
try to
Carla,
switch to
but
something good. But the
but
bottom
Carla,
line,
but
the FBA people don't want nothing to do with Africa. They don't want nothing to do with this stuff like that. They want to divorce themselves from the black race. And right now, like I said, we're being cornered in America because it looks like America's about to go to war with Africa. That's what it looks like, right? This is probably the most serious decision we're ever going to make in our life. Do we basically sit silent, or sit silent and act like we're Americans and we don't see nothing to see here? Or do we get out there in the streets and say we're going to be aligned with Africa? That's when you're going to put this Pan Africanism to the test, And one thing we don't need is this ADOS FBA shit right about now, That's why I fight against it, Although I say stuff about Africans and Africa and whatnot, yeah, I get that, whatnot. But you know where my allegiance lies, when it comes down to it. My allegiance lies with Africa, not America, So that's what I'm saying. So my question I'm trying to ask you is, I think I'm justified in saying what I say because it's better me than Tariq Nasheed, even though I got a smaller platform than somebody else. That's what I say.
Well, Colin, I think to me, to be honest, I think this is all on online, because in real life, I see we all work. Okay, so I work in the nursing field, and it's a lot of black people from different countries and stuff like that, and we all work together. So that's why I'm saying,
same with me.
when I get online and when I see these attacks, I'm like, well, in real life, okay, I got a lot of Africans from different countries' phone numbers from, wait a minute. Let me repeat that over. I'm sorry. I have numbers from black people from all over the world. I have Nigerian phone numbers,
Yeah, just don't go on
Ghanaian.
this social
So
media
I
profile.
just feel I just feel that this is all online, because I feel like, when we after work, but for the most part, we're all cordial. We're all cordial and kind to one another. So I think this is just online. Well, in my experience, because I get along with everyone. I'm nice and cool. I get along with Somalis, Ethiopians, Nigerians, Ghanaians. That's just me. But everyone is different. So I don't know.
Check us out. This is a comment right here. Kala, are you going to join the African military against it? And look, the bottom line is this. I knew one day this time would come. This time would come, and I don't know how this is going to end, whatever like that. I don't know what's going to happen, but the time has come that we black men got to grow up and become men, If we always saying how America's racist, white supremacy. Okay, now you got to put that to the test. Do you believe in an idea of an African, a nation of our own? Should we start joining with America, joining against America, with its enemies to help that make progress? Should we start looking for friends outside of things? Should we start fortifying our position in Africa and whatnot, and start doing things outside? Or we just become a domesticated people and whatnot? These are the questions that we have to ask, and I'm asking these questions when I'm the only one asking these questions. Nobody else is brave enough to ask these questions online, and say it like with a chest out. Okay, KOK, what's on your mind?
What's going on? Peace out, Moo.
How's it going, bro? What's going on, brother?
I was really coming up here to, you know what I'm saying, introduce myself. And also I was gonna ask, I was gonna ask, like, what was the show about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay,
what's going
the
on
show,
with
the topic is, like I said, if you look to Black YouTube and stuff like that, what's that? I did a show the other night called Shucking and Jiving, whatever like that. It's like this: if you take shuck and jive, right, and you take enthusiasm, if they had a child, it would be called exaggeration. And that especially sums up Black America right now, shucking and jiving, right? Exaggeration. We exaggerate everything. We lie. We're living in delusion. You got people actually running around thinking they're Native American and not. You got people thinking they're freaking goddamn Chinese and not. You got people thinking they're Vikings and they're not. They think they're Hebrews and not. The Moors and not. They think they were here in America for thousands of years and their original language was English. I've heard that. And so the bottom line is this: when you have people who are enthusiasts, right, about nonsense, they tend to exaggerate. And you mix shuck and jive in there, you got exaggerate. So the title of the show was "Exaggeration is a Bastard Child of Enthusiasm." And tonight we're just talking about people who exaggerate things in our culture and history, whatever like that. We exaggerate our accomplishments, our achievements, whatever like that. And as long as we keep exaggerating, we're never going to basically do one thing. Discipline is the bridge between a thought and accomplishment. You have a thought and idea, you have an accomplishment. Those are two islands. How do you get from one island to the other? Discipline. Discipline is that bridge. That bridge is the two between an idea and the final goal of an accomplishment. Black America, 400 years, have never disciplined themselves. That's why we're in the situation we're in right now. We have never disciplined ourselves. We never took 20 years and say, you know something? For 20 years, we're not going to drink. We're not going to do illicit sex. We're going to work hard and study hard. We're going to do this. We're going to pull ourselves together. We're going to withdraw from the mainstream. We're not going to go on the red carpet. We're going to be pulling ourselves for 20 years, right? 20 years of saving and clean living and everything like that. And we're going to have a plan. Black America will be delivered in 20 years, for all the things that ail us, but we don't want to do that. So
Kala, let's just talk about the reality. I don't think Black Americans will ever divorce for what you're talking about. Black America is part of United States. You can never come to fight for African because for you to connect to a place, you have to be.
That don't mean we have to agree with it, though, right? We have to agree with it.
I understand, but you don't have to be. You have to be emotionally connected to the zone. You understand me? So when I sit here while I was talking, and I don't see issue with when I said the way I see this is different from the way you see it. You see Ethiopians as part of the Black race. I understand. But for me, I said, because of my experience with them and the way they handle us, that AAU and everything, we know they deceive us. If you ask a typical West African guy, how do you see AAU another place? They'll tell you, sorry. Haile Selassie just bumped down and the Ghana guy that formed it, and because he was scared about the two white men that invade his country and he does not trust the British, that's why he has to come and put it there. In that place, they never treat us good, and we know that. So I understand that. But for you, as Black Americans that left a real long time ago, the emotional connection is not really there like that. That's why that lady could just tell you, take him out. And you did. You understand me? I'm like, okay.
The all thing I said was me personally. This is I'd say like this. It could be not just you, not just Honeyflower, right? I don't like when men yell at women. I don't. Even me. I let Chantel say all she wants, but you never heard me raise my voice to her. I don't raise my voice to women. I don't do that.
I prefer
Tyler, you definitely blocked that woman yesterday when we was closing out, and I had to.
Audrey. Oh
yeah.
Basically, I thought she said something smart, whatever like that. She gets on my nerve.
I like Chantel.
But what she do? She was actually bigging you up yesterday.
I had no idea. I automatically assumed she said something smart, so I blocked her.
Yeah, you just
They have a love-hate relationship.
Oh, you
They have a love-hate
blocked
relationship.
Audrey?
Okay.
Not permanently, but just,
No, he didn't block her. He timed her out by mistake. It was an accident.
Yeah,
he thought she said something that wasn't her.
I love Chantel more than what with this Honeyflower. Chantel, at least Chantel is real. You understand me? Chantel is very, very real. It's open.
Why Chantel did a whole video? She does a whole thing about me Colonation 2, whatever like that. Her and what you call For Righteous, they have it out for me, They have it out for me.
Kala, you see, these two women you talk about, I like them because they're very real. They're not throwing
They
shit
come at
from
me. That's why you like them.
they're not throwing shit behind the scene. They're hiding. Kala, is it because I'm a woman? Is it because no, you don't if you know you're a woman, but you continue calling what Africans men are weak, continuously, and I know when you mean African, he's talking about the Bantu people. It mean Bantu. The Somali people will tell you, I know them. I'm not them fucking Bantu.
But Ola, I honestly think you confusing Somalians with Ethiopians.
No, they're the same. They have the same.
Nah, they not the same. They had different ideology.
They had the same DNA. Only that one part of it practice Christian, part of it are Muslim, but they're the same. And their closest cousin is Yemeni.
Kala, I mean, Ola, I don't really hear the rhetoric from I hear it from the Somalians, like, oh, I'm not black, I'm Somali.
Because the Ethiopians are very, very sophisticated in the way they do things.
Somalis and Ethiopians hate each other. They're not.
Yeah, they technically go to war all the time.
Yeah, because of the religion, not because of the.
Just like you like to say that the whatever, but the Rastafari, they live good in Ethiopia. They don't really have no problems, or from what I see, they get along good.
Okay, Kala, pump out whatever I said. They live good in Ethiopia. Pump it out.
Yeah, they're the same people, man.
No, pump it out.
What
be the same people? Hold on. This guy said the same people. What do you mean by the same people? What do you mean by the same people?
The Jamaicans that went over there, Rastafari.
Hey, hold up. Can I ask?
Yeah, they. I don't really see the people in Shashamane complaining about.
You talk about those people from Jamaica and Ethiopia, the same people. How are they the same people?
I never said they're the same people.
No. Somebody said they're the same people. This is what is confusing us.
And we got in Jamaica, you have Ethiopians that live in Jamaica also. So I don't really.
And the people of Somalia are the same people. They are the exact same people.
They speak a different language from each other.
They share the same. Hey man, hey dude. But you just listen to me, man. Just listen. If you haven't been to Africa, please don't try to put no misinformation about Africa out on social media. That's bad. That's a bad look. That's a bad look. Don't do that.
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Everybody here has been to Africa.
Kala.
The hell ain't acting like you been.
Kala, we give Somali people that build Lagos, right? Part of people that build Lagos are Somali and Ethiopians, right? They come with this kind of building style whereby you mold the block or you cast it somewhere, you start hanging inside the rod. You start. They build what called Duffy Estate. That's when I met them the first time. And they will tell you front, oh brother, when they're in the back, it is somewhere. They start talking about these people. We were putting money in their pocket. That was inside 80s or 90s. You understand me? Before the Nigerians drove them away. You know what I mean? Why we drove them away is because what they were saying is in our back, even inside Nigeria. That's why we chase them out. We give them an estate to come and build.
The Somalis or the Ethiopians?
The Ethiopians and the Somali, because Nigeria was building block set off from the ground with the cement and the blocks, but they come with a system that they cast the wall first. I think America also have it. They start hanging it inside the rod by using the cement, they can build a whole wall, but they will cast it. So that's how they came to build some part of like a Lekki estate called Duffy Estate. We chase them out. You calling us weak, we will chase you out. We chase the Indian out. The East Africans could not chase these people out. You understand me like that? That's why you see the
Frenchy, you in UK too?
Yes, I am in the UK.
Do you live good with the Somalis or the I don't know if the Ethiopians in UK, but I know it's definitely Somalis.
There are. We've got Ethiopians, Eritreans, Somalis. We've got a lot of them over here.
Have you experienced racism from or xenophobia from the Ethiopians?
I myself have not. The Ethiopians and Eritreans that I have come across have always been lovely people, but I won't negate what Kadola is saying, because I think Kadola, were you around London? Because I know in London it's slightly different because of the gang wars, etc. And I have heard that the Somalis have issues with quote unquote Bantu people, but I can't speak
But about
to
the Ethiopia,
Ethiopians or Eritreans. I haven't heard
Yeah,
that
I
before.
know,
I don't know.
I know for a fact that the Somali situation is a little different from the Ethiopia. That's why I kind of try to distinguish
Look,
the two.
the war. Look, I thought the Jamaicans were against the Africans. They go after us heavily.
Jamaicans ain't going after no Africans, man.
Hold on. You see, they go after. They were killing us.
Kwame, they were.
They were
Let's not
killing us.
be disingenuous.
The
They
Jamaicans
were.
were killing the
Back in the
Africans.
day, they were.
They were killing us, calling us Africa kind of name, bomber clad.
I know what I do know is Jamaicans and
bro.
Somalis go at it. I don't know about West Africa.
Then the Nigerians formed a gang. They now brought him the other Africans into it. The Nigerians started going after them too. That was when the Jamaicans started to say, oh, these Africans can be very, very aggressive too. They did that for what called unity. That unity be formed by the head elements of the Jamaicans and the Africans that had the whole gang was stopped. They have to realize they are for one people. You understand me? They realize that guess what? The Somalis.
Hold on, I don't mean to stop you. What years it is? What years it is?
It's the 90s, bro. 80s, 60s, 70s. The Jamaicans, they like the Africans that were coming to study there.
Honestly, this is my first time hearing about that. I never heard about
They didn't like them at all. They didn't like the Africans at all that were coming to, because the Africans don't come there to study, they just come there to study. Then when the Africans started coming in the 70s, really, they didn't want to do with the Africans. You understand? Then that will lead to bullying them, insulting them, doing all kind of things to the Africans. They now resort to, they start killing the Africans.
Then the Africans and the Jamaicans came around the same time. The
No. The Africans came to study. The Jamaicans came to build during the Windrush.
Yeah, the Windrush.
Then they didn't like the Africans because look, it doesn't mean aggressive. That does not belong to one group. Then after the bulliness, insulted them, all kind of something, they start analyzing them.
From what I know, because I got Jamaican cousin in England and stuff like that. I know that they tell me they have a problem with the Somalis. I never heard they talk about they have a problem with West Africans.
After the Africans, that's when when I mean Africa, I'm talking about now the Bantu now. Then the Nigerians could not take it anymore. They formed their own gang. They start bringing the other African countries like Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia, all the Africans that formed there. They start bringing it together because they have to defend themselves. They start fighting back. And it was nasty. And still today, there are some people who never forgive the Jamaicans what they did to them in that place.
My problem is, like, why do we have to stereotype a whole group of people? Like, there's good people and bad people in every culture and every race and things like that. So that's my problem. That's why I say, like, never mind. Never mind. Let me just drop from the panel because I don't know. I don't really have this problem. It's just only online when I have this problem. But
I don't think you're online enough.
No, Marie, share your perspective because what you're saying right now is true.
Yeah. Share your perspective.
It's true.
Well,
don't run.
But see, that's what I'm saying. This is online. This is online because this is what I'm saying.
Marisha, it's because internet exists. That's why you see it online. Before the online, it was real life. You understand? It was real life. So the Africans never have a sugar cane and start eating it. The what they call the word called African now. The people they call African never have a sugar cane and start enjoying it like that. It was always bitter. The Africans have to stand their ground. It started first in London because that is the headquarters where they all gather over there. But you see, the law between Jamaicans and the Africans now was never really there. The Jamaicans never allowed to their clubs. If we come over there,
I never heard this. I know people I know Jamaicans that intermarry with
the Jamaicans never allowed to their club because they formed the club first. You understand me?
Kwame, this
Then the
was
Africans,
in the 90s, early 2000s. It's not so much
that's what I'm
happening
saying. The
now.
Jamaica never
My
allow for that talk.
generation, Gen
This
Z,
so-called
it doesn't occur with us. We don't
this
have
so-called
any
this
issues
so-called
whatsoever.
dance
It's
for
more
this
back in
so-called
the
dance
day.
for you. This so-called dance you see
But
now.
Frenchie,
Everybody was enjoying.
even
The
even
Jamaica
in
never
the
allowed
'90s,
to dance again.
I never really heard that.
You
But
understand me?
this is new to me.
Maybe because you live in America, but those of us that are from the UK, it was very,
Never
very
allowed
I
common.
will say, look, I will say this is my opinion, right? I was watching this one program, right? I was watching this program, and basically it was very, very hurtful, right? Jamaicans, basically, Caribbeans that came on Windrush, they would basically have this round table with this white guy, British guy, and they were basically saying, "We've been here since whatever it was, you know, we should do this, whatever like that. We're not this. We only make up this amount of parliament, blah blah blah." And the friggin' the white guy said, "You know something? Look at your Caribbean community that came here generations ago, and look at the Nigerians. Look how they're succeeding in education, academia." The guy, the Jamaican guy, was just so broken. Yeah, he almost about broke down. He's like, in other words, basically what they're doing is the white people are weaponizing what they perceive as African success against people that might pose a threat to them. Right? As white people control, they're not going to let Jamaicans get so far in that society. So what they do is they have another group of people come in, say, "Look, we're going to come in, we visit the UK. You do this, we're not. We're going to give you jobs." And the bottom line, look, the white people control everything. They control all the outcomes. If we do this right here, we're gonna have so many Nigerians working in tech. We're gonna have so many Nigerians studying this, whatnot. And so, and the result is you're gonna have a functioning Nigerian community that we can use to tell everybody we're not racist. Look at this community right here. And the bottom line is that's what they do,
It's
even
not
they
like
try to
that.
do in America. But
It's not like that. The Africans have to fight for position, whatever they got over there.
they're being helped along by a
No,
system.
and
also why? Because they have more money tied up in Nigeria than they do
the
Jamaica.
Africans, when I mean the Africans, talking about the Ghanaians, the Cameroonians, or the Gambians, right? They have to find a spot for themselves. Look, just the way the Pakistanis,
French, are you Wolof?
just like the way the Pakistanis and the Indians,
it's Cameroon.
just the way the Pakistanis, the Indians they occupy some positions over what they're doing over there. So what I'm just trying to tell you is this: we never been. Look, it would be very difficult for Africa because we take your family back home. We're not really looking for trouble like that. You understand me? But
the Jamaicans are the
Caribbeans go.
The
The Caribbeans go after us first. You understand me? I'm talking about the Jamaicans really. You understand? Never allow Jamaica to rob you as an African. You'll be praying for yourself to be alive. If they rob you and they know you're an African, pray for you just to be alive.
Come on, Ola. You making Jamaica sound like we savages
they will smoke
in
your
UK.
head off. If they rob you and they know you're an African, man, they will smoke your head off. Just pray for that. That's just the truth. You understand me? That's just the truth. It's the society that create people like the Tony Joshua. Tony Joshua was not, because of what the Jamaicans did, Tony Joshua was not an easy guy. It's the society that created that guy like that before he went to Boston. It was now that that the Boomerang, that the table now turned around, that the Africans now occupy for certain places. That's where you see the everything that now come together now, because the Africans are now on top over there now. Man, just that's the truth, bro. Don't. That's why sometimes I'm not separating the Jamaicans also for their nastiness. Also, we have the record.
Yeah, but the whole thing is it just all this smacks of
all our Jamaicans just they just violent people. So you can't they're not discriminating against Africans. I'm a Jamaican. I could say that they're Jamaicans are very violent people, just like they are in Canada, America. But I don't think they targeting Nigerians or West Africans.
a lot of that's a white power structure, basically pitting people against each other. That gets me is I can see that African Americans can see that, right? Why is it Africans do not see that? You know, you don't think when they give you these praises in the media, oh, Nigerians are the hardest working immigrants, they're the most educated. They're doing that on purpose. Why? For a reason. You know, that's a target at black men in America. You know,
Africa, they
Look,
don't.
Dylan,
See,
well,
Kala, it's not that we
bottom of the
don't
whole,
see
but
that.
when you add everything up, right? Like when you add everything up, like this one Jamaican guy said, if you add up the top 10% of Black America and the top of everybody else, we're like ahead of everybody across the globe. You know, it's like unreal. But the bottom line, but the perception is because white people in America, like I said, we're being cornered. They don't want to let black people in certain spaces in America. They want to dominate everything. They want to control everything, whatnot. At the same time, we're starting to question our allegiance to America altogether. That's what's dangerous, right? If somebody put in the chat room, Colin, would you go against this, your nation or not? Well, the bottom line is this: if it feels like, if I don't know if we're going to take up arms and like that, but don't mean I'm going to be sitting down having a beer saying, "Yeah, man, like no rules."
Okay, Kala, have a great day, Kala.
What? I'm not gonna look if they start bombing Burkina Faso. I'm not gonna sit there and be cheering it. You know, I will tell you that. You know, I will strongly protest and stuff like that. You know, and so basically, that's what the situation we're in right now. But we know that, right? And what again is our African brothers and sisters come over here. They do not friggin' care about anything that happens on their homeland. You know. What do you think about the United States trying to take over? Sending this guy General, what's his name, Langley? Well, now this guy's an embarrassment to our rating. Right now, we're seeing now in real time that this is what Malcolm X, all these people are talking about. Everything these people say that I was hoping they would be wrong is right. We do got people who are sellouts, people who will sell us out. The white man do get picked certain black people to go against their race, and we do have race traitors, you know, and so. Now it's like, okay, now the truth is out there. What do we do? You know, we're so invested into American society. We can't, we're so paralyzed because of our job.
Mari, what's your experience with the East Africans in Ohio? Because I remember you said earlier you that you see the different countries of East African in Ohio.
I get along with them. I work with a lot of African nurses and nurse aides, and I get along with them. I actually had some like well, I don't want to say friends, but we were all cool, like some Somali. Well, I'll just say they're not really friends, but I had their numbers and stuff like that. We will talk every now and then and stuff like that. But I don't have a problem with them. I think we all get along. We work together and stuff like that. But like outside of work, I really don't really speak to anyone. I really don't have a lot of friends like that. But I just I get along with them. I don't have a problem with them, especially Somali people. I mean, there's a lot of Somalis here, and I don't have a problem with them. But I mean, I know everyone's different. But overall, I'm a very friendly person. In real life, whether people know it or not, because this is the internet, and I know people don't really know me like that. But overall, I'm a friendly person. I'm a kind person. As long as you treat me with respect, I would treat you with respect. But if you get disrespectful, I would get disrespectful back. So that's it.
Exactly. Thank
You
you.
might have to slap. You might have to slap somebody.
No. I don't know. No. I don't like to fight. I mean, even though I did get into a fight when I was younger, like when I was around 18, but I felt really bad about it. But I don't like to fight really. I'm more of a lover than a fighter. I just think that life is too short, and I don't like to hold grudges and stuff like that. I just prefer to be friendly with everyone, and even with white people, because not all white people are racist and stuff like that. There are good people, like I said, there are good and bad people in all cultures and stuff like that. And actually, we all have good and bad in us. Not everyone is good every day. I mean, you know what I mean? We all have different emotions and stuff like that. So no one is perfect on this earth, and that's just how I see it. I know people may disagree with me. I know some people don't like white people at all. That's fine. That's them. But I just tend to, if someone's nice to me and respectful to me, I'm gonna be nice and kind to them. And as a
Yeah,
nurse, and
you're
as a
like
nurse,
me. Like I tell people all the time. People think like that. Oh, look, I believe that me being a black nationalist is probably going to make people. I think I'm going to do better for race relations than anybody else. Why? Because unlike a lot of other people who like, see that video I played where the girl was crying about the white guy who abused her. And I'm just saying, wouldn't it be better if we all stick to our own race? You know, right? Now you can have white people as friends. Hey, he's cool and everything like that. You're human beings. But everybody to act on a human level and get along with each other. I don't care what color you are or whatnot. Not every black person I like. Not every black person I could have my back, right? And I have a lot of white people that I'm cool with, you know. But the thing is, I still have an obligation to my people, my community, to marry within my race and stuff like that. And basically support black business, black economics, black politics, and stuff like that, black discussion and black culture. We're still part of a community, you know. The problem is when people forget who they are and in their place. And then when you get reminded, suddenly you all white people suck. No. You went out there and made a fool out of yourself, you know. You went out there, you tried to invade their spaces. Like you got black people that can't stay out of white spaces, you know. And then when it happens, you know, nigga, blah, 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 get the hell out of here, or they get bad treatment, suddenly they take to social media and look at white people, they did this to me and blah, 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 blah. And I'm tired of hearing that story, you know.
yeah. See, that's how I feel, Carla, because I'm not I stick with my own people. I mean, I really don't go like to really white spaces like that, but
As you should. As you
but
should.
like I'm saying, I'm just cordial with everyone. If you know, like I'm saying, if I'm at work, I'm cordial with white people and all type of races and stuff like that. But I stick with my own people. And to be honest, I really don't go anywhere. I'm an introverted type of person. But if I do go out, I go out with my family to places and stuff like that. But I'm not, just be all in white spaces like that, because I already know what you're talking about. I know what you're saying.
Frenchie, what's the relationship with the black people in the UK? Like, are they cool or are they separate?
Well, I live up north, so I can't really speak to what it's like down south. But for the most part, the only issues I've heard of is with the Somalis. Every other black person is united. So that's all I can say on that front. But Kala, you were absolutely right to point out the hypocrisy with certain Africans. So when that white lady called that, I think he was an autistic 5-year-old boy, the N-word, Africans were in an uproar about that. But whenever, our African American brothers and sisters want to talk about the racism that does occur in the United States, they're very quick to dismiss it.
French, it's crazy. That little boy was a Somalian. I mean, Somalian. Was he?
Right.
Check it out. There was this African lady that went on a rant talking about, oh, you African Americans that do right. We hear you. Let's see. Well, she's a judge. See, we Africans got values and families like we don't have that, right? And they always put out this nonsense that Black American culture is the ghetto or whatever like this, And I'm saying to myself, who needs the white supremacist neo-Nazis when we got fucking Africans, particularly Nigerians, always putting this stuff out about us, And so therefore, that's why I say when she was mad about black people supporting Carmela Anthony, right? I wonder which that same Nigerian woman was mad that we raised money for Carmela Anthony. What she had to say about them waging money for a known white supremacist lady, so we white people got to stand up for ourselves and whatnot. She called a little black child the N-word, right? And raised $1 million. She's going to cash out on $1 million, rewarded.
To be fair, Carl, I think that lady was Liberian. Just to
which lady?
Correct.
Oh, that
the
said
lady
that?
Yeah, I think she was
don't tell me about Liberian peeps, so that's stupid, Yeah, I thought it was a Nigerian,
Carla, even in the UK, Nigerians have started to realise that there is racism here also. At first they were saying, no, it doesn't exist. white people aren't as bad. But if you go on YouTube at the moment, there are a lot of especially Nigerian women, complaining about the racism and stereotypes, the racial profiling that they have faced here.
What gets
So,
me is,
yeah.
Frenchie, is all anybody has to do before I even was called a
Nobody
racist.
believe in racism until they come to the Western world.
Well, check it out.
That's crazy,
Another
man.
thing is this. Another thing is this. Usually, in history, right? When you basically read a lot of books and whatnot, you know about a country, right? Do you know a lot of people learned, a lot of white people in Europe before they came to America? They knew all about American culture from books like Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn. So when they came to America, it was exactly like they expected. White people, Negroes knew their place, and blah 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 blah. How is it that Africans, Nigerians particularly, don't friggin' know anything about these countries before they come? They actually come here thinking America is this George Washington, Abraham. These are all great men. They actually believe that shit, And they look at black people like, "Oh man, this is a great country." Blah. Yeah, it's a great country, but it's for white people, And these people, and we try to tell them that.
Kyle, I would admit a lot of Africans they don't believe racism until they come to the Western countries. That they see it for
They
themselves.
experience it themselves.
Yeah,
I
don't
think
say
that
a lot
one
of Africans say,
that one woman,
Just like
particular countries, because
when
maybe
Somalians say they not black until they come to America, then they find out they black. But sorry, Frenchie,
They
go
find
ahead.
out they're black. They
no,
find
no,
out
it's
they're
okay.
black. And they say, well, let's say, and so this is what we're hoping. This is what we're up against, right? And then, like I said, I think on my platform, what I don't want is black people becoming America coming tribal. And we become tribal, we'll lose, we'll lose the whole everything. Because the only people that win from that are the white supremacists, They would love for us to be like, and my door is always open. That's why I say on this panel, and when my show and that, they ain't all black Americans. They ain't all anybody that's black in the black world. I really mean that, that we could argue and disagree, but we're all black and everybody black is welcome on this panel.
You can try to separate yourself. That white man go look at
Oh yeah,
everybody as black.
every time I start feeling myself that maybe black America is superior, when somebody white will make sure to remind me, that I am a Negro in America. It don't matter what you got. Also, just like if you think that you're better than a black person in the hood, okay, just put some regular clothes on and like 2:00 in the morning, go down to 7-Eleven and whatnot, And the lady starts hiding behind the counter and whatnot. Next thing you know, they're pushing that button, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the police show up and whatnot. They got this little button behind the counter, panic button.
You could get pulled over in a nice car. Don't matter.
Yeah, I got a nice car. You can pull over anytime, whatnot, and then it could go left, whatnot. You're reaching for your license and you get your blames blown out. So this is reality of being black in America. It's a reality.
But see, Kyle, this is what I'm saying. This is why I don't like this tribalism stuff. Like, why would you hate? Okay, why would another black person hate another black person because they were born on a different landmass? Like, that's the most dumbest thing ever. The only time if you start to hate someone, if they're like treating you wrong or something like that, but don't stereotype a whole group of people. They just only stereotype that person that done you wrong. Like, that's just me. I'm not gonna
What
sit
gets
there
me
and
is
be
like
like,
people like
oh,
Afro
you always
dumbass.
interrupt me every time when I
Oh,
talk.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not gonna hate just because a Nigerian treated me wrong at my job. That means I'm not gonna go stereotype the whole Nigerian people. Like, do you see what I'm saying? But that's just me. I'm just so tired of this hateful stuff with black people in the diaspora war. I'm really tired of it. I really am. It's just stupid.
Mario, I think I got black fatigue too, man. I think I got black fatigue. The diaspora war is killing me.
Yeah, the bottom line. Like last night, Afro dumbass tried to come up here, and I didn't let him on. So I don't want to hear what you guys say. You come up here with your stupid triggering me and whatnot. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna entertain this stuff no more.
Yeah. But Marie's right. I mean, just because I've had this one interaction with Honeyflower doesn't mean I'm now going to say that Ethiopian women or Sudanese women are horrible people. I wouldn't do that. It wouldn't be fair to do that. It wouldn't make any sense because they haven't done anything to me. So I wouldn't just
I
generalize them.
don't
The
hold
same way.
nobody. I hold individuals responsible, not a whole group of people.
Yeah.
You know,
No, it's true. She's
whole group
right.
of
She's right
people.
about that.
You know what gets me is we could do that with white people, but you notice how it's hard for us to do it against with other black people. Oh, you can't judge all white people, blah blah blah. But a Somali do something, damn all Somalis. Jamaicans, damn Jamaicans, they're all violent. When they did this to us when only the white man gets a free pass, to do whatever he
Yo,
wants to
you
do.
right. You right though, Kyle.
I know. I got a PhD in Negroology. I know I'm right. White people are always the white man. I never said how the white man always comes in riding on a horse and whatnot. Oh, Mr. White Man, whatnot, And everybody else be fighting against each other, hating each other. Well, he said this about me, blah, blah. The white man just basically does whatever he wants to do, blow your countries up, bomb you, sanction you, and you still at his feet, They said the number one, you go on Tinder, the number one demand for men in the world is white males, Even in countries that America's in conflict with, right? So what country hates America? Iran. I bet you any amount of money if Tinder was in Iran, who's the most desired person they're looking for? Is a white man,
Well, they're white technically, so
Yeah, but that's a white American,
yeah, that's true.
So the bottom line, that's what you're dealing. You're up against white supremacy and whatnot. You're up against a global force of white supremacy, and the white man, he wants to maintain that power and everything like that. And it's basically, he don't know what to do with us black people, black men in America. He doesn't really know what to do with us, because it's obviously that we're not going to bow to him. We're not going to bow down to him. And they basically, I think Trump is making all these concessions. He was pardoning NBA young boy. Larry Hoover and whatnot. He's running scared, He knows like, man, I gotta get black support or everything I work for is gonna be down the tubes, He's scared, So
Well, Kala, I'm sorry. With that Larry Hoover guy, I'm sorry, but oh God forgive me for saying this, but I'm sorry. I don't think he should never pardon him.
I don't think
Because
either. I don't even know what he did, but I know he's bad.
I heard that he's still like controlling that gang he created in Chicago. I think he's still a part of that. And gang culture is destroying our communities.
I
So
know,
I'm
but
sorry.
the only thing that could solve that is
But
we
but
need.
but he still Larry Hoover still got 200 years.
Oh,
Yeah, he's still state. He's still state
He's not
time
getting out.
what he is. So he ain't getting out. So my whole thing is, the gang culture is destroying Black America, the drill rap culture, and people have to understand something. When you see the gang culture, this is what I don't understand. This is what I would like to say to all Africans looking at this, right? They always judge us by, oh, y'all talking about gangster rap. But do you understand why that is? That there's forces that got together and said, look, how do we control and neutralize 45 million Black people in America, right? Urban America and stuff like that, right? You get on their radio stations, right? You basically put poison out there. You cause division between men and women, young and old, and stuff like that. You put out disrespectful content and all that. At one time, Black America used to control everything that was on the airwaves in their community, right? We had gatekeepers, What I printed in Ebony magazine, what got on the radio, or what got released as a record to the public was scrutinized by gatekeepers in Black America who cared about us and loved us. Now, corporate America took over the record industries and the radio stations, television stations. We don't have a chance. And they're putting out all this filth and garbage. I just surprised me that our situation in America is not worse than what it is, because all they did was a whole generation. They taught a whole generation how to be drug dealers, pimps, thugs, and everything. And Africans think that's who we are. That's not who we are. That's who they made us into, deliberately. But when you, like I said, when somebody's your brother, they give you the benefit of the doubt, saying, "Look, I know our brothers and sisters in America are fallen, but there's got to be a reason there. We don't like this." But unfortunately, our African brothers haven't stepped up and say, so let's get to the bottom of what's going on in America. Let's understand what's going on with our brothers and sisters in America. They get online and they judge us, by our shortcomings, and stuff like that. And so that's what the issue is right here. That's why I'm here, to basically push back against that. I understand that. Like, I'm the biggest critic of Black America. I'm a culture critic, right? But I understand where this started from. There's people out there that are evil. They don't want to see us succeed. They don't want it like this. And it's like blame the white man, but like, bottom line, who else am I gonna blame? We didn't tell them to give us Sexy Red, and we didn't tell them to get rid of people like Sister Soldier and bring us people like Sexy Red and every Hoochie Mama. So we don't control it.
Yeah, that's true. I miss those when I was looking at those photos in Black Vintage when I was on Facebook.
Yeah, look how they
It was
destroyed our
so
community.
beautiful. Yeah.
I would urge everybody to go on Facebook and get in Vintage Black America or Vintage African American. You want to be shocked at how we used to look in the early 1900s, the 20s, and everything like that. How beautiful Black America, how beautiful Black women were, how beautiful Black men were wearing suit and ties and whatnot. Kids dressed up with a top hat on and whatnot. We look like oh man, it was just amazing. Black America was just amazing.
Classy, very classy. I
Very
loved
classy. Women were we had women that had virtues and ladies that were acting like ladies and whatnot, and men were gentlemen. Men would tip their hat to a woman, ask them for their hand in marriage. I'm a traditionalist, all the stuff you see right now, I'm up for. I'm a traditionalist, and so therefore I know the real.
Kyler, those days is over, Kyler. I'm not
No,
gonna
it's
lie.
not. No, it's not. They're not over. They're not over. That's not. I know.
You think it's some 1920s?
No, it's not no 1920s. The bottom line is the only reason why you say it's over is because we bought into the white man system. Now, if you say it's over, that means Kwame, you're a white supremacist. Take away.
I'm not a white supremacist.
You're a white supremacist.
I'm a realist.
No, you're not a realist. White supremacists came in our culture. They took over our magazines. They funded our magazines. Everything from Ebony, Jet. Everything from the radio stations, the record things, everything that used to keep Black Americans saying the Black religion, institutions, colleges, churches, frat houses, all that stuff like that kept Black Americans saying. They came in and destroyed all that. White Americans came in and destroyed all that. And then they destroyed our communities, told us we got to move into their communities while we abandoned our communities. We're not. We got to start chasing the American dream and forgot the Black American dream. That's white supremacy.
Yeah, and all the good shows where it was like Black marriages and Black family homes.
Oh yeah, UPN. Remember UPN in the 90s?
Shows. Yeah, they took all those shows off.
They took all that stuff like that. They did positive rebuilding of Black America. UPN used to have so many shows, sitcoms, and it showed you Black life in America that and stuff like that. So it's like they took all that away. When Fox bought CW and whatever, however that word, Fox used shows like Martin to build itself up, and then when they no longer needed them, they dropped all that Black content. So
yeah, it's sad.
It is sad, It's sad.
Unfortunately, Bob Johnson sold BET. So
yeah, he sold BET. He's a sellout. So. What is nobody cares. So do you think I should honor Bob Johnson?
We still got Revolt.
Oh man, stop with the Revolt shit.
I knew he's gonna get tight.
Just stop it. Stop it. They had a show about the lesbian. They were interviewing a lesbian. They were talking about lesbian love, or whatever like that. I said, "This is Revolt TV." I was like. What the hell show is this? I was on YouTube. It was a Revolt TV. They'll say women, lesbian lovers or some shit like that. I'm like, that what passes for Black empowerment now.
Was it Revolt TV did the piece about how Black women are getting with white men? Was it Revolt?
Yeah, that's what that was about too.
Yeah,
like we got to explore options and all kinds of stupid shit like that.
Let's ask the ladies: do they support
swirling? No, not in this panel. I know
that. I don't personally. I don't.
Yeah, I had never dated any other race. I only dated Black and Black American men and African men. So, yeah. But I have a multiracial family though. My aunt, my dad's sister, she's Vietnamese and Black. I have Japanese and Black cousins. I have white and Black cousins, but that's them. They decided to do that.
Yeah,
I
same thing
mean,
with
I'm
me.
only
Same thing with
dating
me.
black men, so
My whole thing is this is why I see it, right? This is why I say my opinion, right? There's a difference between swirling and there's somebody who really finds somebody that they fall in love with and say, look, because let me give you a perfect example. And I'm not trying to be funny here, right? I'm not trying to be funny. Don't take it as a joke, right? I seen this bigger couple, right? Bigger sister with this bigger white guy, And I said,
Colin.
no. I said I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to make a point, right? When I saw them together, man, I gave them my blessing because I understand that she probably went through a whole lot with that, and they probably met at Fat Anonymous, whatever, and they basically got together and they hooked up and they looked like a beautiful couple, I said, man, more to the power to you, So they went together, But when I see somebody like Shannon Sharp with a friggin' 19-year-old white girl, I'm like, absolutely not. Absolutely not, I seen a video where this 40-year-old white man had an 18-year-old little black girl. I feel like jumping through my computer, strangling him, and smacking her. I was like, where's your daddy at? I don't have a daddy. Well, I'll be your daddy, Get your ass over there and get in school and hit the books. What are you this old ass white man for, That's what I mean, So it's all about the situation, sometimes. So then again, you might find somebody, you see a couple and whatnot, that maybe they're just really in love, out there swirling, is really in love, but that's rare, I know swirling
Mm-hmm.
about fetishizing and simping and fetishizing, so like I said, now I don't.
Kyler, you support Dr. Francis Cress Wellman?
Yeah, I support Dawson Press Quest, but I think basically she is basically was a little simplistic in what her view was,
Yo,
But she was right
she a
about race.
prophet. I call her a prophet.
She was right about a lot of stuff about race and everything. It's obvious. Yeah,
Yes.
white people fear genetic annihilation. That was absolutely
Yo, I think Francis Cress Weldon is one of the smartest people in human history. Yo, she said something about, she said, yo, they're gonna go from sagging to wearing dress. And in 2025, men is wearing dress with
Yeah,
colored nail
because
polish.
she understood that the bottom line is they don't want black men to be men, and she fought against the feminist movement. The feminist movement, one of the things that the feminist movement said, we got to promote homosexuality.
I would never forgive Yvette Carnell for coming at Francis Cress Weldon the day after she died. I was
Yeah,
totally
because
disrespectful.
now look what lifestyle she's in,
Right.
Yeah.
And also Yvette Carnell promotes swirling and race mixing, and so therefore
I mean,
people.
she only
well,
like
look,
20% black.
y'all.
So
Well, look, the it's already starting. They said in 2000 what did they say? 2053 is going to be a lot of mixed looking people, mixed looking look and look what's happening. All this race mixing and stuff. Did you seen the magazine? What is it? What magazine was that? They said in I think 2053 or one of those years. They
Basically,
said it's gonna be a
what
lot
they
of
want
race
is
mixing people.
they want to erase the black race. White people ain't going nowhere. They want to erase black people, replace black people with mixed people, and
yeah,
mixed people
Exactly.
and African immigrants. That's what they
yo,
want.
yo,
That's what they try to pull off in Brazil, with the
Yeah,
whole better your race thing they
yeah.
got
So
going
the
on.
yeah,
valid,
that's what they kind of did in Saint Domingos. They kind of used the mulatto population as a buffer
yeah.
to
So they
further
basically like this.
Because
So
when you think about it, more slaves were transported to Brazil. So what happened to those black people there?
they all
They just got
disappeared.
melted away.
Well,
Yeah.
it's what happened. It was Blockhead I think I don't know if I'm pronouncing it
Yeah.
right. Where they
Blank
brought a whole bunch
Flamenco.
of Europeans there to mix to bleed the black race out.
yeah,
So
they
now
did.
it's a lot of mixed
And it
looking
was just the
people.
opposite. Of America, they kept the races apart. That's why we still have most of our black African DNA. In Brazil, they just the opposite. They made sure that the Portuguese and everybody came over there and slept with black women to destroy the black gene. The black race. Simple as that. So, like I said, Black America is the largest black population outside of Africa. We are. Was Brazil is Black America. It's the largest black population. Outside of Africa. Something to
They
behold.
always say Brazil. They always say
Nah,
Brazil.
Brazil.
No, it's
But
not Brazilian. Most of those people are only like 10%. People consider black actually indigenous, and also like only like 10% black. As far
I
as
think yo,
They don't
Kyler, to be
identify.
real with you, I think before 2100, I don't think black people in America is gonna survive because the way the race mixing and stuff
no,
like
it's
that.
not. No, black people
Well,
still got.
see, but see,
Kyler,
Kwame, that's what
Kyler,
they
Yeah,
said.
it's not gonna be a bill. There's
They
not
said it's
deal.
gonna be a
To
lot
be
of
honest with
mixed.
you, bro, there's not a lot of race mixing.
Kyler,
If they
Kyler.
would,
Do you consider Steph Curry black?
they could basically create a buffer class of people if the number is significant. It would
Yeah,
not. But if you, but black people in America is not gonna mix. Why? Because white people are not gonna mix with black people like that on that scale. As simple as
Kyler,
that.
Kyler. I showed you the dude in the NBA that said he was black, and
Oh
he
yeah,
was.
yeah. That's the NBA. That's
Yeah.
one exception. You know.
But what I'm saying is the new is black went from blackity black to now we
Well,
considering
now
Steph
also
Curry.
a lot of those
That's
people.
black people's fault because we keep including biracial people. Next, you know, it's gonna be quadroons. Then next, you know, it's gonna be octoroons. That's black people's fault in
It
America.
started with
We
Barack
keep saying
Obama. We should have
yeah,
never
we
embraced
keep
him.
saying yeah, we keep saying biracial people are black, but to me,
No,
I
no,
feel like
biracial people
biracial
are not
people are
black. You know.
biracial. That's what they are.
Yeah.
They're biracial.
Now,
So
at
that
one
Like
was
time
my
okay,
they were
problem.
black. At one time they were
So
black. You know?
well,
that was my
we'll
No,
problem
see,
right
no, that
there.
was when the one
well,
drop rule was in effect. There's no more one drop rule.
well, see, my dad's sister is Vietnamese and black. I do not call her black. She's biracial.
Yeah,
I'm
my nieces
sorry.
are half Filipino. I call them mixed. I call them Afro-Pinos or Blasian. You know, and they mix. You know, a lot.
But look who are the people that quote unquote is like the leaders of the black community now. It's a bunch of mixed race
We
people.
always entrusted people who look almost white to lead us. You know, that's so you're gonna tell me we how screwed up we are. If you don't look like you're passing for white, you can't be a black leader. You know, you got to have the black leader look. That means a slick hair and fucking pale looking skin. And when now you're a black leader, you know.
Well,
Like sometimes I
Would you,
wonder about that.
Kyla? Would you consider Yvette Carnell black?
no,
Oh, she's
Thank you, Maury.
black mixed. You know. I was
she's not. No, I'm sorry, but anybody that has one non-black parent, they are biracial. They are not black.
Is
I'm
one of her
sorry.
parents non-black?
Mhm.
She ain't black.
Anybody that has a okay, I have two black parents. I'm black, but although I do have admixture, but I don't have a non-black parent, so I'm black. But if a person has
Well,
a
I didn't know.
non-black
Well,
parent,
you say
how
one
is
of her
that person
parents is
black?
non-black. You said
Huh?
one of her parents is non-black.
Who?
Rebecca, no.
I thought I thought she had a non-black parent.
That's what some. I know somebody said she's all black and she is light skinned. You know.
How she can't be all black, Kyla. She's about 20% black.
But how do you know that?
You can look at her and tell.
Man, you
It's
can't look
not.
at her and tell that shit.
Come
Matter
on,
of fact, I
Kyla.
had my cousin Donald was just like her color, like that pale, and he was not no like that. My cousin Donald. Sometimes people just come out real pale like that. My cousin Donald used to look like that. That real like my cousin Donald looked like iced tea. You know, he was all black. You know. So it's like so it is what it is. You know.
I don't know. By
I don't
by
know. I don't know.
2100.
Look, what she could have is she could have a mixed race parent. You know, that could be it. You know, she could have a mixed race parent. That could be it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, so I don't know what that would qualify as black, but she tries to act all bliggity black and whatnot, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it, man. Don't buy
Yo,
it.
we gotta know, we gotta be conscious about the mulatto class, like what happened in Saint Domingo. Because
No, what
the
happened to the
mulatto class
American media?
sided with the white people to go against the Africans.
So the bottom line is this: you remember that girl, that lady Valerie Jarrett, a White House assistant or something like that? I think she was the chief of staff, whatever she was. You know, she worked with the Obamas, that real light skinned lady. Valerie
No,
Jarrett. Look her up. Well, anyway, she made a comment. I think it was towards Oprah. I forgot who it was, right? About she was talking about black people one night, and there, like she called, she made some comments, right, that were just people thought were racially derogatory, and then Roseanne Barr said something about her, and I was like, wow, because look at it turns around. She made some comments, and she was just talking about black people, just really derailed. I said, is she supposed to be a black woman? She's one of them black people from the Boule, that Boule class, DC, Boule, whatever like that. But she worked with the Obamas, Look her up, Valerie Jarrett, just a real contra. Can't remember exactly what happened, but it was like she was accused of colorism or something like that, something like that. So
yeah, you can't trust people like that.
Is the one drop rule still in effect in the United States?
Well, this is what I'll say, Frenchie. Let me say this, right? It's all what the white people decide it is. We have no agency over our lives, right? I'm sitting there watching Jesse Walters, and he's described Kamala Harris as the first African American, and I'm saying, what the hell does she have to do with African American? She's a whole ass Indian lady, right, with no black whatsoever in her. Just that she was born. Her family come from Jamaica, and she's running for president. But yet, she only thing African American. She went to an HBCU, and they kept calling her African American, Kamalamala, and so therefore, then Barack Obama is a Kenyan, half Kenyan, mulatto, mixed, right, man, of Kenyan descent, Kenya, he's the first African American. When I say African American, he don't have our lineage, and so. So the bottom line, white people decide who's black or not. They decide. If like, let me give you an example. Jennifer Bill, she's a very beautiful woman, right? You'll never hear white people accuse her of being black because she's just too beautiful. You can't have that. Even though she's half black, right? They when they have use for somebody, they claim them. But if they're basically somebody they don't want, then they get put over to the black column, So that's how it usually is. If you're black, if you're doing something that they don't need, you can go to the black side, But if you do something that they admire or have, whatever like that, then they'll go ahead and include you in the white side, That's how it is. It's called passing. It's all about what you look like, what you look like. If you got European features and stuff like that, and pale skin, European features, straight hair, guess what? You get the pass. Like Ronda Rousey, Ronda Rousey, the MMA fighter, that chick.
Yeah.
She's black. She has black ancestry.
She's black.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah. Her grandfather was about African American. But she looks like a white woman, right?
And you know what? I think what Kyla's saying is true because even for quadrums, I don't think white people would claim them because I have a quadroon cousin. She's I think one of her parents is mixed and the other parents is white, so she's about like 70% white and 25% black. So I got a quadroon cousin, but I don't think white people will claim them. I
Now
think
hold on.
Put them with us.
Is she skinny with long hair?
I just know, I haven't really met her. I just know she's
Now,
my cousin.
I will say
I've
this,
seen
right?
pictures of her.
Mari, right? I knew this one chick that she was like 1/4 black, right? But the thing is, though, she was a kind of a bigger woman, right? And she wore her hair in like an afro, like that. And she was really angry too. White people this, white people that. She had pale skin, but she had real nappy hair, like real unkept, and she was really huge too, right? She didn't have the aesthetic. Look, I'm just saying, she had the aesthetics of a black woman. She had the hips, everything like that, Now, if she was skinny, with long hair and whatnot, white people, oh yeah, she's white. She could pass for white, or she could not just pass for white, but some black people could fit into white society better with no problem. If she had like, I know some people, white people, some people are mixed, right? and the family accept them because the kid comes out like kind of real light skin, and the kid has straight hair and it's like auburn or blonde highlights. That person's accepted. Now, if the kid comes out with nappy head, that's hard to comb and shit like that, they're gonna give them to their black family to raise. That's what happens. Great
Hate to
grandparents.
say it. I hate to say it, and no, my biracial people, but I'm so happy I'm not biracial, because I would hate to have to choose between a parent. Like, because this is one girl who I went to school with. She was biracial. She was telling me that both sides of her family was like trying to make her choose, and I'm like, see, that's so awful. That's why I'm happy I'm black. I'm sorry.
Check this out. There was one chick that's on TikTok, right? And she looked like I'm not gonna say this. Let me say, yeah, she's biracial, right? But you could tell her father probably wasn't good looking. Like her face is just really Anyway, usually biracial people. No, let me just put that. Let me make my point, right? For the longest time, she was basically acting like a conservative to my, well, black people this, the black man. You could tell that she hates every bit of the black blood in her. And I had to break it down to her one time. I said, you have a lot of hatred for black people because you're half black and blah, blah, blah. And she responded to my comment but she changed, And next thing you know, she laid off talking about black men, I think her father was black, and she has had it out for black men, blah, 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 whatnot, basically white men. You could tell she was like raised in a redneck culture, and and they sit around talking about black people all day, and they around white people who are racist and whatnot, and they join in with that, But it was just sad, but she changed her opinion once we got on her, like, look, stop blaming black people for a fact that, okay, you're born half black, live with it, And so she was just basically just always talk about black people's problem. That's another thing you gotta look out for. When someone's always non-black is always talking about black people's problem, they're racist. They always try to come like they're trying to help or they're trying to understand. No, they're trying to air your dirty laundry out there and make you look bad, make a fool out of you, make you look bad. You gotta tell us why I tell white people when I this like these platforms. We're talking about black issues, right? They don't need to see me and Ola fighting. They don't need to see Ola and Honey Flower. All they should see when they know it is that we're all black and we're united. We're fighting against each other. Ain't nothing wrong with that. This is a platform for it, But when it comes against them, they should not have any misgivings about who we are and who they are,
I'd like to say congratulations to Miss Ethiopia for being crowned Miss World Africa, but also congratulations to Namibia, Cameroon, and Nigeria for making the top 5. Even though we didn't win the title, Miss Thailand won Miss World. But it's okay. Miss Ethiopia is very beautiful. All the ladies that represented the continent are very beautiful.
When did they have this thing? I didn't even know. Was it on TV?
I believe it was on TV, but I was watching snippets of it on Instagram and on YouTube.
Okay, Miss World. It said Miss World.
Yeah, Miss World. Miss World's a Thai lady won, but she was the favorite. She was the favorite to win, to be fair. But
it was a Thai. Okay, I see it. Crowning woman.
And I think it was a lady from Martinique or Guadeloupe that was the runner-up. So, yeah.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Oh wow, Botswana. Oh geez, she's beautiful.
She is, isn't she? She's gorgeous.
She's beautiful to Miss Ivory Coast. Holy jeez.
Yes.
No.
We did have a good selection this year, I would say that. Yeah. I honestly thought we would have won, at least one black lady would have won the title, but it's okay. It's all right.
It's so good.
Yeah. I missed it because I like watching that stuff.
It's cute, isn't it, Marie?
Yeah, I love it. I love watching Miss World, Miss USA. I love all that stuff. I love it.
Well, I'm never home to watch TV. I wish somebody would have told me when it was coming on. Shit, I'm never home to watch TV. I got so many channels when I don't even know what's on TV anymore. I just like watching old movies and the old sitcoms. And when I go turn on Pluto to watch old sitcoms, I don't even know what the new shows are. Miss Haiti's beautiful as well. I don't know about that.
Miss Haiti's beautiful also. honestly, the black ladies that were representing were all gorgeous,
Right.
absolutely gorgeous.
Well, I gotta look
The
at that for
selection this
myself, man.
year.
I can't take Ross Moish's opinion. I gotta look at it for myself.
Oh my gosh.
Carla, that's not
Oh, yo,
very
check
nice.
this out. Yo, if I start acting all nice, y'all wouldn't know who I was. So I'm me.
No, we love you for who you are and how
I
you
know,
are.
because I know I be cracking y'all up, man. I know I'm funny. You guys make me want to get into comedy. I swear to God, I got a whole bunch of comedy skits I want to put together. I mean, hilarious ones, like
You should do it. Go for
yeah,
it.
like I got this one like Big Shirley and versus a passport bro.
Oh my goodness.
A passport bro is walking out of the post office, just got his passport, and Big Shirley comes by and grabs, you ain't going nowhere, nigga. And she's running around the block with that, and he chases her into a burger shop and he says, Big Shirley, here's a burger on my passport, and she's just deciding, where she could give him a passport back or get that burger, So I got a whole bunch of them, I got a whole bunch of skits, I got a whole bunch of them, man. If I just ever had the time or the energy to put them all together, get a nice camera and whatnot, just I can make some funny stuff, man. I'm hilarious, man. I got a lot of stuff.
You are hilarious, Carla. Your live streams are thoroughly entertaining.
Know,
Honestly, I'd rather watch your shows than Dynast. And you guys know I love Dynast, but Carla takes that crown. Carla takes that crown 100%.
I think what it is Dynast is my good brother, but him and Bomani are so serious because they're trying to make money. It's their livelihood, their business, I don't have to do that.
But you know what? It seemed like Dynast to me is more calm and quiet in person, because I saw him in Nigeria and I saw him in Sierra Leone, and all the times I observed him, he seems more quiet in person than how he is online. That's my personal opinion. So
yeah, that's a good brother.
He's a bit of an ambivert, I believe. Yeah,
he's a good brother. I wish him, but I still think right with his number of followers, right, he should have more people going on tours with him. He should be able to get more people. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's gonna happen with this. When like I said, Liberia's open up dual citizenship. Maybe I could convince them to do tours to Liberia. Because they open up dual citizenship for Black America. And so like I said, there's a lot of opportunity. But maybe he's just doing it in the wrong countries. I mean, I know for a fact Black people in America don't really deal with Nigeria. He could,
I mean,
and I like throwing Nigeria on the bus, but you just be honest with ourselves. It's not the real country. Sierra Leone,
but you know what? Nigeria is a cool place. I had a good time. I had a good time there.
I think Carla would like it. He would like it.
I don't know. I would say like this: if I went to, let's say, Abuja, I probably like it because I think it's nice, whatever, like that, But all I keep thinking about is my friend John Cashin spent 35 years there.
Oh yeah, John K. Yeah.
35 years. I mean, he had audience with top officials, everybody, blah, 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 meetings, everything, showcasing the Metro Rail and nothing, There's something wrong with that,
But you know what, Carla, I don't like Lego. I may be pronouncing it wrong. So Legos? The Nigerians in the chat, don't get mad at me, but I do not like Legos. It's too congested. It's too many people, but I did like Ocean and I do like Oyo State. I love
I like Lekki, part of Legos. That's nice, Lekki.
Oh yeah, I do like Lekki. I forgot about that.
Nice. That looks nice.
Carla, are you a snob?
What?
Are you a snob?
No, I'm not a snob. I mean, I like Lekki. No, I'm not. But I'm like, I like the basics. There's not what plays me. As long as I have electricity, running water, a flushing toilet, a shower, a refrigerator, a stove,
Carla, it's not bad washing up with the bucket and water.
I can't do that. Sorry, I can't do that.
I washed up with the bucket and water.
Not if I have to. Look, in my house in Liberia, the first thing I did was I built the whole bath, two walk-in showers, with the spray thing that you handheld thing, spray on, whatnot. I love that. I'm sitting there like spraying myself with body wash and everything, soap, whatnot, and I'm spraying it. I think to myself, and I look at that thing going on the marble flooring and the water going draining. I say, you know something? I'm in Africa and I'm living a modern life. This is the shit. I'm like this. I'm taking my shower. I'm like, I'm in Africa. Can you believe this? I'm
Oh
not
my
going to a
gosh.
river bathing. I'm in a freaking shower. I'm in Africa. That's what hits you.
Well, you know what I
Or-
like? I
yeah.
like that African oh God, what is it called? Wash net, what you wash it. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got it from the
I've got
Ghanaian
one.
store.
They're
I go
amazing.
to the Ghanaian African markets and I got it from there and I love it. I
It
use
really
it.
exfoliates the skin, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It really does. I love it.
Yeah, I'm not really picky about stuff I got, but just basic stuff I need. I like my food refrigerated after a day, whatever like that. Like this. I get, like I said, when I first went to Liberia a few years ago, the place I stayed at didn't have a refrigerator, so we had to eat our food, and we couldn't. There was no leftovers. So every day we had to cook freaking from scratch. I didn't like that. That's why I'm taking note. This is what you need. So, and also they're kicking that those like grills outside and whatnot. I said no. You need a stove, a gas stove.
Well, wait a minute. You don't like when we cook out
Hell no.
Kala when
No,
we cook
no,
out out
no,
when we
no,
have our
no.
July
Look.
4th
If I
cookout.
want to grill, I get a grill and cook steak outside. But for the most part, I tell Isabella, cook on a damn stove, fry my eggs on a damn stove, whatever like that. And cook my cream of wheat, whatever like that, on the stove, whatever like that, and we have the
Carla,
refrigerator.
so you wouldn't survive if the world was about to end and we had a zombie apocalypse. You
Now,
wouldn't survive, would you?
in that case, yeah. But when you go to Africa, it's like you're in a zombie apocalypse, So I got a taste of what
Oh,
that.
Carla, give over. It's not that bad.
I know it's not that bad, but the bottom line, but you can feel how it can be that bad, with the wrong
No, I
situation.
understand. That's why I'm not for our African American brothers and sisters coming to the continent yet, because there's a lot of work to be
I
done.
kind of tell
That's where
people
I
all the
agree
time.
with
Yeah,
Honeyflower.
this is the last thing I want to talk about. Look, people exaggerate the number of African Americans going to Ghana.
Mm.
It's only like, I would say, I did my estimation. They say the accurate number is about 1,500. You got people talking about there's 20,000. Some people say there's 1,000,000. But not, exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. If you're a Ghanaian enthusiast like Lewis, you're gonna say, "Oh, African Americans coming over by the millions and whatnot," And so, no, it's not like that.
Well, perhaps in countries such as Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, and Nigeria could have African Americans over there, but countries such as Cameroon, for instance, I'll be the first to say it, it's not ready. We have a lot of work to do. I cannot have the embarrassment that the Ghanaians had. My country cannot have that. So we are not ready for African Americans to come over because we've got to fix the country, the roads, the
or
economy.
basically let
It's not good.
Amazonia succeed, right? If Amazonia
Mm.
succeeds, right, and we can get like a small piece of Amazonia, problem solved. That could be an African, problem solved. English speaking, that'd be great, But what am I saying? I'm just dreaming, Angola's a beautiful country. I like this.
Oh yes, Angola as well. Very
Like I said,
beautiful.
but we can't get to Angola until I build in Liberia, because basically what I want to do is plug Angola and Liberia together and make a pipeline between them, Cameroon, Nigeria, Gabon, Angola, so you're gonna have people be able to go to each one of these countries, through ship, airline, and stuff like that. So it's gonna be like a pipeline of African Americans and diasporas going to the continent. But Africans that do their part, they gotta build these new cities, these smart cities with infrastructure. I don't know why the Africans don't think like that. They don't think like Dubai. Let's take a piece of land and bring the international community here, multinational people here, And so, why is Africans don't look at something like Dubai and say, why don't we do that? They don't have the confidence, Dubai, people all over the world living there, paying money and taxes and everything like that, but and they still control everything because the people you don't vote, nothing. You just a foreign national, but you get to live in Dubai and enjoy that beautiful city. Why the Africans don't think like that with all those thousands of miles of coastline? I have no idea. That's why I said
Well, Carla, you and Marisha are very objective, and I know you both hold me accountable. Do you think I did a bit too much with Honeyflower? Did it come across as bullying?
Well, no. What I would say is this, right? I think basically because I think it's kind of my fault because I basically set the tone of the show, right? And I come across like I always hold men higher accountable than women do, And basically, I'm saying to men, right? If women don't say stuff like you, just take that on their chin and say, look, what can we do to do better? What I was expecting from my African brothers is to be like, okay, Honeyflower, I hear you what you're saying, but this is what we're doing. Let me show you the evidence of what we're doing. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm going back to the continent doing, like Dave does, This is what we're doing. People like me and Dave don't have a problem with what she's saying, because we know, and Bomani too, because we're going to the continent and we're building, But see, Africans basically that abandon their country, abandon the continent, and basically want to come to America putting on airs, If you're real and you're on the continent building, you ain't got nothing. You just really don't care about what Honeyflower say. It's when she's telling the truth. That's what bothers them. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing in their country. They're not holding their government officials accountable. They're not basically planning for their children's future. I like it when I'm in Liberia, Fretchie. When I see what angers me is that I see Liberian men, grown men walking down the street. And how do you see 8 and 9-year-old kids that should be in school out there selling water all day in the hot sun in traffic? That doesn't enrage you, That doesn't enrage you, And I'm saying to myself, and so I'm saying, and I look at these African guys when I first went to Liberia, right? I was coming back on a plane, right? And I'm seeing all these men, Liberian men, right, coming back to America, right? And you know what they were there for. They go there to get, and they all got young girlfriends there, but not village girls. They exploit their women, They leave them with nothing and they come back to America. When I said, is that what it is? You just go to Liberia, have your little fun, and use these women, these young girls for sex, whatever like that, and you come back to America and live like you're a big man, but you come to Liberia and act like you're so important because you got a little bit of money in your pocket, So Roscoe says hustle college. No, the bottom line is this. I don't believe in it. I think men should have character, And so that mentality in the African man has to change, What it's going to take the shock about, maybe it takes somebody like Honeyflower to say it like that, say, something, maybe we need to stop doing what we're doing. When you get the politician in Africa, he's not thinking about doing the good, right thing. He's thinking about how he can get rich and how he can use his office to better his personal life, And so the bottom line is, so you got these people out there. She's not alone. She's not alone. Because what she says, my wife says sometime, She goes, we're just tired of African men, There's basically talk all this stuff like this and blah, blah, blah. And everything like that. I hear it all the time. It's not always defending African men, but they're like, no, whatnot, we're like I said, well, I'll be like, you see the white man and you don't understand racism. And the African women don't want to hear that shit, They don't want to hear it.
Yeah, Frenchie, but no, I think you spoke your mind and you spoke how you feel. And I understand where you were coming from, stuff like that, because we all have days where we just because I may come up here one day and I'll be upset and stuff like that, so I understand. But no, I don't think you were and then
I don't think you were that hard on her.
And actually you were more kind, because you see how some other women come on this panel and you see how they used to talk and stuff like that. So no, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh yes, I'm having flashbacks.
Let me say this, right? Ross Moore said, no, thank you for defending us African men. See, that's what I said. The bottom line is this, Ross Moore is a Haitian guy, right? He talks about he made a comment a week ago about child marriage is justified in the Hausa culture. He talks about
Wait, what?
He said that you can marry a 12-year-old girl in a freaking Hausa culture. All this degenerate stuff, you know. And I'm saying to myself, what chance does Africa really have when you got men who think like that? You know,
Whoa.
Africa has a serious problem with child marriage and stuff like that. You know, it just, you know, like I said, and that's our mother continent. We want to see friggin' the continent do better and everything.
Absolutely.
I mean, the best African men, but that's why I said I won't say a lot of stuff, right? But I urge everybody else to speak their mind. What do you think about that? What do you think about the fact that, you know, that like I said, I see Africans love this man Ibram Traore, and I'm really happy for them because he gives them hope.
Mhm.
You know, that's why I
Yeah.
said somebody in the chat room tonight said, "Shut your mouth, Collar. Langley is a four-star general," and I'm like, I don't care. You know, I don't care. If he's wrong, he's wrong. You know, he's wrong, he's wrong. You know, I
Yeah,
support that young man, Ibram
yeah,
Traore. I support him.
yeah, Colin. I don't like that either. The whole child marriage thing, because I know in this one country they were saying that, like in Islam, you can marry 12 and 13-year-old girls and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure it's just not Africa. I'm pretty sure it's Middle
It's
Eastern
in the Middle
countries
East. It's
too.
all over the place. You
Yeah,
know.
it's yeah. I don't think I would like that. I don't think if I was to have a child and my child becomes 12 or 13 and someone were talking about they wanted to marry her, I'm like, excuse me? No. Like, no. I wouldn't like that.
And the whole, you know, who could stop that? All this
Right.
stuff like that is the African man. The African man could stop putting an
Mhm.
end to all this stuff overnight. They could stop the problem. The only thing standing between us building Africa is African men. You know, they just don't have the vision, the foresight, and everything like that. Look, there's enough African talent living in Europe, all over the world, right? And there's no centralized plan to bring millions of Africans home to build. There's no long-term plan. There's no 100-year plan, everything like that. And it's all about basically leadership, you know. And so if African countries like Richmond, let me give you an example. Just the other day, they uncovered a Lebanese man in Liberia. Lebanese ain't he supposed to be there? Has a multi-million-dollar company with illegally logging. You know, and I'm saying to myself, my ancestors that built Liberia is turning in their damn grave. You know, how does a Lebanese man get that far in Liberia? Right? He ain't supposed to be there. You know. And so I asked a question. I told my African brothers, y'all gotta do better, you know? Y'all gotta do better, you know? Because the bottom line is you gotta build something for your women, you know? You should be like African men should be like, I'm gonna give our women a queendom. I'm gonna build this Africa to make our women princesses and queens in this land, you know, where she is held in high esteem. That the white man goes around the world conquering the world for his women. Everywhere he conquers and whatnot, the women got the red carpet to roll over there and act like a queen or a princess, wherever. What does a black man ever conquer for the black woman? Nothing. We leave the black woman on her own to fend for herself, and we wonder why some of these women are angry. You know, so it is what it is. You know, just a lot of our women That's why I don't get mad at black women. You know, they have every right to be angry. They have every right to feel the way they do because we, black men, whether it's Africa or America, didn't do what we're supposed to do. We got every excuse, every thing. I do the show and now you hear all the excuses. Well, Kala, blah, blah, blah. And I argue with these people. No, Kala, but you got to understand we're victims, Kala, blah, 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 you know, like this. And it is what it is. You know, what can you do? You know, all I could do is say like this. One thing I'm not going to do is defend men. You know, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to defend men. You know, and I'm not going to defend men against women because women are absolutely right. You know, women and children are absolutely right to say what they have to say about black men in the world. You know, because we didn't become men. With that, you know, it's late. It's 4:00 in the morning. I gotta get up in the morning. You know, it's been a long show. Damn, almost 7 hours. Well, anybody, you guys want to say anything in closing?
Um, No, not really. This was a good show. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I got
Yeah,
a good laugh. I got a good laugh too. I needed that laugh. So thank you so much. I really
yeah.
appreciate it.
Well, clip up what you laughed at. Find a clip up so I can find it so I can work on my comedy skit. But Frenchie does good. Frenchie, I be forgetting half the stuff I say, but Frenchie clips them up. You're like, oh yeah, I did say that. That was funny.
No, Carla, you are absolutely hilarious. But it was a good show. It did get a little bit heated, but we're one dysfunctional family, so it gets like that sometimes.
Oh
But
yeah, we are dysfunctional.
Yeah.
We're all dysfunctional. We're all crazy.
no, Carla, your shows are always lit, so we enjoy
Yeah,
it.
I've been surprised. But sometimes I wasn't sure, man, because it was like 2 hours before the first person called in, and boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Boy,
didn't
oh
catch the
boy.
first 2 hours. I definitely need to have a look at that then.
Yeah, first
Oh
2
yeah,
hours,
me
man, it was just
too.
me talking to myself. I was like, man, maybe I should just end the show. Nobody's
But we
calling.
enjoy your commentary, Carla. We do enjoy
Yeah.
it. Your monologue that you go on.
Yes, I try to say what that's on my mind. But you know what it is? I be thinking about this stuff all day. I think about this stuff all day. Sometimes I write it down what I'm going to say and whatnot. I be thinking about the topic and what I'm going to say all day. And that's why I come to the show. It seems like I'm very prepared because I was thinking about this all day. And it's the best time to do a show because I worked all day and whatnot. And it's my time to sit back and kick back in the evening. So Ross Boy says, Colin said our tribe should be in the museum. Address that crap. Yeah, Ross Moyes, I think you should join the civilized modern world, man. We could all be a tribe, whatnot. But I look every time somebody talk about their tribe and their culture, is because they want to do something nefarious or deviant, and justify it by upholding some tribe. That's just the way I see it. Call so-called African American engaged in Angola. You said it 1,000 times, Brody. We're already doing that. We're already going to these countries in tourism, man. What else can we do, man? Goddamn. But like I said, folks, if those listening to the show and the after show, we are now promoting dual citizenship in the Republic of Liberia. And so you want to get your dual citizenship on in a country the African Americans founded. Do it. Beautiful country, Liberia. Potential. You saw the drive tonight, that Tubman Boulevard Drive. People like, oh man, that's great. Then somebody said, doesn't that was propaganda. I'm just showing a video of somebody driving to Tubman Boulevard. People are going to believe the worst. You can't, like I said, I was just showing you Tubman Boulevard. That one time was New York City of Africa, 70 years ago. People with the Tubman Boulevard in Monrovia, they thought it was like being in New York, So it ain't just overnight. Oh man. Anyway, Haiti's better than Liberia. No, Haiti was better. No, I don't think so. Right? Why do you got? What's the competition? I like Liberia, man. Okay, you like Haiti, man. We get tomatoes, man. Whatever how that goes, potatoes, tomatoes, whatever. How you want to pronounce it? What the heck?
I don't like comparing Sierra Leone, Nigeria either. People always be asking me which one was better. I'm like, daggone it. I don't like comparing.
I think Sierra Leone, Liberia should be just one country, to tell you the truth.
That's what I said. I said Liberia, Sierra Leone, and maybe Guinea, because they're they're all the same.
Yeah, this should be just one country.
There's Fullers, Mendicas, and all three of those countries, and
people in Liberia hate Fullers, man. I tell you, I don't understand that. I get along with the Fulani, they're cool. My boy Sando Morris, man, he's like, you wasn't Caldwell Collar. You see the Fullers, they done took over every place. I said, man, you're all Liberians to me. I don't look at that, they're all Fulanis up there. They're all Fullers, man. They take over everything, man. They own everything. I said, no, you just worry about they taking over all the women.
It seems like a lot of people don't like Fulani people in Nigeria
because they're successful.
They don't like
they're good businessmen. They're successful. And so they look at Fullers are taking everything because they're real good merchant and they're about their business, and that's why they hate them. So it's like step your game up. So yeah. Anyway, Mario, I gotta go. You take care. My sister, you take care. Right? I'll probably be on tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. You too.
All right. Take care.
Right.
Bye bye. Good night.
Right,
hey, good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.
Y'all have a nice night. Thanks for joining me.